Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Is everything working? Are we live? So now you are live. Hey! Hello guys, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome back. It's been a while. Feeling much better than I did same time last week. Artemis, you're taking Billy's job from him. Hello guys, hello. I hope you've been doing well over the past week. A lot has happened. I was going to do a guerrilla stream talking about the V&U thing, but that was a situation that just kept spiraling and evolving. So now, I know I've been saying this a lot when it comes to these small corpos getting into these controversies, but I mean it. I'm serious when I say that all of them run along similar lines to the point where it would make a lot more sense for me to talk about them together rather than apart. That being said, though, I do think that the V&U situation is a little unique. By the time I talk about it, it's not going to be a hot button topic anymore, but there are just a few thoughts that I have that I would like to iron out with you guys before I actually make it a part of a more fleshed out stream, I suppose. So yeah, I will be having I'll be moving the planned gorilla, as oxymoronic as that sounds, from sometime this week to probably sometime next week. I don't want to do the actual formally announced stream talking about it until after all of the talents have graduated, for obvious reasons. But I think just talking about it informally off the cuff should be fine. Oh, Makiris, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Wait, 22 hours, not 23. He hates us. Yes. Especially since I love card games and train wrecks. Amen. Help, I have a bad tendency to worry about... I've been unable to think about poor Shonda. I've been praying for her hard this Lent. I think that's all you can really do, is pray for her. I think that it's inevitable that you will at some point be put into a situation where one of your favorite creators will have something happen to them that makes you want to help out, but you can't. And in times like that, the best support you can give is to just show up once they choose to go live again. Because as horrific and traumatic as what Shonda has recently gone through is, I have no doubt that she's going to pull through, that she will be back. And when she comes back, I think that just showing up to her stream would probably be the best way of support that you could give, all things considered. But no, I understand. I understand what you mean when you say that. Eddie V and you messed up with the wrong horse. Admittedly, yes. Now, I do see some of the points that people have been making in... I wouldn't say in defense of V&U, but to give context to their reaction. Just... It's hard to articulate this now, because I don't want to sort of... I don't want the pre-planned yapping section to drag on, to blow out to like 40 minutes or something. But there are factors surrounding the circumstances of V&U's response to the leaks that make their reactions make a bit more sense, I would say. And this isn't like insider knowledge or anything like that, no. This is just by looking at all of the publicly available information, because I do think that it is possible to have genuine critiques of the way that Legal Mindset released that first set of leaks. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, because you haven't been keeping up with the V&U situation, don't worry. In the Guerrilla stream that I'll be doing about it sometime over the next week, I'll give full context there, just so that we're all on the same page. But yeah. Chairman is chairing, yes. Reignite the fire. I understand why they're upset, but but F their company. Yeah, no, it's hard to tell, right? Because V&U does not have a stellar reputation for good reason. You don't have, well, the last time anybody heard of them was last year when they allegedly attempted to extort one of their talents for close to $500,000 USD. Just because she wanted to leave and she felt unsupported there. So, not exactly a great move if you want goodwill to be readily at your fingers. That being said, though, my personal speculation and rat, and this is again something I'll go into more in that future stream, my personal speculation is that part of the reason why the talents may be more defensive might be due to the fact that whatever internal change has allowed the talents that want to leave might include a change of management and possibly hopes for a better future for those staying in the company, which would probably explain why the leaks are seen as such a threat, not just to the company but to the talents as well. Granted, this is just a rat, this is just my personal speculation, but I think that would go a long way towards explaining exactly how defensive the talents have been getting over people covering the leaks and the manner in which they've covered the leaks. As a how I supported like 5 talents in that agency until the incident. Yeah, that's understandable. It's very difficult to recover from something like that once it breaks out into the public eye. The reason why I'm inclined to believe that rat in the first place is partially because of that collab that I did with Rima, where we were theory crafting different things that Niji could potentially do to improve its standing in the public eye. And one of the things that we talked about was the idea of transplanting in new management or having a change of upper management. And one of the things that we discussed was if you bring new management in, probably in order to facilitate turning over a new leaf for your company, especially if it was associated with some sort of major controversy in the past, would be to simply let every talent who wants to graduate all at once so you get it out of the way. And that is exactly what we are kind of seeing with V&U, where a lot of the talents that are leaving all at the same time, or at least not a lot, but I would say a majority of those 5 have either had signs that something was wrong for a while or explicitly stated in their graduation announcement that they've been thinking about it for a while. So this isn't some sort of impulsive decision made by any of the 5 that have graduated. This is a decision that has taken them quite a bit of consideration and that they've taken quite seriously for a while. So, spoiler alert: management can change, but the corpo losing 33% of its talents means it's dead. I suppose. Also, the way that this whole situation was handled, I don't think that did any favors either. But again, I could be wrong. We need a rat armchair emote, true. They got too defensive. I don't think... Okay, this may sound a little strange to some, but I understand the degree to which they got defensive. I just think that there were certain things that certain members said on social media that undermined their ability to maintain moral high ground. And the problem is, if you're going to have a public spat with somebody, you need to pay attention to things like moral high ground in order to come off looking better than you started. Otherwise, everyone just comes out looking like they've been covered in brown. And if you want people to support a company that has a reputation like V&U, well, it sounds performative, superficial, cynical, but that's kind of the cost that you have to shoulder if you choose to go all out on simply venting your own emotions about something. Because I do understand having misgivings about the situation, the way that people were covering it, specifically the way that Legal Mindset leaked that first set of leaks. But at the same time, if you're going to critique it and default to just drama tuber bad, well, it's a popular sentiment, but it's not exactly something that makes up for what the company is being accused of. It's not something that can distract from the magnitude of the accusations as time goes on, I suppose, is the way that I would word it. You know what was impulsive? Yeah, no, I saw that. There were a lot of things that the talents did in that scenario that kind of made me cringe on the inside. But yeah. All those talents were Gen 3 except one who was Gen 4, which is weird to me. Yeah, I've somewhat given up on trying to figure out why exactly some of the talents who weren't graduating ended up voicing their opinions in the most extreme way. But, I mean, we work with what we've got. That is the way that things panned out. That's what I'm going to be working off of when I do that stream. The girl staying, I understand being angry. See, I understand them being angry, but what I don't understand is, I suppose, the lack of logical consistency between some of the criticisms that those talents were making. But yeah. I heard about Twisty saying something similar. I will never understand attacking people who are on your side and not expecting people to turn on you. See, the thing is, I don't think Twisty is attacking... Twisty is a bit of a unique case, because Twisty never wanted to become a story. Admittedly, the ranting about drama tubers does come off a little hollow when the one that broke NDA was, you. But at the same time, I understand her having the opinion she does, because in a roundabout way, you can kind of conclude that part of the reason why she lost her job was because it became a public story. Now, that is, of course, ignoring two things. One, the fact that she herself broke NDA and leaked this information, not even to a trustworthy confidant like another talent or a longtime friend, no, to a whale that had followed her over from her past life account. So already that's a little, to put it very, very mildly, a very inadvisable choice to make. And two, the information that she was leaking was an allegation of workplace sexual harassment. And if you don't want that to get out, and if your company isn't doing anything to either investigate if that is true, or to take action if it is, well, complaining that that didn't get ignored when the possibility was brought up is one of the stranger things to complain about, in my opinion. But yeah. There you go, boss, too close to the sun. There is a bit of... One of the things that I don't like as much about Western VTubing specifically is the amount of Yas queening that goes on, especially when it comes to places like Twitter. Because the problem isn't the fact that people are supportive of one another. No. The problem is what happens when that toxic positivity gives people the impetus to do and say rash things, to gloss over actions that betray a personal sense of irresponsibility. That's when it becomes a little bit of an unhealthy habit that I think many of us have observed in this particular space of the industry. But yeah. 3 months without any updates. I think there will... I'd be surprised if anything comes out before halfway through this year. Because, let's be honest here, This is not news that Niji would be very keen on breaking, so I think that the investigation will drag on for as long as humanly possible. But, yeah. Again, I understand why people are going to be resentful of drama tubers covering stuff like that, especially people like Twisty, who have stood to face personal detriment because of it. But at the same time, there's only so much blame that a drama tuber can shoulder for reporting on a leak that you initiated yourself, you know? The toxic positivity really helps no one. Yeah, but it feels good. And on top of that, there's also the added, a bit more calculative aspect where toxic positivity, so long as you're not the one who eats it up, it actually reduces the competition. Because if somebody does something rash and stupid and ends up alienating their audience because of it, well, that's just more viewers floating around in the ether for you or other creators to possibly snap up. And that sounds horrible, but, I mean, that's kind of the reality of how things work. But yeah, I wonder if Aster ever got those ingredients. He's been looking for those ingredients for months now, so... Also, New Wave. Yeah, I can understand them. Yeah, now that you bring that up, I can understand them wanting to drag it out purely in deference to wanting the New Wave to debut without too much controversy, which would make a lot of sense, but yeah. Speaking of toxic positivity, Snow White remake and Asa. Yeah, no, I've seen both of those things. For legal reasons, this is a joke, but I cannot wait to pirate Snow White, Disney's new Snow White remake, just so I can see exactly what they have done to that story. But yeah, in the latter case, Japan's politicians are pissed. You have to be, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a clip floating around on Twitter of somebody playing through I don't know if this is a final boss or something, a boss from Assassin's Creed Shadows, where Yasuke, the protagonist, is slicing into a Japanese man, and the background music, when you listen to the lyrics, it sounds a lot like somebody is just chanting ching chong, which is, I won't lie, kind of hilarious, but it also kind of hammers home the fact that even if it wasn't intended to be that way, which at this point I'm not very willing to believe, looking at how many things that Ubisoft has done wrong regarding Japanese culture, even if it isn't intentional, the game comes off as the biggest racist shitpost against Japanese people imaginable. But, and the fact that it comes from a company as large and as previously reputable as Ubisoft is just the cherry on the cake. Try to think about the two. Chair help. Rima took your what now? Don't pirate Snow White remake. It is a waste of memory. Yeah, you saw that? Yeah. If any of you guys haven't seen it, I recommend just going onto Twitter or something if you have it, and then looking it up. It's really quite funny. There are so many elements of Assassin's Creed Shadows that are peak accidental comedy. It's insane. One more thing, Rooney is having a hard time learning your Aussie way of speaking. Can you help her? See, that's tough, because there are a lot of different Aussie accents. For example, my accent is not really... It's not really what you would stereotypically say is Aussie. Depends. Does she want to sound like a bogan, or does she want to sound like, somebody from a suburb? Because I think my accent is quite stereotypically Australian-born Chinese. But in general things that most Aussie accents tend to do. I think it sounds like there are periods of when we speak. It's not like New Zealand where you just don't move your tongue at all, but just pretend that you have a speech impediment that constantly tugs your tongue to one side of your mouth, I guess. constantly but slightly tugs your tongue to one side of your mouth. It's like how, you know the stereotype, right? Instead of saying no, we say nar, right? Everything has a kind of twang to it, a little added R sound that doesn't actually exist in the word itself. But yeah. You sure, mate? Had a brekkie yet, mate? Oh yeah, no, just make every make every word end with an I sound. That's what we usually do as well. Did you see the Qin Dynasty dragon motifs they used? Yes, I did. It's insane how much Ubisoft's approach towards Assassin's Creed Shadows has been, oh yeah, that looks Asian. Why don't we put that in a game set in Japan? Like, it's as if to them, there is no distinction between Chinese and Japanese, which, I mean, depending on who you ask, may be taken as a compliment. But at the same time, if your whole shtick is cultural sensitivity and a need for diverse representation, I don't think that's exactly very conducive to living up to that premise. But we also butcher names. That's true. Judon, my soul. They have no real cultural consultants. Yeah. I think, to be fair, I do think that trying to find a cultural consultant that actually knows what they're doing is a bit like trying to find a fish that is okay living in a desert, right? It's just not going to work most of the time. Overwhelming majority of the time. But even if you just did the bare modicum amount of research involved in just understanding that not all Asian cultures are the same, you would have been able to avoid at least half of the blunders that Ubisoft has made in the development of this game. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. I compared Rooney's accent to Dick Van Dyke's and she didn't know him. Rooney doesn't know Dick Van Dyke? That has to be like the first hag that I've heard of that does not know Dick Van Dyke. Isn't she... She's American, though. Surely an American would know Dick Van Dyke. We can't be that old. Hiro Michimori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, you sniped Evo. Good job. Ubi doesn't strike me as being capable of nuance. Yeah, fair enough, honestly. Oh... Yeah, but Dick Van Dyke is an icon. Exactly. That's so surprising to me. I can't believe Rooney doesn't know Dick Van Dyke. That's like old. That's like, well, that's not like old lore, but like he was pretty famous. I don't think. I mean, if you're 30, right, you probably have seen something that he's in, surely. Surely, if you grew up in America. We had him even though we were here in Australia. Gabriel Barbario, thank you for being a Footstool for 6 months. Racists are less racist than Ubisoft. You know, it is quite funny how much people who preach about being inclusive are in fact just the most racist people in the lines between individual cultures and groups of people. Okay, hold on. My OBS just broke. Hold on, let's see. Okay, are we back? Did we die for a second there? Trying to think of the 5. Chinese, Japanese, dirty knees. Look at these. Ubisoft probably. Yeah, probably. But yeah, no, it's actually it's insane. At this point, Ubisoft should have just used the Fate franchise for their sources. It couldn't have been worse than what they ended up doing. But yeah, stream did stop for a few seconds. All right, we're back though. How many hours did I lose? We haven't even started yet. Oh, Peter, welcome to the stream. Yes, we are about to start dueling. This is, hands down, absolutely going to be one of, if not the nerdiest stream I have ever done. It may even prove to be the nerdiest stream I will ever do, for that matter. But I think I've put it off for long enough. Hold on. All right, there we go. So, few disclaimers before we begin, as per usual when we're discussing topics like this. First, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. Artemis, thank you for becoming a footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information and material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried my best to adjust accordingly when I've listed them out on my slides, but there may be the occasional date that I get wrong by about a day or so. And finally, if there is something that you cannot read on screen, don't worry, I'll be reading out the overwhelming majority of it while we're going through. However, in case I gloss over something or you'd like to read it for yourself, all of my slides get uploaded to my personal Patreon, link in description. You just become a member. You don't even need to pay money. Just become a free member, sign up to the Patreon, and you can access all of the slides for all of my streams for perpetuity. All right, so John, think about the two. It's too loud, harassing the chair. Appreciate it. So, to start this off, we're going to begin with... Holy shit, Vivian, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 20 new footstools. Welcome, welcome. I hope you enjoy those emotes. A lot of love was put into them. But yeah, thank you so much, Vivian, for your generosity. We're going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. Because when it comes to TCGs, I'm willing to bet that some of the TCGs we will be discussing over the course of this stream are older than even some of the members of the audience. So, we're going to go back, way back, to February of 2021. Magic the Gathering was a TCG that had been in circulation for about 28 years or so. It was halfway through to its 28th birthday. It had just released an expansion set called Kaldheim, which revolved around a world constructed in the Magic the Gathering universe that was inspired by and paid homage to Vikings and Norse mythology. This was the latest expansion in a long line of them, 86th, in fact. And 2021, Archie has 4-year-olds in chat. No. And at this point in time, right, Magic was, and still is, owned by Wizards of the Coast in conjunction with Hasbro. Now, when this set released, it was relative commercial success. You know, yada yada. All of the fans of Magic ate it up. There were, a few new players that got interested in this new set mechanic. The usual shtick. However, this also coincided with around the same time period where both Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro were starting to think about how they could expand this TCG's IP out to a wider audience, how they could make it more appealing to a general audience, and ways that they could further build and develop on its IP. Now, these are phrases and objectives that many people who enjoy a niche hobby may be intimately and uncomfortably familiar with, because I think we all know how this one begins to go. On February 25th of that same year, Wizards of the Coast put out a formal announcement in the form of an article put onto their official site that stated the following, quote, Magic's Voyages to Universes Beyond. And what this article basically did was outline Wizards of the Coast's plan for trying to expand out Magic's IP to begin to encompass other IPs, other properties, other universes, other forms of media. Quote, Earlier today, we revealed an exciting expansion of Magic the Gathering into the realms of Universes Beyond, a series that combines the gameplay of Magic the Gathering with worlds, characters, and stories that are cherished by millions of fans across the world. Among those worlds are the expansive universes of Warhammer 40k and The Lord of the Rings, with others set to join as our Universes Beyond expands. Universes Beyond will act as a brand within Magic the Gathering, existing in addition to and alongside our existing line of products. Universes Beyond came about thanks to a simple thought. If we can expand our story beyond the game system to things like comics, novels, and other games, surely we can expand the game system to let players explore worlds outside of the worlds of Magic. Mad Hatter Universes Beyond crushed my joy for Magic. Yeah, so basically, Wizards of the Coast's working thesis for this was, what if we had Magic, but if we subbed out the story and, the universe for somebody else's? And they would reveal a bit more of this in August 24th of that same year, where Magic's 2021 showcase would be formally released onto their YouTube channel. And during this showcase, they teased, formally set in stone, the dates, the years in which they would be releasing their Universes Beyond set, specifically the Warhammer 40k one, which was confirmed to be coming out the very next year in 2022, and the Lord of the Rings one, which would be released in 2023. Now, some of you yeah, some of you in chat are saying, Final Fantasy and Spider-Man, My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic the Gathering. You say this as a joke, right? That Magic at this point seemed to be trying to become the Fortnite of TCGs, right? That sounds like a joke. But at the same time, during this same release announcement, Magic revealed that they would be partnering up with fucking Fortnite, literal, actual Fortnite of all things, combined with Street Fighter, in order to collaborate on a special set of alternate art cards, which they refer to as the Secret Lair versions of cards. So, this was well and truly beyond the pale when it came to things that Magic, IPs that Magic was willing to collaborate with, IPs that Wizards of the Coast was willing to try to absorb into Magic's overarching brand as a TCG. Now, when it comes to properties like Warhammer 40k or Lord of the Rings, I think it's reasonable to assume that there is probably going to be quite a bit of overlap between people who enjoy those two properties and people who enjoy Magic the Gathering. After all three of those properties are, broadly speaking, fantasy-type forms of media, fantasy-type stories and universes. The same cannot be said for Fortnite and Street Fighter. I'm sorry, it's just not how it works. However, this is a problem that we're going to come back to later, because for now, what we had was a lineup of, for the immediate future, from 2021, when this announcement was made, there was a lineup of universes, external IPs, that people who played Magic the Gathering were actually quite excited for. Aura Ether, thank you for the 2. Personally enjoyed Warhammer 40k's black-blue precons. Oh, I absolutely understand, because for those first two, Warhammer 40k and Lord of the Rings, it was, as you said, quite a popular product, quite a popular collaboration. And we'd start to get hints of that in March 14th of 2023, when Wizards of the Coast would formally release their Lord of the Rings collaboration. I can get I can get Street Fighter a bit, but what does Fortnite have to do with Wizards? That's an excellent question, Kendra. I don't think either myself or literally anybody else who has played Magic for any amount of time, I don't think any of us have any sort of explanation for that. Wizards must be cooking something that is beyond our comprehension. But in any case, so what this set did was effectively just release a little bit of like exactly as Wizards of the Coast described, right? A collaboration between Magic the Gathering and Lord of the Rings. And the way that they would accomplish that collaboration is they would take characters, events, settings from the series, from the novels, from the storyline, the universe that Tolkien had created, and essentially work them into Magic's universe by giving them cards based off of Magic's mechanics, right? You had characters like Gandalf the Grey, Gollum, Frodo, Mount Doom, all being turned into cards that people who played Magic could finally use on their tabletops. And when it comes to how they promoted this set, what I think has gone down as one of the most effective marketing schemes that a TCG has ever cooked up in order to promote one of its sets was what they called the One Ring. Now, essentially what Wizards of the Coast did is, in addition to the One Ring, which got printed as an actual playable card, a mythic rare, highest rarity possible of cards in Magic the Gathering, in addition to printing it out as an actual card that you could play, a pretty broken one at that. Holy shit, Prince of Dew, thank you for the Arca Super. I'm still angry at what they did to 40k with the female custards. Anyways, bingo plus feet. Thank you so much, holy. Thank you for bankrolling these streams. Thank you so much. But yeah, essentially, what ended up happening was not only did they release this card, which was incredibly broken. Just to give you a little bit of a brief explainer for the people who don't play Magic. The card reads indestructible, meaning that if you're going to be hard pressed to try and get rid of this card once somebody plays it, or get rid of its effect once somebody plays it. But also, it had an enter the battlefield effect, which is basically what happens when you play a card, right? Where it states, when the One Ring enters the battlefield, if you cast it, gain protection from everything until your next turn. Now, in a game like Magic, where usually it's each player gets one turn in a row, right? You have your turn, you pass on to the opponent, your opponent does whatever they can to try and beat you, make you lose the game, reduce your life total down to 0, whatever, right? What this card actually did was effectively give you an extra turn, because until your next turn started, your opponent just couldn't do anything to you. So this went on to become incredibly broken in multiple formats in Magic the Gathering. But in addition to that, they also printed a card called the One Ring to Rule Them All. And I'll explain it using Wizards' own terms that they included in their release article accompanying this set. Quote, "The most iconic element of the Lord of the Rings is the One Ring itself, the treasure and temptation of Sauron's power. While other rings of power were forged for elven kings, dwarf lords, and mortal men of Middle-earth, there is only one that matters most, the One Ring, to rule them all. And so, as part of an extraordinarily rare and exciting promotion, only for the Lord of the Rings, Tales of Middle-earth, we made one such card." What Wizards of the Coast did was they essentially, without legally having to do so, they turned this set into a lottery. Because when they printed the cards for this set, they printed one, precisely and only one card, featuring a full art, alternate art, complete with, Middle-earth language text, version of the One Ring. And because there would only be one, people, in order to try and get it, they'd have to end up buying certain bundles or boxes. They actually released an odds chart at the bottom of that article that explained to people viewing the website, people looking to buy, this set, which products actually had a chance of containing the One Ring. And the two products that could possibly yield the One Ring were the gift bundles or the collector boosters. And as a result, what ended up happening was this became one of the most popular, one of the most talked about, one of the most purchased sets that Magic had experienced in quite some time. Because everybody, even people who didn't play Magic regularly, were buying up collector boosters and gift bundles just so they had a chance of opening a pack to crack the One Ring. Now, when it released on June 23rd of that same year, about, just over a week later, or sorry, not a week, just under 10 days later, it was absolute chaos because literally every single major content creator with spare money to throw around was buying and opening packs on stream en masse just so they could continue chasing the One Ring. Max Mofo, PokeRev, XQC especially spent an obscene amount of money on collectors boosters and packs trying to find this one card. Moist Critical became once again a cardboard addict. He just, changed the flavor to MTG for a little bit. Everybody was looking for this card. Scalpers made hay during this time period because, again, like we said, every single person who played Magic, who cared about Lord of the Rings enough to, want to get in on the action, major content creator who just wanted some easy content for, a week or so, everybody was looking to buy up these boxes, buy up these packs. Everyone was looking for the One Ring. And then, exactly 1 week after it was released, the One Ring was finally found. Not by a scalper, not by a content creator, not by a Wizards of the Coast employee, but by a random card shop retail worker who just happened to open a pack and ended up finding the One Ring inside. The person's name? I believe it was, I can't believe I forgot it. We'll see it in a second anyways, I think, because it's contained in one of the articles. But when this card was found, it was big news for the TCG scene. PSA Card put out a tweet, just graded, the One Ring card is found, authenticated, and now rules them all. Magic the Gathering from their official Twitter account, One Ring to rule them all, One Ring to find, One Ring to bring them all, and the darkness, and in the darkness bind them. We are thrilled to hear tale of a new ring bearer in possession of the serialized 1-to-1 The One Ring. This journey is finished, but the adventure with Magic the Gathering Lord of the Rings continues. And, well, this was a massive deal for Magic because now they went back through all of their web pages documenting, stuff like the odds of achieving the One Ring, stuff like, anything that basically talked about the Lord of the Rings set that Magic released, and they changed all of the text so that it now corresponded with the fact that the One Ring had now been discovered, and as a result, they had to add disclaimers saying this ring is no longer findable if you buy these packs or these boosters, etc., etc., etc. But again, this was a pretty major deal, and this was a life-changing circumstance for this man in particular, because on August 3rd, 2023, just a few months afterwards, this man would be able to sell that card to none other than Post Malone, famous music artist and rapper Post Malone, who would end up purchasing that card, one of one, serialized the One Ring card, for a whopping $2 million. This guy's set for life, basically, because he cracked that pack. But for those who don't know, Post Malone's basically been someone who's played Magic for like decades now, and so it's not really any surprise to anybody who's kept up with Post Malone or just the Magic TCG scene in general that this happened. However, at the same time, this broke all kinds of records when it came to Magic's most expensive cards, because up until this point, there has never been a Magic card that has sold, to public knowledge, by the way, for $1 million, let alone $2 million. For all intents and purposes, this right here, this was the stuff of legend. This is what a brand's myth is built upon. Stories of things like this. Just a random guy cracking a random pack, finding a card that is so valuable that it changes his life forever. Something that has a franchise, a TCG, that has so much value to it that cards, single cards from this TCG, can be sold for multiple millions of dollars. This is the kind of stuff that anybody who creates a TCG would aspire to turn their game into someday. And the thing that I want you guys to understand, and this is going to be very important going into the rest of this stream, is that this doesn't just come out of nowhere. In order for a TCG to gain enough value, enough brand recognition, enough, essentially, intellectual property power to be able to create things like these, create one-of-a-kind events like these, you need two core components that make up two fundamental pillars of your TCG's value. Broadly speaking, those two pillars are playability and collectability. And in order to understand what I mean when I specify that these two are supposed to be like, the core components of what gives a TCG value, we're going to start with a line of products that Magic has been releasing for years now. Well, they stopped releasing these in the last 5 years, but the point still stands. The Magic the Gathering core sets. Now, essentially what the core sets are they're like mini expansion sets that are designed to bring players up to speed by doing two main things. One, they have cards that explain the basic mechanics of the game to new players looking to get into the game, but they also contain a lot of reprints of old cards so that any players who are coming back to the game after taking a break for a while can buy these products and feel like they're able to catch up. They haven't been left too far behind. And when it comes to understanding Magic as a game, understanding how Magic as a TCG gets its value, core sets are, in large part, what ends up defining the game itself. Not core sets, core sets, but yeah. Artemis, thank you for the 2. Google the One Ring, it'll correct my precious. I haven't tried that, actually, though. I'll be very curious to see if that's how it works. Random Boy, thank you for the 5. Oh god, now this makes me question why VCard included God cards in the set, especially with their policy on printing sets. Oh, we'll get to that, believe you me. So, core sets are reborn as the new Magic Foundation products? Yes, they are. However, the reason why I bring up core sets in particular is because when you're trying to dive into the legend of Magic the Gathering, right, the myths, the stories that have become a part of the brand, become a part of why people value it and its IP so highly, you need to begin with the core sets. And specifically, with the very first core set that Magic the Gathering Wizards of the Coast ever released. And that is Limited Edition Alpha. The very first set of Magic the Gathering cards that were printed all the way back in August of 1993. Specifically, there are 2 cards of this set that I think are good representations of what I mean when I say that in order for your TCG to have value, you need emphasis on both playability and collectability. These 2 cards are the quote-unquote strongest card ever printed and the quote-unquote most expensive card ever printed. And the way that Wizards handled these 2 cards are, in my opinion, emblematic of how any TCG needs to build itself in order to create long-term viability. Now, a lot of you guys have guessed what the most expensive card ever printed is. However, you may be surprised by what the strongest card ever printed was. These 2 cards, respectively, are Contract from Below, the strongest card ever printed, and, as many of you guys have already guessed in chat, Black Lotus, the most expensive card ever printed. And we'll start with the strongest card ever printed. Now, in order to understand why people have referred to this as the strongest card ever printed, we're going to need to explain a few basic mechanics when it comes to the way that you play Magic the Gathering, like as a game. And we'll start with the two main resources, well, two of three main resources that you end up using over the course of the game. Your deck, which consists of minimum 60 cards, and mana, which is basically what you use in order to play cards. Now, to explain this in more detail, you start the game with 60 cards, and before your first turn, you start the game with a hand of 7 cards that you draw off the top after shuffling. Your maximum hand size in every game, unless a card effect states otherwise, is 7 cards. And every single turn, you draw 1 card at the start of the turn as a part of the regular turn cycle. Mana is basically, like I said before, what you need in order to cast spells, right? Basically, the main things that will be advancing your game plan. Mana is generated by quote-unquote land cards, which are part of your deck and must be drawn like any other card. And generally speaking, unless a card states otherwise, you can only play 1 land per turn. Now, when it comes to the cards in your deck, you can broadly speaking, split them up into 2 categories: land cards and spells. Land cards are what produces mana, which allows you to cast other cards, and spells are the things you cast in order to advance your game plan. Pretty simple. Now, the way that your average Magic the Gathering turn unfolds is also similarly, well, relatively easy to understand. According to the official rules, they split it up into more precise phases than this, but for the sake of simplicity, I'm splitting them up into 3 phases, a single turn up into 3 phases. First, you have your upkeep and draw phase, right? Where your start of the turn effects trigger, and you draw a card from your deck for the turn. Then you move on to your main and attack phases, where you may play 1 land and or perform as many actions as your mana permits, which means that depending on how much mana you have access to, through whatever lands you've played already, you get to cast spells. You can use the, there are creature cards, basically summons, that you can use to beat down your opponent, try and reduce their life total down to 0 in order to win the game, etc., etc. And then finally, after those phases are over, you move on to your end step and cleanup phase, where you declare the end of your turn and the end of turn effects trigger. Pretty simple. Now, the thing I want you guys to keep track of is you can only play 1 land per turn, but since mana is a limited resource and you need mana in order to play cards, you, generally speaking, want to be able to play at least 1 land every turn. However, what that ends up meaning is over the course of the game, the number of cards that you hold in your hand tends to drop lower and lower over time, because each turn you draw 1 card as part of your average turn cycle. However, during your actual turn itself, what you end up doing is playing 1 land card and optionally an additional other card that advances your game plan, which means that in an ideal scenario, every turn you would be drawing 1 card while playing also at least 1 card. Which now means that by the time you get to the end of your turn, every turn, your hand size is either equal to, or as the game goes on, progressively likely to be less than how it started over the course of that turn. Essentially, like I said, as the game goes on further, you generally have less cards in your hand. This is why card draw is very important, because the more cards you hold in your hand, the more options you have to deal with what your opponent plays, the more options you have to advance your game plan. But the further the game goes on, the less options you have in your hand, because you're playing more cards each turn than you draw, without having to play cards that draw you more cards. And this leads to a concept that is, pretty much, it's one of the first stepping stones that you need to be able to understand in order to play Magic any form of competitively, called card advantage, right? Card advantage is basically the idea that if you have more cards in hand, you have greater access to the right cards in your deck in order to achieve your win condition, whatever that win condition is. It's the idea that if you have more cards in hand than your opponent, you also have more playable options
than your opponent. Now, this isn't unique to Magic, right? This is something that's, it's shared across other card games as well. Hearthstone, Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm not sure if it applies to Pokemon. I haven't played Pokemon before, but perhaps it does. I wouldn't know. But in any game that involves having cards in hand, any TCG that involves having cards in hand, card advantage is something that would apply to the competitive scene. Now, the reason why Contract from Below is so overpowered in terms of its effect is, well, the way that Contract from Below works is quite simple. Its text is, quote, discard your current hand and draw 8 new cards, adding the first drawn to your ante. Remove this card from your deck before playing if you are not playing for ante. Now, for those who don't know, what ante means is basically a separate zone where you set aside a card, it's not part of the game anymore, and whoever wins the game between you or your opponent gets to permanently keep all of the cards that have been put in that ante pool. Now, the way that this card works is, a 3-step process. First, you discard your hand, right? So however many cards in your hand were there, you just throw them all away. And generally speaking, when it comes to effects like this, that's not really a cost. Because if you're playing a card like this, chances are whatever you had in your hand already was probably useless. So getting rid of it probably wasn't that much of a loss. The second part of this card's effect is that you draw 8 cards. And then you take the first one drawn and you add it to the ante pile, leaving you with, effectively, by the time this card is finished resolving, a new full hand of 7 cards. Now, to understand why this is such a broken effect, you need to understand how rare, how limited, how much of a premium effect drawing multiple cards with a single card is. Because generally speaking, this is an effect that Wizards of the Coast very deliberately keeps throttled with the cards that it prints. For example, other cards that have a similarly low cost of only 1 mana, meaning you can effectively start playing this at any point after the very first turn that you have in the game, right? Other effects like, for example, Ancestral Recall allow you to draw multiple cards for 1 mana, but limits it significantly to the point where you're not able to draw an entire hand of cards. You're only able to draw 3 at any one time. Conversely, other card effects that end up drawing you an entirely new hand, those are extraordinarily limited as well. Because, for example, other cards like Wheel of Fortune not only cost more than 1 mana, but when it draws you a new hand of cards, it also has a symmetrical effect where your opponent does the same. So any advantage you could possibly get is basically cancelled out by the fact that your opponent has the exact same advantage. Or in other cases, like for example, Griselbrand, which allows you to also draw 7 cards all at once, basically an entirely new hand. This comes at a very heavy cost of requiring you to not only pay a large amount of mana in order to play the card in the first place, which is 7, which is quite a lot compared to 1, but it also requires you to pay an additional resource to access that effect, which is 7 of your life total. Now, to give you an idea, you start off the game in Magic with 20 life. The cost of refilling your hand using Griselbrand is almost half of your starting life total. When you reach 0, generally speaking, you lose the game. 7 cards out of 60 cards is just over 10% of your card. 7 life out of 20 life is just under 50% of your life total. So again, a very steep cost that you have to pay in order to essentially replace your hand in full. So when it comes to understanding just how broken 1 mana effectively draw 7 is, Contract from Below is way up there. Now, the cost of this card, the way that it offset the incredibly overpowered benefit of essentially allowing you to refill your hand up to full, was that you had to set aside the first of the 8 cards you drew and put it into your ante pool. Now, essentially, like I explained before, ante was a mechanic that would basically turn Magic into actual gambling, because now you had something tangible that you lose if you happen to lose the game. It went from being something that, it went from being a game that occurred at no established cost to being something that definitely had a definite penalty to losing, a monetary penalty to losing, because these cards had value, even if the value was, like a few cents or something. And ante, as a rule, was pretty much immediately banned from competitive play. People at Wizards of the Coast realized that effects like this were simply too broken to be allowed into competitive play, and also ante as a mechanic in general might make competitive Magic way too close to gambling for comfort, because there was always a chance that, well, it wasn't guaranteed to happen, but there was always a chance that maybe governments start paying attention to Magic's competitive scene, and if they see formalized gambling, Magic may end up in the future having to be regulated as if it was actual gambling. So, for the sake of both prudence and player experience, the competitive Magic experience, ante, as a rule, was pretty much banned not even a full year after the cards were printed. So, from August 1993 to January of 1994, when Wizards of the Coast released Magic the Gathering's very first ban list, all cards that had the word ante printed on them were banned from competitive play. And when it comes to the reason as to why Wizards of the Coast did this, it was explained pretty concisely in an article titled Evergreen Eggs and Ham that was published in June 8th of 2015 by Mark Rosewater, lead designer for Magic the Gathering, where he would state, quote, "When the game began, you drew 7 cards and then put the 8th aside. The winner of the game would then win the ante card from the opponent. And ante was never popular with the majority of the players and was quickly turned into an optional rule and was later removed from the game." So the justification that they used in order to remove this from the game, at least from competitive play, official play, was because the majority of players didn't actually like the prospect of losing their cards. Now, granted, it did happen. There were a few cases where it could be fun to play with ante. Well, not least because, well, games tend to be more immersive when you have something to lose or you feel like there's stuff on the line. But at the same time, like was said, way too close to gambling when you officiate it in tournaments, and also generally not a very feel-good experience to lose a card you've already paid for and bought. So it was effectively removed from all tournament play pretty much immediately, and on top of that, starting from June 1996, ante cards weren't even being printed anymore. So for all of 3 years after its initial release, ante existed in the game. But then immediately after that 3-year period was done, Magic, for all intents and purposes, left ante in the dust, and rightfully so. Because if you want a game to be competitively viable, the problem is, including mechanics like ante, inherently skew your game more towards being casual, more to being a collectible card game, more than being a playable card game. The reason is, well, ante is only ever a mechanic that is useful if you're looking to expand your collection, right? If you want more ways to obtain more cards. However, for the sake of things like balance, including mechanics like ante in your game just doesn't really make it very easy in order to moderate overpowered effects like Contract from Below, or in addition to just making it so that people don't want to compete. People are disincentivized to play your game competitively because of how much they stand to lose from losing the game. So when it comes to wanting a balance between casual collectability and competitive playability, you are probably better off avoiding ante entirely, because that way your game can, it can stay in the middle, it can drift towards competitive viability, but ante pretty much just restricts it to purely hovering around being casual only, or for casuals only. So, in terms of the strongest card ever printed in Magic, this was one of the core decisions made by Wizards of the Coast that ended up solidifying the competitive viability of Magic the Gathering as a TCG. However, when it comes to understanding the most expensive card ever printed, we again need to go back to mechanics, because 2 other resources that I didn't talk about when I was explaining the basics of Magic earlier are the graveyard, or the discard pile, and your life total. So, like I said, you start the game off with 20 life and you start off with an empty graveyard. However, as you end up playing cards, when those cards are either single-use effects that have their effects finished, or they are, permanent cards that stay on the board, stay on the playing field, but get destroyed by another card's effect or whatever, they get put into your discard pile. And generally speaking, the thing that I want to emphasize about all of these resources is they are designed to be constraints that keep the game balanced. For example, your deck, the cards that you are able to put into your deck, are balanced, at least in part, by the fact that you can only draw one card per turn. Same thing goes for mana. It is constrained by the fact that you can only play one land per turn. Generally speaking, when cards are put into your graveyard, there is the expectation that once cards enter the graveyard, they're generally no longer usable. Same thing happens with your life total, where each player starts with 20 life. Life cannot be regained without playing cards that restore it, and when players lose their life total, or when it becomes 0, they lose the game. So these 4 constraints, right? Players lose when their life total hits 0. Once cards enter your graveyard, they're no longer playable. You draw one card only each turn, and you play one land only each turn. These are the 4 constraints upon which Magic is balanced. Now, what that means is, if you ever print a card that allows you to bypass these constraints, those cards inherently become more powerful. And this is where we get into what is referred to among Magic the Gathering players as the Power 9, a set of 9 cards that were printed in limited edition alpha that ended up allowing you to break the core mechanics and constraints of Magic's rules. Now, these cards were incredibly overpowered. The kind of things that you would only print if you don't have that much experience making a card game yet, which explains why they were a part of limited edition alpha. In addition, pretty much all of these cards, except for what are commonly referred to as mana rocks, we'll get into what exactly that means later, pretty much all of these cards are restricted in any format that they are allowed in. So these are effects like, for example, Time Walk, which for the price of 2 mana, you could take an extra turn after your current one. So forget only drawing one card per turn or playing only one land per turn. No, this card allowed you to play multiple turns in a row, which, as you can imagine, is incredibly game-breaking. You had Ancestral Recall, which, as I stated before, allows you to draw multiple cards in the same turn for the same effect. And you also had a card called Time Twister, where for the price of only 3 mana, you could take your graveyard, shuffle that back into your deck, and then draw a card, which basically allowed you to bypass that constraint of the cards in your graveyard no longer being usable for the rest of the game. And finally, you had cards called Mana Rocks, the Opal Cycle, where for the price of 0 mana, you would essentially get a second land. This was a card type called an artifact card, which is basically just a spell that you play and then it stays on your board and you can use its effect whenever you like. Now, a few things about artifact cards. First, there is no constraint on how many you can cast in a single turn, which means that this allows you to bypass the constraint of only being able to play one land per turn, because these aren't lands, despite the fact that they cost 0 mana, which means you don't actually have to pay anything to play them, and they provide you one mana every time you use them. So if you played a land card and you played one of the opals on the same turn, you would effectively end up increasing your mana resource by double what was usually allowed. And again, in a game like Magic, where in order to play cards, you need mana, this kind of accelerationism when it came to progressing how many resources you had access to during your turn was, again, an incredibly powerful effect. And in Magic, you have 5 colors, right? Black, blue, red, white, green. And each of those colors had their own unique mana rock, right? Their own unique artifact that you could play in order to get mana of that color. There was, however, one mana rock that stood head and shoulders above the rest, and that mana rock was Black Lotus. For the price of 0 mana, you got to play an artifact that just sat on your board until you chose to activate its one-time use. And its one-time effect. And its one-time effect was that it would add 3 mana of any single color to your choice for that turn in which it was played. Sorry, in that turn in which it was activated. My mistake. The reason why this is broken? 1, it costs 0 mana and gives you 3. 2, you can play it whenever you like. 3, this is an artifact, which means that if you start off your hand with multiple Black Lotuses, there is nothing stopping you from playing all of them at the same turn. So hypothetically, what you could do is turn 1, before you or your opponent has really done anything, if you start off with 1 land in hand and 2 Black Lotuses in hand, on turn 1, you have access to an entire 7 mana, and you can cast a spell that, in any other circumstance, would usually be a late game type card, and your opponent would basically not be able to do anything about that. So, again, this was a card that was incredibly broken. It remains playable in contemporary Magic, but it is part of a restricted set of cards in every single format where it is legal, meaning that you can only have one of them in your deck. And because of an effect like this, that does not surprise me a single bit. However, the thing I want you guys to understand is that not only was this extremely valuable as a collectible, since it was part of the very first set of Magic cards ever released to the public, but it was also incredibly valuable because of how broken its effect was, how much it could shift the tides of a game when you actually started playing Magic the Gathering. And because of these two circumstances, what ended up happening with Black Lotus was it would enter a little bit of a positive feedback loop when it comes to escalating its value over time. Because what ended up happening was competitive players would rush to buy Black Lotus because it was broken. No shit you would want a card like this in your deck if as many cards as was legally allowed in your deck, right? They were not, this was a limited supply of a card that would allow you to do some incredibly powerful stuff at any given time during a game. Which means that the supply drops and the demand rises, which then causes collectors to rush to buy it because it's rare and because they want a copy of a card that was released as part of Magic's first ever set as part of their collection, which then decreases supply further and increases the demand as competitive players, again, as they get into the game and try to play competitively, realize that this card is as broken as it is and want to buy it, etc., etc., and this goes on ad nauseum. Ad infinitum, until what you end up having is a card that grows about as fast as perhaps even some shares of certain companies on the stock market. For example, what this ended up doing, though, is as Magic realized that some of their cards were growing in value in this manner, that players were starting to invest actual money in the cards that they were buying, that these actually became akin to investments that individual players would make, Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, made the decision to create what was called the Reserve List. If you're interested in more detail as to how this list came about or the lasting effects of this decision to create the Reserve List, I recommend checking out this video by Pleasant Kenobi titled MTG's Biggest Mistake, the Reserve List, where he basically dissects the history of the Reserve List and the effects that it has had on the way that Wizards of the Coast has produced the game. However, for the purposes of this stream, I'm going to summarize some of the points that he made about the history of the Reserve List and the justifications that Wizard used in order to create it in the first place. In a magazine published by Wizards of the Coast titled Duelist, released in May of 1996, Wizards of the Coast released its very first card reprint policy. This was basically the first iteration of what would later on become the Reserve List, a list of cards printed during Alpha, Beta, and I forget exactly what the third one was. I think it was Chronicles, the first 3 sets that Magic ever printed, promising that cards from those 3 sets would never be reprinted again. And the justification goes as follows, quote, Magic is first and foremost a supreme game of strategy and skill. We choose to reprint certain cards from limited expansion sets because we believe that the cards we reprint make for enjoyable gameplay and that Magic players deserve an opportunity to play with these cards. However, one paragraph later, they then go on to state, quote, "We have discovered, however, that much of the collectability of a Magic card is determined by its availability for gameplay purposes. Accordingly, we have decided to expand on our previous policies by creating a new category of cards called reserved cards that will never be printed again in black or white border in-game functionally identical form." And what this basically was a promise to players, collectors, anybody who owned a card coming from the first 3 sets. Your cards would maintain their value because we will never print them again. And one of the cards that was included in this category was Black Lotus. Now, almost immediately, this would start having an effect on the price of the card. 3 years later, in December of 1999, in an article, a price guide published by game magazine Inquest Gamer, listing out the various prices, the asking prices for Magic singles, you could see that a copy of Black Lotus would cost you, median price would be around $350 USD. Now, this card started off being around $100 USD when it was first released, but now it had tripled in its value. Only 5 years later, or just under 5 years later, in February of 2004, another games magazine titled Scry would then publish a Magic price guide of its own, and yet again, Black Lotus would be one of the cards featured. And now the asking price had more than doubled again, because it had gone from $350 USD within the span of just under 5 years to being $800 USD. Fast forward about 20 years or so, or just under 20 years or so, and a copy, PSA 10 copy of Black Lotus, signed by the original artist, would be sold at auction on eBay for a whopping $511,100. $500,000 for a single signed card. Now, I get that it's Black Lotus, but that is an eye-watering amount of money. But even this $500,000, this would be spare change, piddly, child's play, compared to what would happen only 3 years later, when in April of 2004, a PSA 10 copy of Black Lotus would be sold off in a private sale for an absolutely insane $3 million. This broke the record that Post Malone set for the One Ring, which he paid $2 million for. $3 million for a single PSA 10 Black Lotus. And this shattered all manner of records that Magic the Gathering, or even TCGs in general, had known up until this point. Because that, I think we can all agree, that is an insane amount of money to pay. Imagine from $100 upon release in 1993 to $3 million as of April 2024. That is some insane inflation of TCG value over time. And so, what I want you to realize, 1.5 times the One Ring's price. It's insane to think about. Because, and an unplayable one to boot because it's locked into this case. But that just goes to show how valuable Magic the Gathering and the cards that form part of the TCG have become over the 30 or so years that it has been in circulation. Because when it comes to building on the legend of a TCG, building on the brand of a TCG, its marketing, the things that make it distinctive, the things that make it valuable, the things that make it viable in the long term, you need things like this. Stories like the sale of Black Lotus for 3 million, or the discovery and then sale of the One Ring for 2 million. Things like this form the basic building blocks, the foundations of a TCG's reputation, of its brand, of its viability, of the things that make it distinct in the minds of both people who already play the game or collect from the game and people who are considering getting into it. If you want more people to get into your game, you need things like this to drum up attention. If you want people to stick with your game, continue collecting from your game, you need things like this that promise that as time goes on, things will only get better. And all the while Wizards of the Coast is pointing everybody's attention at these success stories, these anomalies, these life-changing examples of the TCG utterly shattering the ceiling of previous limits when it comes to how valuable individual cards can get, you need to be quietly behind the scenes, cutting down cards, mechanics that break the balance of your game, that make it less enjoyable to play. Because I think it's fair to say that if Wizards did not remove ante all the way back in 1994 to 1996, Magic would not be able to progress to where it is today. Because that was a rule, that was a mechanic that simply had to go. Same thing happens with the cards that benefited from that mechanic, like Contract from Below. Cards that are that broken, that unfun to play with or against for that matter. Cards like that just have to go. If your game isn't fun, if your game isn't competitively viable, you have kneecapped your ability for your cards to gain value over time. You have cut off your ability to create legendary tales like the One Ring and etc. Like the One Ring and Black Lotus. Because without things like this, without, behind the scenes, design-minded choices like this, you cannot get sensations like this. And so, when it comes to understanding the various actions that Wizards took, right, these two decisions, to create the banned and restricted list and remove ante from the game, as well as to publish their formal card reprint policy in 1996, broadly speaking, these were two decisions that sent very clear messages to players and collectors. When they created the banned and restricted lists, when they banned ante from the game and all associated cards that created unhealthy, unfun play patterns, what Wizards of the Coast was signaling to their players was very simple, that they cared about player experience. On the other hand, when they printed that card reprint policy, when they created the reserve list, that was also a message that they were sending out to players and collectors, that they cared about collector value, that they understood that people had paid money, invested time, energy, financial material into individual cards, and that they understood and respected that investment, which means that they were going to refrain from simply reprinting cards and eroding that value. And so, with these two cards, Contract from Below, Black Lotus, they perfectly encapsulate the two pillars that any TCG needs in order to survive long term. A thriving competitive scene, actively fostered by the creators of the game, and a strong secondary market that would guarantee that the game has value and therefore relevance long into the future. And when you break down TCGs by whether they display these two pillars, you start to notice a pattern. Every single successful TCG has both of these qualities in spades. And when it comes to looking at how that's the case, look no further than the three, I would say, hands down, the three biggest TCGs that are currently in circulation: Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, and Yu-Gi-Oh! All three of these have both of these components. They have a thriving competitive scene. There are active, the people who own these card games, they actively balance it via the use of erratas and or ban waves. And they also have incredibly strong secondary markets where individual cards can go for hundreds, if not thousands, if not millions of dollars each. Now, of course, on top of that, there's also the legacy factor, right? Because when it comes to card games that have lasted for a while, right? Magic in current year is 32 years old. Pokemon is 28 years old. One of them's a hag. And Yu-Gi-Oh is 23 years old, which, when you really think about it, is kind of insane for a card game to be that to have lasted that long. The overwhelming majorities do not survive that same amount of time, do not maintain relevance for that same amount of time, and yet these three TCGs, as a result of their adherence to maintaining these two qualities, they've managed to do that absolutely. However, that being said, that's not to say that the games are perfect. Each of these TCGs has its own flaws, right? Its own flaws that it's currently limit how popular it can be, or have arisen as a result of decisions made by the IP holders. For example, as I briefly mentioned before, Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, seems to be adamant on trying as hard as humanly possible to commit brand suicide and euthanize their distinctiveness by watering down their IP with the decision to include other IPs, right? They're trying to turn themselves into, as I said before, TCG Fortnite. They've released sets, secret layers, alternate arts featuring SpongeBob SquarePants, The Walking Dead, Chucky, and Fortnite, of all things. Brands that pretty much have little, if nothing, to do with Magic the Gathering. For context, Magic the Gathering is a game that features otherworldly horrors, werewolves, vampires, wizards, sorcerers, fungus monsters, undead, etc., etc., etc. And then you have fucking SpongeBob SquarePants being shoved into an alternate art for no reason other than it is a popular IP. I think we can all start to realize why this has become a problem. And many of Magic's more experienced players who've been playing it for decades, they have expressed that they are supremely uncomfortable because of this change in how Wizards of the Coast is trying to take Magic, the change in direction that Wizards of the Coast is trying to take Magic in. Because when you think of Magic, this is not what you think about. And when you include this into Magic, I mean, yeah, sure, you don't have to buy it, but holy shit, does it water down the distinctiveness of Magic as a brand. The thing that makes Magic. This is antithetical to what makes Magic distinct. Now, of course, while this is probably not a problem that is shared anywhere near the same extent by other card games, other TCGs, the other two members of the big three have their own problems to contend with. Because Pokemon, well, in order to play Pokemon competitively, in order to access certain cards, sometimes it becomes a requirement that you have a spare kidney lying around. Pokemon has a major scalping problem, where almost every single time you have a powerful set come out, the supply is incredibly limited, which means that scalpers get to make hay out of literally everybody else. I'm sure we've all heard of the horror stories of people getting into fist fights over boxes of Pokemon cards or even individual packs as they've been sold in stores, or you've heard of, well, how much of a rush there is to try and how difficult it can be to buy even a single pack just to open, whether it be, for the purposes of actually trying to get cards, or whether it be for the purposes of actually trying to get cards, or simply to have, content on stream, like, pack openings, unboxings, and stuff like that. But in any case, again, this is a problem that is incredibly difficult to resolve, and it's a problem that, for all intents and purposes, you can't really resolve beyond just trying to saturate the market and trying to make your product just more generically accessible, right? Not throttling the platforms through which people can access your product, so that it's not limited to just a small handful of people, which is where scalpers thrive. And finally, Yu-Gi-Oh! Whereas with Magic, it's, the flaw, it's becoming TCG Fortnite, and Pokemon, it's Scalpers. Yu-Gi-Oh's problem stems mostly from the fact that it is Yu-Gi-Oh! It is a game that is infamous for its steep learning curve and for the amount of unfun mechanics that are a part of everyday play. I think this tweet by Team APS sums it up quite well. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is not a fair game, and the sooner you accept that, the easier it is to actually improve. Decks are obscenely powerful, and single cards can completely blow you out of the duel. Don't apologize for using what wins. Your opponent was going to do the same to you anyway. In terms of what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Difficult to get into, well, it's pretty much just everything that makes every other card game difficult to get into gameplay-wise, but cranked up to 100. Power creep, floodgates, which is basically cards that are designed to negate your opponent's strategy rather than advancing your own win condition. Also, the fact that this is a game that doesn't have any sort of mana or energy constraint, meaning that turn 1 you can just dump your hand as is permissible based on the requirements of the cards themselves. So it usually makes for games that are blistering quick and incredibly difficult to keep track of unless you know what is going on. And believe you me, if anybody tries to get into Yu-Gi-Oh!, it is very rare that they will make that decision completely of their own volition. Usually when a new player tries to get into Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's because one of their friends has explicitly requested for them to learn the game. And believe you me, trying to learn this game without a friend holding your hand is the closest thing to TCG cock and ball torture that you can experience, regardless of your sex. It is a truly universally painful experience when you're trying to learn this game all on your own, right? Yeah. I have one friend that won't shut up about it. Yeah, Blaze. Literally, I think every single person who plays one TCG or has a friend circle that plays TCGs has that one friend that constantly tries to get you to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because, well, let's be honest here, misery loves company, right? And I think that as miserable as Magic can be with the whole mechanic of getting mana screwed, meaning you don't draw a land where you need one, or, mechanics like Pokemon where you have to tear your hair out when you're trying to just buy a pack, I'd say that Yu-Gi-Oh! is definitely a game for the people who enjoy pain and suffering. Masochistic pain and suffering, I should specify. And so, that being said, though, despite the fact that all three of these TCGs have quite issues that would kill any lesser game, Magic with its erosion of brand identity, Pokemon with its scalping and inaccessibility, and Yu-Gi-Oh! With unfun mechanics and a steep learning curve, they've been able to, for the most part, offset all of these flaws purely because of how hard they've managed to maintain the game, in addition to just the fact that they have a solid core set of gameplay loops and mechanics right from the get-go. Oh, okay, hold on. Billy sent a super earlier. I'll get to that at the end. Sorry for missing it, but I look forward to reading it, as is tradition for these streams. Through a combination of regular regular ban waves, in the case of Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh!, multimedia IP that adds brand recognition to the properties, strong brand recognition, really deep gameplay that has depth, and finally unique lore and distinctive thematic designs. Between all four of these qualities that are shared by pretty much all of these, except for maybe Magic, which doesn't have as strong a multimedia IP legacy as Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Between all four of these qualities, these cards have pretty much been able to negate and survive whatever flaws that are built in or whatever flaws have cropped up as they have continued expanding. However, like I mentioned briefly just then, not every TCG is able to pull it off. Not every TCG is able to have all four of these qualities, which is extra sad if you actually want more TCGs because of the sheer number of things that you can turn into TCGs. Because basically anything can become a TCG when you really think about it. For example, some things that people have tried to turn into trading card games include things like, Disney characters, as Disney tried to capitalize on with the Lorcana trading card game. You have like sports cards, right? Baseball cards, etc., etc. Some of you might not even know this, but the movie The Night Before Christmas, that popular Tim Burton Halloween flick, apparently they tried to make a trading card game based off of that as well. So, yeah, pretty much anything that has a large collection of IPs can be turned into a TCG. And VTubing is no different. Because when you think about it, VTubing is almost perfect for TCG conversion. It is an industry, a medium that revolves around each individual creator fostering an IP that is tied fundamentally to their unique personality, their unique streaming style, etc., etc. Every single character comes with some element of lore. Now, whether that lore is constructed by the creator or happens to be built by the creator as they keep streaming, it doesn't really matter, because at any point in time, as they progress with their career, you have a fully fleshed out backstory that can add thematic relevance, significance to their IP as well, which is really easily translated over to cards. And when it comes to competitiveness, I think the whole, VTubing is an industry that, like any other streaming industry, to be honest, is infamous for fan bases being competitive with one another in terms of, various degrees of friendly number bantering and number monkeying, right? My Oshi has bigger number than yours, therefore my Oshi is better than yours, etc., 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 which is cringe, admittedly, but it's a part of the culture. It's part of any streaming culture, to be honest, not just VTubing. And so, when you really think about it, the idea of a VTuber TCG makes a lot of sense, and people have been realizing this for a number of years now, starting all the way back in around 2021. And in order to go all the way back to that point, I'm going to have to introduce you two companies. First being Weiss. I hope I pronounced that correctly. My German is not the best. A TCG that basically takes popular IPs from shows, anime, etc., and turns them into cards, right? Character cards, event cards, and, climax, what they call climax cards, which is basically pivotal plot points that happen in whatever IP they're working with, right? According to their own webpage, they describe themselves as, quote, a trading card game where players relive climactic moments from their favorite anime or video game titles on their very own stage. Yeah, Weiss Schwarz. There we go. Weiss Schwarz. Yeah, this is the actual anime Fortnite TCG, basically. And this is a company that is owned by Bushiroad, which is, quote, an IP development company known for developing Card Fight Vanguard, Future Card Buddy Fight, Weiss Schwarz, Bang Dream, and other card games, promotional items, and smartphone applications across the world. Basically, just card games that capitalize off of IPs, right? Card games that attempt to take an existing IP and flesh out its value by creating merchandise out of it that can be enjoyed by various fans or introduce new fans, cross-pollinate different fan bases, etc., etc. And in July of 2021, Weiss Schwarz would announce that they were adding a lineup of several new titles to their TCG. Two of the titles that they were announcing were from popular animes, Rent a Girlfriend and Mushoku Tensei. But once you scrolled past that point in the article, they would introduce that there was a third collection of IPs that would be joining the Weiss Schwarz lineup. Hololive, which would be debuting as part of the Weiss Schwarz TCG with 7 types of trial decks, so basically pre-constructed decks or starter decks, and booster packs. And later on, when it would release, evidently, it would become quite a massive success. Because 3 years later, on April 11th, 2024, Cover Corp themselves would announce on their Twitter page that they would be collaborating with Bushiroad to create an actual unique HoloLive TCG. Quote, the full-scale trading card game, HoloLive official card game, scheduled for release in September of 2024. You can play with and collect cards of your favorite HoloLive members. Stay tuned for more updates. And this would be accompanied with an article published in Japan's PR Times, where they would basically go through what was being offered by this HoloLive TCG. Sorry, give me a moment. Oli Velar. There's one curious case of TCGs I want to mention. Genshin Impact is an in-game TCG with pretty good gameplay and completely unmonetized. Not just free, you literally can't spend. That's really interesting. I would not have expected Genshin Impact of all things in order to have something like that built into the game. Funless, welcome to the stream. We're going through the release, the formal release of the official HoloLive TCG. So, in this article, as they would state, they would basically give a little rundown and outline of what exactly people should expect from the HoloLive TCG. Quote, Cover Corp Limited is planning to release a trading card game, HoloLive official card game, with the motif of the talent of HoloLive production in September 2024, based on the concept of, I believe that says Kyosu. If anybody speaks Japanese in chat, please let me know what that is. That was created together with fans and the concept of Kyosu that we created together with fans and allow them to compete together. It is a card game where you can relive HoloLive's thrust activity, HoloLive with the card of the remaining HoloLive members. Now, as you can probably tell, this is Google translated, which explains why some of the phrases are a little wonky in English. But nonetheless, it basically just explains what the premise is, right? Relive key moments from HoloLive's history, as well as use your favorite members of HoloLive in order to engage competitively with other players, right? It is a TCG that Cover Corp is planning and developing in-house. Not only newly drawn illustrations, but also illustrations that have been made so far are coded, I suppose. Fondless, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months in Hollow Thrust. That's a fun sentence to take out of context. It's also a collection that can be enjoyed as a collection. It will be delivered in a wide range of fans of delivered to a wide range of fans of HoloLive and TCG users. So basically, this is a TCG that is looking to appeal to both collectors, HoloLive fans, and people who are into actual TCGs, or at least that's the intention. The product is planned to be sold at stores, department stores, mass retailers, etc., nationally, toy stores, internet shops, TCG specialty stores, our official online shop, HoloLive Production official shop. Events such as hands-on events, workshops, and official tournaments are also planned as a future development. So please look forward to the following news. So they have a lot of things set up, right? They're planning on selling this physically in other stores, in department stores, in stores that are not otherwise affiliated with HoloLive. They want actual physical tournaments at some point in the future. And for all intents and purposes, this is something that they are planning on developing well into the future. Oh, Harrison, I have a small TCG collection of my HoloLive Oshi's Weiss Schwartz. Some of the HoloLive TCG, some MTG now caught the bug for the Digimon TCG from Dizzy. Yeah, I saw that Dizzy had a stream about complaining about how she traveled 3 hours to go fetch Digimon packs from, I think it was yesterday. But yeah, no, I see what you did there. Caught the bug for Digimon from Dizzy. I see what you did there. But yeah, no, it's I love a good I love a good the thing is with TCGs, right? The funny thing about TCGs is you can quit them for like a while. Like you can get fed up on a string of bad games, realize that they're expensive, they might have awful gameplay loops, it might be a really bad meta, you get sick of playing them, right? And you can quit for a while, just not think about them at all, completely forget that they exist for all intents and purposes for a small period of your time. And then just randomly out of the blue, you'll have some sort of trigger that you stumble across that like triggers a Winter Soldier episode in you, and all of a sudden you get the urge to start collecting cards again or playing more games of the TCG you left behind. You're never really clean of collecting cards from TCGs. You can pretend that you are, you can be for a little while, you can have a vacay, but you'll always be back at the end of the day. You're just one little trigger away from relapsing when it comes to a TCG addiction. But yeah. Oh, Prince, thank you. Kyosu means competition? Ah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right. And in June 25th, so to continue, in June 25th of 2024, HoloLive would officially release its official website for the HoloLive official card game. HoloLive card game website is now live. We will continue to provide further updates, so please stay tuned for more exciting information. Also, don't forget to bookmark this site to ensure you don't miss out on the latest updates. And when it comes to the different sections of the site, it was complete with a for beginners section explaining the mechanics of the game, a deck recipe section where it basically gave you an outline of how to construct your own decks, a product page where they would list out the fact that they sold booster boxes, pre-con decks, pre-constructed decks, and accessories, as well as a rule and QA section, quality assurance, or frequently asked questions, one of the two. Now, admittedly, these pages are in Japanese. There is no English version of these pages just yet without you using a translator, a third-party translator, but they are planning on releasing an English update, I believe, to both the card game itself and to their website sometime this year. I believe that they've announced that at some point. But yeah, Scarling, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 10 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. I hope you thank Scarling for those gifts as well. And so, when it comes to an actual TCG, from everything that I can see, the instance of VTubers getting involved with TCG stems all the way back as way back as 2021. With an actual HoloLive TCG being formally released in mid-2024. And this wasn't even the only TCG being released, because while HoloLive was perhaps the first group of VTubers to become formally involved with a TCG, the first original VTuber TCG is not actually HoloLive. From what I can see, it might actually be Rift Runners. A VTuber TCG that features VTubers, indie VTubers, small indie VTubers, as well as VTubers from small companies or smaller companies as part of its lineup. As early as April of 2021, the Rift Runners TCG would create its Twitter account, and there it would sit for a while. As early as July 4th of 2023, a Steam community page would be created in order to test Rift Runners, the TCG. Now, the Steam community page has since been deleted. However, if you Google Rift Runners TCG, this entry will still come up as a search result, which is where I got the July 4th, 2023 date from. Fast forward about a year later, March 12th of 2024, this game would formally be released on Steam under Tabletop Simulator, where people could finally start playing the game proper. Oh, the HoloLive TCG site is in English, so which deck are you going to make? Oh, I didn't know that they'd released English versions of the cards, though. Sorry, I might have gotten mixed up between the site being in English and the cards being in English, but yeah. So, in addition, which decks am I going to make? I haven't looked into the HoloLive TCG that much. I've only been looking into it insofar as to gather research for this stream in terms of the earliest VTuber TCGs to come into existence. I might take a look later on, but for now, it's not something that I've looked at yet. 6 days later, on March 18th, 2024, the Rift Runner TCG Twitter would release... Yeah, is that Sayu? Yes, it is. So I think it was announced that Sayu would be joining the lineup for Rift Runners at some point later on this year. Or she might have already done that, but the product is yet to come out. Sorry, give me a second. 6 days later, on March 18, 2024, the Rift Runner TCG's Twitter would put out the following announcement. Quote, "Who wants to be part of the next set of Rift Runners? All VTubers are welcome to submit applications to this email. Nothing too formal, just your channel name and a little about yourself. Note, there is no exclusivity clause that prevents you from being able to apply to other TCGs. Applications open. Are you a VTuber who wants to be immortalized in a trading card game? Let us know. VTubers at riftrunnerstcg.com." And so, presumably, quite a few VTubers would end up reaching out to them. Because, March 20th, only 2 days later, the same account would release the following announcement stating that their launch date had now been set in stone. Launch date trailer. Rift Runners, the VTuber TCG, is finally here. In the Frost and Flame set, there are 173 cards and 38 VTubers. Pre-orders begin in early April, and the launch date is May 1st. Find them at riftrunnerstcg.com and Off-Kai Gen 3. Edited by Call Me Golden. By the way, if you're a VTuber looking for a good editor, I highly recommend Call Me Golden. I actually first came across Call Me Golden's content, his editing work, in, funnily enough, in Maxor's Discord, where he briefly showed up in order to ask Maxor how he did certain edits. The guy is absolutely insane when it comes to the quality and the range of different things that he's able to do in the editing room. So if any of you guys are creators looking for good editors, I highly recommend checking out Call Me Golden's work, because it's peak. Random Guy Who Games, thank you for the 5. Suisei was in Cardfight Vanguard 0 back in 2020, so it goes a tad bit further back. Oh, okay. Damn, I didn't know about that. Thanks for telling me about that. So yeah, it's even older than I thought, from back in 2021. But yeah, on May 3rd of 2024, Rift Runners would announce that it had formally released its website and that everything was ready to go. Quote, "Rift Runners TCG booster boxes have officially launched on riftrunnertcg.com. The box will be shipped out May 15th, but you can order early. There are only 400 boxes currently available. More stock will arrive next month. Also, booster boxes will be sold at Off-Kai Gen 3, and if you went to their website, you could see Rift Runners, the ultimate VTuber trading card game, complete with a set of web pages dedicated to, in order, the homepage, a shop, the VTubers that participated, a card list featuring all the cards that are printed as part of this set, or all the sets that currently exist at that point, a rule book, and a contact page." Now, when it comes to Rift Runners, this was, for all intents and purposes, the first original VTuber TCG from what I could see. But it definitely wasn't going to be the last. Not even Hololive was going to be the last, because around the same time that Rift Runners started putting out updates regarding the development of their TCG, another VTuber TCG would be cropping up at around the same time as well. In February of 2024, a Twitter account would be created dedicated to a VTuber TCG called VCard. Quote, "An autonomous, physical, trading card game for VTubers with no affiliation to energy drinks." And then on March 17th, just 1 day before the Rift Runners TCG Twitter account would put out its very first update, both VCard TCG and Shy Lily would put out tweets simultaneously advertising VCard and introducing both of their audiences to what exactly this was going to be. VCard TCG, quote, coming soon. See what they did there? Collectible V-cards of your favorite VTubers. A fully playable, I want you to remember that phrase, it's going to become important later. A fully playable TCG that is simple enough to learn in 60 seconds, it's a bit of a bold claim, and every round is played for pink slips. Now, I don't exactly know what they're referring to there with the pink slips, but I guess we'll find out. Comment to shoot your shot and be featured alongside Shy Lily Twitch in our first set, VCard Rising Stars. At the same time, Shy Lily would tweet out from her personal account, it's finally happening. I've been creating a playable and collectible. Again, I want you to note that distinction. Playable and collectible VTuber trading card game with the help of gamer subs. It's called VCard. Who wants to be in it? Limited slots available. Let me know in the comments. And for all intents and purposes, these two tweets absolutely blew the fuck up. Because if you looked into the replies, there were plenty of pretty large content creators, especially indies, as well as some members from VCard. If I remember correctly, I think Zentreya popped up as well. Basically saying that this was a really cool idea and that they'd love to be a part of a VTuber TCG. Cottontail VA. They don't call me VCard Assassin for nothing. What is that emoji called again? Lewd emoji? Pink slips is a term from auto drag racing where you win the car of the opponent. Oh, okay. So basically, right from the get-go, they were, as we'll get into in a second, this was a card game that started with a pretty inadvisable mechanic, one that we mentioned earlier on in the stream, but again, we'll get to that in a sec. Isn't a pink slip when you fire somebody? No. Fully playable as opposed to only partially playable? Unfortunately, as we get into the actual mechanics of VCard, it ends up being closer to the latter than the former. But yeah, it is oddly worded, but it ended up being a kind of pertinent to how the game ended up panning out. Scooch-on. Ah, Lily wants my VCard. Moaning emoji. Kiss emoji. Tricky Wee. That's so cool. Me, please. Party emoji. Bow the Whale. OMG, yes please. Cinder, can't wait to play with my V-cards. Demon emoji. Devil emoji, sorry. Fire emoji. Fast forward to September 20th, 2024. VCard would start releasing video teasers, beginning with this one, with the caption, soon, tagging Shy Lily, Cinder, Silver Veil, and Nanolust, and teasing the cards that would later come out featuring these VTubers. On October 15th, only about a month later, they would release a second teaser, Never Go Into Battle Alone, where they would tease what would later on end up becoming the mascot cards. Cards featuring the mascots of the previously mentioned four VTubers. The Orca Pup, the Pyro Pup, the Nano Mono, and the Petal Pals. 7 days later, a week later, on October 22nd, they would post yet another teaser. Need backup? Call in support, where they would be teasing 4 of the upcoming quote-unquote support cards, featuring gender-swapped anime women versions of popular content creators, including, but not limited to, Meat Canyon, Anything for Views, Pay Money Wubby, and Moist Critical. Then, starting from December 14th to December 17th, VCard would start piggybacking off of the VTuber Awards show to release promo cards, free promo cards to people who are willing to interact with their official accounts. 4 p.m. CST 12:14 countdown starts now. VCard, free in association with the VTuber Awards show. Free VCard promo card. It's live now for a limited time. As seen on VTuber Awards, collect your favorite VTubers VCard. And the promo card was a free card of a card that featured Shy Lily and Filian just, pictured together as hosts of the VCard TCG. Oh, Zuli, you got one? I've still yet to get that free card? Oh dear. It does sound like they've had shipping issues, because I know for a fact that that's not the only VCard product that people haven't received yet, despite being locked in months ago. But in any case, between December 13th, 2024 and January 10th of 2025, VCard would then start banging out a series of other teasers, each one introducing one of the set gimmicks of this game, the elemental types of the VTubers in question. Water, fire, platinum, I'm going to call it metal because that's what it is, grass, and electric. And then each of these trailers would also briefly tease the VTubers who are a part of each one as well. In January 17th, 2025, they would release yet another teaser regarding the support cards, drumming up hype by identifying which support cards were inspired by which popular non-VTuber creator. For example, there was a card, Anything for Views was featured on the Exposed card. Cyanide and Happiness received 2 cards, Cyanide Chan and Happiness Chan. Filian was featured or represented through the Snack Cat icon, so it's the Snack Cat card. Flock of Crows featured on Work-Life Balance. Coefficient, who was featured on White Knight. Meat Canyon featured in Butcher's Blade. Moist Critical inspired Doppelganger. Pay Money Wubby depicted in Reaper. I believe this is Smitty, pronounced Smitty, depicted in Double Down. And finally, Tectone depicted in Battle Cry. Now, as to which of these cards and what they look like, what their mechanics are, we'll get to that in a second. But for all intents and purposes, the main takeaway is this, that their marketing at this point heavily stemmed on making sure audiences understood that each card corresponded and could be tied directly to one creator. The marketing for VCard was every bit as dependent, the brand for VCard was every bit as dependent on the individual brands of the creators that were featured in the game. Random Boy, thank you for the 10. Some people got their boxes later than others. I'm honestly surprised I got my box so quickly. I guess I should hope that it would not take too long after paying $100. Yeah, you would hope so, right? Because $100 is a lot of money to be paying for, a TCG. So in any case, it is Flock of Crows. Oh, all lowercase. Okay, my bad. I'll correct that before I upload these slides to the Patreon. About a week later, on January 25th, they will release yet another teaser to drum up engagement on their Twitter, stating, "Comment below which cards you are excited to pull. 5 people will win a Rising Stars First Edition booster box." January 27th, 2 days later, Shy Lily would come out with a personal announcement saying, "It's finally happening. Hosting the first ever official showcase of VCard TCG during my first ever." Oh, Flock of Cows, not Crows. Oh, okay, my bad. I can't believe I misread it. I don't know why it said. I don't know why I said Crows. It must be a weird. I don't know why I read it as Crows. It must be a weird thing that I've been reading it that way for a while as well. So Cows, not Crows. Okay. Don't worry, I'll make sure I correct that before I upload the slides. But in any case, first ever handcam stream. During my first ever handcam stream, exclusive unboxing stream, 1 hour before launch. Go appreciate this video for more information. 1 a.m. PT, 2 p.m. ET, 8 p.m. CET. Use code ORCA to purchase your own. Yeah, that's a lot of marketing. Hope it doesn't flop. Yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? Then, 1 day later, January 28th, the VCard TCG official Twitter account would yet again tweet out, "VCard website is now live. Fire emoji. Check out our official subreddit. Eyeball emoji. Look below for links. Pointing down emoji." And just as promised, the website would indeed be live, and only 3 days later, on January 31st, 2025, VCard would formally announce that their Rising Stars First Edition had just launched. 50 plus creators in game, 50 plus artists bringing the heat, 200 plus cards to collect, fire emoji. Don't miss out. This is just the beginning. And then they link to the Gamer Subs webpage where you can buy V-cards. Now, as a lot of you noted in chat, this is a lot of marketing. However, when it comes to actually marketing a TCG in a way that gets it off the ground, broadly speaking, there are two types of marketing strategy that you can pursue when trying to build up the brand of a new TCG. And you can probably place those two types of marketing on a spectrum of sorts, where on one end of the spectrum, you have what I refer to as inherited brand recognition. Now, TCGs like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh fall into this category, where the TCG, on launch, most of their brand recognition stems from another IP upon which they were based off of. For example, the Pokemon TCG stemmed from the Pokemon anime, which was already extremely successful before the TCG was even released. Same thing goes for Yu-Gi-Oh, which was also based off of a very popular anime series, and as a result, it ended up being, it inherited a lot of its initial boost in visibility from that anime. On the other hand, on the other side of the spectrum, you have what I refer to as constructed brand recognition, where you don't have a pre-existing IP in order to lend your card game relevance, and instead, what you essentially have to do is build from the ground up. This is what Magic did, where instead of inheriting its brand recognition from other IPs or a pre-existing IP, they had to essentially do it all on their own. And, well, to be fair, it has worked, it has paid off, because now cards like Black Lotus, like Ancestral Recall, the Power 9, all of those things, they are very much very visible parts of the TCG trading space, I would say, and they owe that to Magic as a brand. But when Magic was first starting, it was not this notable in terms of the TCG space. Now, part of the reason why Magic was able to pull this off stems from the fact that it emerged during a point in time where there was still a relative newness to the TCG market, especially in the West, where there weren't really a lot of big TCGs to compete with. Now, over the course of the 3 or so decades since Magic was created, the TCG market has become significantly more saturated. Nowadays, if you're trying to break into the TCG market, there is pretty much no way that you're going to be able to get away with constructed brand recognition being the default method of getting your TCG off the ground and into the public eye. Because, well, let's be honest, it's a lot easier to try and break into the TCG market if you already have a pre-existing fan base and a pre-existing popular IP that you can draw on to create your card game. And this is exactly where VTuber TCGs end up falling on the spectrum. Because usually when you try to create a VTuber TCG, you're walking in with pre-established IPs. So as a result, inherited brand recognition is far easier a method to pursue when it comes to gaining brand recognition and marketing your TCG on launch than the opposite, which is constructed brand recognition. As a result, I would put things like HoloLive and VCard way on the lower end of the spectrum towards inherited brand recognition, with Rift Runners only being a slightly more towards the center, because of the fact that even though most of its marketing hinges on the individual brands of the VTubers that are a part of it, it also does try to market itself off of the fact that it is a TCG, right? The very first VTuber TCG, and it has a relatively complex gameplay loop as well on top of that. But nonetheless, it is still skewed towards this side because it relies on the pre-existing IPs of the VTubers that are a part of it in order to appeal to potential buyers. So, if you don't have a good game behind the brand recognition, no one will stick around. We'll get to that in a second, Mad Matter, don't worry. Except for certain people that said, how about you knock it off regarding lewd art? It feels like a lot of Western tubers do so much goon bait. That is true. And again, this is something that we'll get into in a bit. Now, the thing is, when you're relying on inherited brand recognition, especially if you're relying on individual IPs in order to market something. Part of what that means is that, well, it would be logical assumption, but part of what that means is now the brand of your TCG is inherently tied to the individual brands of the creators who are a part of it. And this is where we once again need to go back to a concept that we've talked about in prior streams. The concept of self-branding. Because if you are going to be using influencer marketing to market a product to potential buyers, you are going to have to evaluate how exactly your own personal brand as a creator interacts with that process. So, as I talked about before, basically the process of self-branding is the process of going from being a person or a creator, turning themselves from just being, a normal everyday person into being a persona and or personal brand, right? Going from Shy Lily the person to Shy Lily the VTuber. Now, the reason why people would want to do this, even though it can at times be dehumanizing or self-objectifying, is that, well, it gives you all of the benefits from actual brands, right? All of the reasons why people make brands to sell things to begin with. Turning yourself into a brand makes it easier to sell yourself to both your current audience and your potential audience. And the three main benefits of turning yourself into a personal brand are that it creates desirable mental associations, right? You make people associate you with good things, comfortable things, things that make the audience feel good. Second, it lends color and personality more so than just being a person is capable of doing. And finally, it promises consistency. Your brand is a promise to your audience that they will receive whatever your brand is comprised of. And when you have a strong brand, your audience is more inclined to feel safe in investing their time, their money, and their emotional attachment in you. And as a result, all three of these are reasons why brands crop up in marketing. All three are the exact same reasons as to why people try to turn themselves into brands when they essentially try to build a career for themselves on the internet. Now, the thing is, once you have a persona/personal brand established, influencer marketing is basically the exact same process, where you have a persona or personal brand that gets passed on to, by association, a product that the person is trying to sell. For example, once you have a persona/personal brand, you use a branded endorsement where the aspects of your brand image end up leaking over to whatever product you are trying to sell to an audience. And what that does is it transfers desirable mental associations from your brand to the thing that you're promoting. It lends the thing color and personality, which again is inherited from your brand. And finally, it promises consistency, because if you're the one promoting it, then the expectation is it is going to be reliable in the exact same way in the eyes of your audience as you are, right? So influencer marketing is fundamentally based around trying to impart whatever aspects accompany the way your audience sees you onto whatever it is you are promoting. You tie the two things, your brand and the promoted product, together, right? Because the product has no brand without your intervention. And that is definitely what was going on in this particular case when Shy Lily was promoting VCard as both an owner, a VTuber featured in it, and also a VTuber fan. Now, the second concept that we're going to do a little bit of revision on, just to remind you guys of what it is, because of how relevant it is to this particular discussion of influencer marketing and its limits, especially as exposed by VCard, is semiotics. To remind you guys, semiotics is the study of signs and how they're used to convey meaning. Most signs can be broken down into two main components: the signifier and the signified meanings. The signifier are the visual components, and the signified meanings are what those components correspond with, the meanings that you conjure in your mind when you are exposed to those visual stimuli. For example, take a stop sign. There are two components to a stop sign, two signifiers to a stop sign. First, the word stop. Second, the red color. Each of these visual components corresponds to a specific signified meaning. Stop, obviously, corresponds to, stop, halt your motion, pause, stay in place. And the red corresponds with the signified meaning of danger. When you combine those two things together, you get the signified meanings that we associate with stop signs. Stop, caution, there may be danger. Now, the way that this works is that when it comes to influencer marketing, it's basically just a process of using semiotics. You start off with a product that doesn't have any signified meanings attached. Then you pair it up with an influencer or a signifier that does have meanings attached. Then as the two become more and more associated with one another, what ends up happening is you get that transfer of signified meanings, or what I refer to as semiotic transfer, where the signified meanings go from the signifier, the original signifier, onto the product, and therefore the product itself becomes an entirely new sign. So for example, let's say you have Gargura, right? Core parts of her brand: cute, funny, iconic, unique. Pair that up with a watch that has her branding. The watch also becomes cute, funny, iconic, exclusive as a result of inheriting those signified meanings from the creator promoting it. Now, the reason why this is important is because when you look at the way that VCard was marketed, especially on launch, VCard's reliance on influencer marketing meant that the VCard brand and the Shy Lily brand became inseparable from one another. You could not separate the two even if you tried, because Shy Lily and VCard became synonymous with one another. Shy Lily was the main one promoting it, and she was promoting it using her own brand image. And on top of that, what ended up happening is, if you actually look at the way that VCard was advertised, the premises of the game, the stylistic features of the game, the way that it was made, the way the art was made, etc., you start to realize something. That you start off with VCard as a product, you start off with Shy Lily as the signifier, and when you look at some of the core parts of Shy Lily's brand as a creator, right? She is lewd, she's a gamer, she's a gacha addict, she's a VTuber, and when you look at the way that Shy Lily and VCard were promoting one another, and when you look at the final product that VCard ended up being, you can see that VCard ended up inheriting pretty much all of these aspects, or was made to inherit, with the purposes of inheriting pretty much all of these pillars of the Shy Lily brand. It was also lewd. It was also a game. We'll get to that in a second. It also revolved around gacha mechanics, and it revolved around VTubers. Yeah, wasn't Shy Lily the one who wanted to make the whole TCG to begin with? Yes, and that is the reason why these two brands are as inseparable as they are. In addition to the whole, influencer marketing thing. Now, when it comes to seeing how these pillars of the Shy Lily brand managed to essentially transfer over to the game, it's pretty easy, right? We can start off with the whole lewd thing, right? Look no further. If you want to see how VCard has inherited the lewd parts of the Shy Lily brand, look no further than the fucking name, right? VCard, term colloquially used to refer to one's virginity. All virgins have a metaphorical V-card that they can trade or cash in for sex. The implication, obviously, to kill the joke, is that if you buy and trade V-cards, you get to have sex immediately. Also, on top of that, you have the VCard booster packs, right? Shy Lily art, Nanolus art, Cinder art, Cottontail VA art, and Silver Veil art. And when I describe this as being a lewd game, look no further than the art that they chose to use to market their own game on launch. Because they came from, interestingly enough, they all came from, grade 10 cards with the exception of Silver Veil, which came from a 9 card for whatever reason. But look at all of these artworks, right? Pure sex in all of them. Shy Lily, Wet T-shirt, Nanolus, basically, you know, there's not really a lot left to the imagination there. Wearing ribbons for all intents and purposes. Cinder with the classic, Cinder is, let's just say we all know exactly where your eyes are going to be landing when you look at that picture. Cottontail with the chain wedged between her breasts, leading down off of a collar that's on her neck, and Silverveil, who for whatever reason is posed in that manner, basically just holding her own tit in hand. Again, I don't think I need to explain why this is relatively lewd. I think this is pretty cut and dry. So for that reason, the whole lewd and VTuber aspects of Shy Lily's brand very evidently from a part of VCard's core branding right from the get-go. However, that then leaves the gamer and gacha addict components of the Shy Lily brand. And when it comes to gacha addict, that is also pretty self-evident. I mean, look no further than the products that they were offering on launch and the way that they were promoted on launch. For example, all of the products are booster boxes, right? VCard Booster Box Rising Stars Unlimited, $90. VCard Booster Box Master Case Rising Stars 12 Booster Boxes Unlimited, $1,030. Both booster boxes, though. Both cards that you have to pull out of packs. Random chance. And same thing with Shy Lily's promotion stream. The promotional stream was not a gameplay stream, it was an unboxing stream. First ever Shy Lily handcam stream. And when you look at the way that the VTubers involved in this project were promoting it, you saw the same pattern. It was all unboxing. It was all asking your viewers to send them their pulls. Numi, let's go. I hope all of you can grab the swag Numi cards. Ah, this is so hype. Use code Numi. Yippee. Cinder, VCard, the Gamer Subs VTuber TCG is available now. Use code Cinder for 10% off. Good luck on your collecting. Cottontail VA, use code FluffyTail, and please let me know if you get one of my cards. All of these messages overlap in terms of what they're talking about. I hope you get my card. I hope you pull my card. Good luck on collecting. Good luck on collecting cards. Good luck on getting my card. Please let me know if you pull my card. And, as is usually the case in matters like this, whenever you have creators putting out a message, their audiences will comply, their audiences will reciprocate. Because when you look at people talking about the way that they're interacting with this game, especially right after launch, they all fall under they all follow the exact same themes, the exact same patterns. Poseidon from Mythos, I cannot believe I pulled a test card from VCard TCG. Grimmy VT, at 7 PM we're going to be opening a crud ton of VCard packs and then talking SCPs that we saw in SCP Fragmented Minds. Then the entire site might be considered an SCP. Cha-Cha, your V-Mom. My favorite pulls from VCard are Fifi and 2 cottons for each booba. Let's fucking go! Code Cha-Cha on GamerSubs for a discount on your own packs. And Smuggalana, my first holo card I got with VTuber TCG is the Queen herself. Let's go. All pulls, all unboxings, all unpackings, all handcam streams, but not a single gameplay stream. And so, by the time you look at all of the marketing that went into promoting VCard at launch, what you realize is that pretty much all pillars of the Shy Lily brand have been conveyed, except for one. Gamer. See, on the surface, VCard as a TCG already satisfies that criteria, right? Trading card game. But the thing is, when you look at its marketing, the gameplay pretty much didn't factor into it at all. It was all about collecting. It was all about pulling your favorite cards, showing off which cards you got, telling the VTubers featured in the game if you were capable of pulling their card from a pack. And this is where we get into some of the risks that accompany creating merchandise. Because what happens when you release a game as merchandise, which relies on your brand, is tied to your brand, but doesn't actually follow through on the premise of the merchandise? What happens when you release a TCG, a trading card game, and you fail to market it on the basis of its gameplay? Now, when it comes to what I mean by risks that accompany making merchandise, one thing I want you guys to understand is that when it comes to creating merch, right, there are two inherent risks that accompany the actual decision to make merchandise in the first place. And broadly speaking, those two risks can be boiled down as the following. First, all merchandise carries the inherent risk of eroding the co-creative aspect of a creator's personal brand, especially if the merchandise is being poorly made. Now, what I mean by the co-creative aspect of a creator's personal brand, we'll get to that in a second. However, the second risk is that if you create merchandise that exists within a pre-existing niche, right? For example, if you try to break into the TCG niche, TCG hobby, TCG industry, doing that may invite forms of community participation by opening yourself up to attention, scrutiny, participation, criticism from people from that particular niche, right? That may be personally offensive, but is a commercial necessity. Now, to get into what I mean by the first one, about co-creative brands. Essentially, when you're a content creator, every single content creator's brand is basically a collaborative project between them and their audience. It is co-creative in the sense that their brands have to be constructed based off of community input, a dynamic, an interplay, a dialogue that emerges between the creator and their audience. And it happens according to these co-created brands, these co-created personal brands for these content creators end up unfolding, building themselves up over the course of a 4-step process. In step 1, a suggestion is made by either the creator or community, and something that they do that may or may not resonate with the other. An example of this could be the whole Bowberry thing, where the way that it started off was essentially Bao deciding to browse her own Rule 34 and coming across quite a good deal of inflation art, and presumably made by a member of her community. That was the suggestion, and at the time, Bao thought that this suggestion was actually quite funny. Which brings us to the next stage, where the suggestion is iterated on by the creator and community. This is where all the shit posting happens, where some combination of the creator and community start taking that thing and then working and reworking it to reinterpret it in different ways, make jokes out of it, make parodies of it, etc., etc. When Bao brought her audience's attention to the Bowberry, what ended up happening was, I believe it was one of her editors called Zach. One of her editors took that meme and remixed it into a California Girls remake, except it was Bowlifornia Girls, with each Bowberry representing a different fruit by being colored differently. In addition to that, you had people like what's this guy's name again? I couldn't Jin Mitsui, who actually pretty prolific memester from Bao's community, basically shitposting about the Bowberry. And over the course, as more and more memes, more and more edits racked up between, Bao and her audience, what ended up happening was this became an easier and easier thing for Bao to accept into her brand image. It became more and more of a popular in-joke among her community, which then ends up culminating in the suggestion being outright accepted by both the creator and the community, which is, pretty obvious case of this canon event being that being Bao going on stage and then performing a rendition of California Girls for her audience. I don't think I need to explain why that's a pretty obvious signal that this is an acceptable thing in her community now, that this was an acceptable part of her brand, and that then brings us to the final stage. The suggestion is not just accepted by the creator, not just accepted by the community, but it is essentially integrated into the brand itself. It is absorbed into the brand. And, well, we can see that because in 2024, Bao came out with a Gamer Subs Baoberry flavor. So this is something that both she and her community have well and truly embraced at this particular point in time. The thing is, right, when it comes to creating brands like this, different things that you can do in the process of content creation can be located on one of two different extremes when it comes to how co-creative they are. If they are very co-creative, there tends to be more communal creative input. If they are less co-creative, there is less communal creative input. When it comes to things that are more co-creative, you have things like live streams where, for example, in this particular case, you and I are, for all intents and purposes, interacting in real time, right? The feedback from you guys is instant. When you type in chat, I can read what you guys are saying. I can pay attention to what you guys are saying, and I can pivot how I'm explaining something, for example, accordingly. I can respond to what you are saying in chat. And for all intents and purposes, as a result of that, live streams are intensely co-creative forms of media. You also, on not too far up off that side of the spectrum, you have memes and in-jokes, which are equally cooperative in terms of how they are created, right? You don't have an in-joke. Read this, thanks, Armchair. No problem, Sumo. When you can't have an in-joke without a community to share that with. And as a result, both the community members and the creator end up relying on one another in order for community memes and in-jokes in order to actually be possible. Same thing goes for fan art, although it's slightly less so compared to memes and live streams. Because at least when it comes to fan art, yes, there is some sort of interplay. Yes, the audience needs to find something that's worth making art of. The creator needs to respond to and or promote that fan art. But at the same time, it's not an instant process. There is still a selective feedback loop where the creator chooses what they want to promote and reward with attention, and the fans choose what they want to promote and reward with fan art, right? It's not completely 100% co-creative, instantaneously involved, simultaneously involved, etc., etc. On the less cooperative side of the content creation spectrum, you have things like edited content, where there is still a degree of co-creation going on there, because after all, if you make content, you probably need to make it with your audience in mind, but they don't actually have that much input when you're making that content itself. You might think about feedback that was left on your previous instance of edited content, but for all intents and purposes, while you're in the process of editing, that is something that you do by yourself. Yeah, Carlos, a good example of a co-creative aspect of a personal brand would be the Subaru duck thing or the Rima horse thing. Funnily enough, Rima and the horse thing was the first example that I used when I explained this for the first time on stream. When we go up the spectrum towards even less co-creative things that could become a part of your creative brand, we have things like brand pivots, where again, even though you're pivoting presumably because there is another audience in mind that you would rather cater to, there is still a high degree of separation between how the creator handles that pivot, how they go about executing that pivot, versus the audience around them, right? For most part, the audience is completely separate and divorced from the whole process of rebranding or pivoting your brand. And then finally, on the upper end of that spectrum, you have merchandise. And the reason why I put merchandise all the way over here is that even though you are making it for a market, when you're making merch, your audience has pretty much zero input on the actual process of creating, designing, and manufacturing it. Yes, there are going to be some cases where a creator tries to open up the design process to their audience, but even when that happens, it is usually extremely limited. So what essentially ends up going on is when you, as a creator, try to make merch, what you end up doing is breaking away from the usual co-creative aspect of your personal brand. You depart from your audience, you separate yourself from your audience, go off into the distance, make your merch or do whatever, design it, find a manufacturer, quality control it, etc., and then you come back to your audience now complete with a product in hand. Now, the reason why that is a risk is because when you make that product, when you show up in front of your audience after that product has been made, you shoulder sole responsibility for how that product has been made. You shoulder full responsibility for the quality of that product. And as a result, this is one of the few areas in the co-creative aspect of your personal brand where there could essentially emerge a rift between you and your audience. Because compared to things like your average everyday live stream content, where you have a perfect insight into how your audience expresses themselves, thinks, responds to you, etc., because you see what they're typing, you can respond to them instantly. They have absolute input in how, you and they have an absolute dialogue in how you interact with one another. Merchandise, you don't have that. You made that merch, not them. And as a result, when you come back with that merch, if that merch is bad, you will have a degree of separation from your audience that is going to make it considerably more difficult for them to identify with and therefore exonerate you from your failure. This is the inherent risk that accompanies all merchandise. This is exactly the risk that VCard was facing when Shy Lily emerged as the one who both pushed for its existence and promoted it in the first place. And now, this is where we get into one of the core principles about merchandise that some people may disagree with this, and this is my personal opinion. I want to make that very clear, right? This is not something that's necessarily backed by study or other people with more experience in the merch manufacturing business or necessarily other creators or anything like that. This is my personal opinion. But from my perspective, from what I have seen in terms of various different merch runs that various different creators, companies have tried to release and how they have gone depending on their level of quality. From my perspective and in my opinion, there is no such thing as truly neutral merchandise. Or to phrase it in a more precise manner, there is no such thing as merchandise that has a net neutral effect on your brand. Because what will end up happening is if merchandise does not strengthen your brand, it will, by default, dilute it. If you release generic merch, what ends up happening is you become known for generic merch. If you release bad merch, your brand will end up taking a hit. The only time that merchandise can actually benefit your brand is if that is good merchandise. If it is merchandise that adds value to your supporter's life in some way. However, if it's not doing that, it's basically just cluttering what you are associated with. Because if it is generic, it lacks an identity. And if you sell something that lacks an identity, well, you're basically just selling fodder. And if you sell something that's bad, that's even worse for all the reasons that I just explained a few seconds ago. And so, when it comes to merchandise, this is why releasing generic or bad merch is usually not a great thing for your brand. It can be good financially, because even if merch is generic, that doesn't mean people don't want it, right? Especially if you don't have any merch to begin with. Maybe your most ardent supporters would be willing to buy merch even if it is a bit more generic, just because they want to support you as a creator. And that's perfectly fine. But the thing is, if you make that merch badly, there is less of a barrier stopping audiences from perceiving that merch as being purely cynical. Because if you release generic merch... Sorry, give me a second. I just realized I haven't drunk any water since stream began. Give me a second to remedy that. If you have anything to drink on hand, I recommend taking a bit of a hydration break as well. Robin Tier, when's the gaming chair merch drop? Maybe when I become bigger. Maybe when I grow my channel a bit more. I would love to be able to, at some point in the future, do like some sort of chair-related merchandising deal. I feel like that would be hilarious. But in any case, yeah, a lot of people are talking about how Funko Pops are disgusting and how people hate Funko Pops specifically for that, precisely because of that reason, right? Because they're ugly and generic. And again, that is why Funko Pops are so universally hated, because they are the definition of watering down a brand. There is nothing distinctive about a Funko Pop. The pure, unadulterated genericness of the product completely negates any sort of character, color, or uniqueness that the IP that is currently getting a Funko Pop made of them had previously. And that is why Funko Pops are such a cynical and gross product. And that's what I mean when I say that merchandise that does not strengthen your brand will dilute it. Because if you end up putting out generic merchandise, the only benefit it gives you is not metaphorical, it's not in terms of your branding, it's not in terms of your distinctiveness, it's not anything emotional, it is purely cynical. The only thing you stand to gain from releasing generic merch is money, which isn't a problem on its own. But if your merch goes sideways, if problems emerge from that merchandise, yet again, that means one less barrier in the way of people viewing the entire affair as purely cynical and nothing else. As I've always said, Funko Pops are the botched abortion of the figure world. Yeah, I couldn't think of a better way of putting it myself, to be honest. But how does this apply to VCard? Well, the problems start emerging when you went to look at their website. Well, when you start... Well, where do I begin? The problems start with VCard when you start looking at their website. Even when you start looking at something as simple and integral to something like this as the products that they have on offer. Right? It started January 30th. Before VCard even launched, right, the day before it formally launched, the TCG's official Twitter account would post the following announcement. Quote, "We have identified typos in our VCard Rising Stars First Edition boxes. These heights are corrected on some versions and will be corrected on all future. Lord Aethelstan, Nyanners, Yoklesh, Sky Above Me, Koki, Nanolus, and Dokibird, all of those VTubers had the wrong heights listed on their cards." Now, the reason why this is a problem is because all of the marketing revolved around collecting things. And you would think that if you are some sort of hardcore fan collecting things, you'd want these cards to have the correct details of your favorite creators printed on them. So already it's a little embarrassing that the day before the product releases, even the collecting portion of the card game wasn't up to par. But then we get to the actual products that are sold, and products that are offered on the website itself. When you look at the products being offered here, what is something that you notice about this product page? I'll give you a clue. These are the product pages for the Hololive TCG and Rift Runners, respectively. Now try comparing that with VCard. What is one of the interesting differences between VCard on launch and Rift Runners / Hololive on launch? All sold out? Not quite. Yes, that is a pretty significant difference, which probably speaks to some sort of supply. They probably underestimated the demand for the supply, which probably didn't help the scalping problem. But there's something else. It's really bland? Not really. Half of it is binders. To be fair, they sell accessories as well. Don't get any preview of the cards inside. Oh no, they did have a card gallery on the website, so you could look that up anytime you wanted. There we go. Hold on. Who said that? Let me find out where you are in chat. Pongo, yes. Pongo and Smickles, exactly. No starter decks. This is a TCG that is launching with no pre-constructed starter decks to give people an idea of how you actually play the game. And as a result, it's no surprise that all of the initial promotion surrounding this card game revolved purely around collecting and not playing the game, because they didn't even sell pre-constructed decks that people could use as a template to learn how to play the game. They just sold booster boxes. And the thing is, if you look at both the Hololive TCG and Rift Runners, when they released, the first line of offerings contained pre-constructed decks so that people who bought their products could get a head start on learning how the games actually worked. And so, this was one of many signs that tipped people off to the idea that maybe this was a game that was being released without too much of a focus on gameplay, despite its claims otherwise. And on top of that, it would get even clearer evidence of this fact on January 30th, because this was a website that went up, I think, less than a week prior to the launch date, if the Internet Archives are accurate. And the thing is, this is how the website launched the day before VCard was supposed to go live. What do you guys notice about this webpage? They failed at the get-go? Yeah, kind of. As an MTG player, no starter deck, what the fuck? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You would think that if you are creating a TCG, one of the most basic kinds of products you can release are starter decks or pre-constructeds. That's how the website looks? Yes. Exactly. Veka-san. Where the fuck is the rules section? And to make this even worse, if you scroll down on the homepage, and again, this is how the website released on January 30th, the day before launch, they have an entire portion of the homepage that says strategic gameplay. Harness dynamic power levels and unleash thrilling abilities to outsmart and outplay your opponents in this fast-paced game of strategy and skill. Every move counts when claiming victory in the ultimate test of wits and reflexes. Strategy, strategic, and no explanation of the rules at the same time. What the fuck is going on there? Because both Rift Runners and Hololive, both card games that had their websites and their games launched before VCard did, they both had rule books and rule Q&As in their websites right next to their product sections. They had sections dedicated to explaining to beginners and to prospective new buyers how to play their trading card game. Now, thankfully, as of launch date, the website was fixed to include a Learn to Play section. But it is a little worrying if you don't have an explanation of how your trading card game plays right up until launch day. And that's not even getting into the actual problems that accompany the actual rules themselves. Because on launch day, this is what the opening of those rules, the beginning, the upper section of those rules, looked like. Explore the VCard Game Guide. Game objective. The goal of VCard is to be the first player to score 5 points by winning rounds in a 1v1 card battle. Winning a round also adds your opponent's played cards to a prize pool. The winner of the game claims the entire prize pool. Yeah, they got ante. They don't just have ante. Ante is a core mechanic to their game. Let me reiterate. Ante. A mechanic that card games, more established TCGs, have abandoned and avoided for decades. What's 7 plus 25? 32 years on since the printing and banning of Contract from Below by Magic the Gathering, one of the biggest and oldest TCGs in the game. In the industry. And VCard is coming in hot, trying to bring it back. Now, I will admit it is quite funny that the VTuber card game features antes as one of the least popular mechanics as a part of the way it works. But this was one of many things that indicated to people looking on, especially people who are more experienced with playing or making TCGs, that this was not a game, not a piece of merchandise made by a company who knew what they were doing. Now, thankfully, almost immediately after its release, due to backlash from players who actually tried to read the rules and tried to play the game, this was changed so that now the ante mechanic is still there. It's just, it's just an optional part of the game. However, that wasn't the only thing that was a little strange that happened on launch day in terms of, unclear rule explanations, because you could then scroll down and read through the listed card types. Now, essentially, in order to understand all the critiques that I and many others have leveled against VCard, we're going to need a brief rundown of what the base mechanics of the game actually are. How do you play the game? How do you win the game? How do you lose the game? And it starts off by looking at the different card types associated with VCards. Now, the first type of card are power level cards. This is, for some reason, what VCard has chosen to call its VTuber cards. Power level, and the power level cards are split up into 3 different types: power level 8, power level 9, power level 10. Power level 8 cards are cards that feature that come with unique abilities that offer small strategic advantages. Power level 9 cards have the same art as power level 8 cards but have a higher power level, albeit at the cost of sacrificing that unique ability. Power 10 cards have 2 higher of a power level, different art, is more rare, which means that it's probably designed for collectors, and doesn't have unique abilities. Now, you may notice something. When power level 8 cards are stipulated in the rules to have unique abilities that offer small strategic advantages, it doesn't stipulate whether those advantages are designed to be a one-time effect. And essentially, on the day of launch, VCard had to come out with an errata at the end of the webpage, at the bottom of the webpage. Basically, for those who aren't familiar with the term, errata is basically a correction that you are issuing stating that the text on a card is either unclear or incorrect. And on day one, VCard had to come up with an errata specifying that all cards with talents, basically the unique abilities, and again, that is a connection that people had to make on their own because that term is not actually used in the rules themselves. Cards with talents can only use their ability once during the round that they are played, unless an effect states otherwise. For context, there is no effect that states otherwise. It's just that. So the bit in brackets is completely redundant. But on top of that, not only did they introduce a new term in the errata that wasn't there in the rules themselves, but the rules themselves are extremely unclear and they needed a day one errata. For context, a day one errata for a printed card game is the equivalent of a day one patch for a live service game. Now, we get to the actual card types and breaking down the different components. So, essentially what ends up going on is, like we said before, there are 3 types of power level cards. Power level 8, power level 9, power level 10. 8 and 9, same card art, but power level 9 has 1 higher of a power level at the cost of losing the ability. Power level 10 has 2 higher power level than the 8 at the cost of losing the ability, but also has alternate art in addition to being more rare. These are probably one of the chase cards, right? You probably want this if you're a collector and you just want alternate arts. In addition, although both Power Level 9 and Power Level 10 feature quotes from the creators being featured, they are different quotes depending on each one. Each card comes with an elemental type affiliation. For example, Shy Lily is a water card. Each elemental affiliation comes with a specific strength, a type that they are powerful against versus a weakness, which they are, as the name would imply, vulnerable to. Water beats fire, but is weak to electric. Pokemon rules, basically. Random Boy, thank you for the 5. I'm convinced they focused on marketing and were getting VTubers, then realized they were making a trading card game in the last moment. Oh no, that's absolutely what happened. And we will see more evidence of this in addition to people... well, at some point, Shy Lily outright says that, but even if she didn't, there was plenty of evidence to suggest that this was the case. So, essentially, these are, on paper, the bread and butter of this game, right? You play your power level cards, and you compare them with your opponents. Whoever has the higher power level ends up winning the entire thing. But this isn't the only kind of card available. No, there are 2 others that are worth noting. Mascot cards and support cards. Mascot cards are basically the mascots of the individual VTubers that give boosts to the power level of their respective VTubers. All support cards, when you play them, will give your VTuber +1 to their power level. For example, a Shy Lily power level 8 that has a mascot attached to it, regardless of what the mascot is, will receive at least +1 to the power level. So once you play it, it goes from being an 8 power level to being a 9 power level. However, they have additional bonuses based on whether the type of the mascot matches the type of the VTuber in question, and also if the mascot is the unique mascot of the VTuber in question. For example, Orca Pup is a water-type support card that is the unique mascot of a Shy Lily VTuber, of Shy Lily as a VTuber, I should say. As a result, if you have a Shy Lily card in play, Orca Pup would give it an entire... Well, again, it's a little unclear because it says +1 power level to your power level card, +2 if your if your power level card is a water type, and +3 if your power level card is a Shy Lily VTuber. Now, the rules do not clarify, and the card does not clarify if these bonuses stack. So from day one, all people had to go off of were the cards themselves, which means that assuming that this is a cumulative bonus, if people are claiming as if this is playing as if this is a cumulative bonus, this is a support card that gives +1 if you just have a power level card in play, but it doesn't match the type and it doesn't match the specific mascot. It gives +3 if the VTuber's type matches the mascot's type, but it's not a Shy Lily VTuber, and it gives a whopping +6 if it is a Shy Lily VTuber. Now, later on, we will receive clarification from Shy Lily herself, not from the rules, mind you, but from Shy Lily herself, that it's not supposed to be cumulative, it's just supposed to be an if-or scenario. So the way it's supposed to work is +1 if you just have a generic VTuber that doesn't match type, +2 if you match type but it's not Shy Lily, and then +3 if it's Shy Lily, right? On top of that, you also have support cards. Cards that have some sort of single time or lasting effect once you play them. They can target either your opponent and hinder them, or they can boost your own power level card. For example, Harpoon, -3 power level to any Shy Lily card. It can be your own, if for whatever reason you want to target your own. It can be the opponent's. But this is basically how it works. And the explanation given on your on the website itself was, quote, mascot cards boost your power level by 1 no matter the element. These effects can be improved by matching elements or specific VTubers. Again, the wording on that is extraordinarily vague. What the fuck do you mean by can be improved? Does it mean cumulatively? Does it mean if or? Because there's no indication on the website, anywhere on the website, which one it is. And it makes a massive difference depending on whether your maximum is +3 or +6. So there's that. On top of that, they also contain an additional clause. Mascot cards negate your opponent's mascots through elemental interactions. If your mascot card's element is strong against your opponent's mascot card, your mascot card cancels out their mascot, negating the effect and removing it from play. If the mascot in play is strong versus more than one of your opponent's mascots, you can only choose one to destroy. What that essentially means is not only do your mascots add boosts to your power level to your VTuber card that you have in play, your power level card, but they can act as kill spells or kill cards for your opponent's mascots if they are weak in terms of the type chart. So, again, as we'll get into later on in this stream, there are a few funny ways that you could potentially use that when you're deck building and when you're coming up with a strategy. This is what according to the website, what the playing field, the battlefield of your VCard game looks like. You have a section for your deck, you have your discard pile, you have your mascot and support card section, you have your power level card, and you have your prize pool. Now, for all intents and purposes, we can ignore the prize pool since they've ruled that as an optional part of the game now. But essentially what happens is, although the website, the rules don't actually specify this, your support and mascot cards are supposed to be permanent effects, which means that once you play them, they are supposed to stay on the board. What that means is even though the support cards may sound like they have a one-time effect that is a one and done, once you play them, you don't move from playing them to immediately putting them into the discard pile. Instead, what you end up doing is you play them, and then they stay on the board as part of your support and mascot section, while your power level card stays here and your deck stays here. The reason why that is important is because if your support cards are not a one and done effect that then gets put into your discard pile, if they in fact remain on board in this section specifically dedicated to them, that means they remain interactable. Again, this will be a lot more important later. Now, just like with Pokemon, VCard has a little bit of an elemental type chart thing going, where they have 5 different types and they interact with one another in the following ways. Water beats fire, fire beats grass, grass beats electric, electric beats metal, and metal beats water. Don't ask me why metal beats water. That doesn't make an awful... Oh, no, sorry, I reversed these two. I'm stupid. It's supposed to be grass beats metal, metal beats electric, and then electric beats water. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. Don't ask me why grass beats metal, but that's just how it works. So you have that type element chart. The thing is, that is a single one-way thing. It doesn't change. Every water element, every water type card is going to be weak to electric. That is set in stone. That is uniform across the board. There is no variation there. Each type only has one weakness and one strength, and that is consistent across all cards of that type. There is no deviation. Now, the way that elemental interaction works, though, Actually, hold on. Let me read out the super chat. Oh, Lucifer, thank you for the Lucifer 8K. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 5. Congrats on your first ever super chat, by the way, on this channel. MTG, One Piece player, and anime collector here. This stinks of improvised. Same illustration, if different card. I'll buy the Holo TCG only to collect. Exactly. And again, we'll get to those criticisms in a bit. So, the way that these elemental type advantages actually take place in the game is, one, we've already been through how mascots who are strong against a mascot of a type that is weak to them can act as kill spells. But on top of that, the way that it works in terms of the gameplay when it comes to comparing the power level cards themselves is if your power level card is of an elemental type that your opponent is weak to, your power level card gets a permanent +2 boost throughout that round to their power level. So, for example, a power level 8 Shy Lily card, when matched up against a power level 10 Cinder card, receives a +2 boost to the power level because water beats fire. As a result, the Shy Lily card functionally is a power level 10 right out of the gate, despite the fact that it started off 2 power levels lower. Pretty self-explanatory, pretty simple stuff. Where it gets interesting, though, is, like I said, the way that mascots interact with the elemental chart, because they are extremely magnitudes more impactful in terms of how they interact. Because, like I said, they can cause your opponent to send their mascots to the discard pile, meaning that their power level card, their VTuber, no longer gets the benefits of that mascot, in addition to granting your VTuber full benefits, potentially full benefits, of their mascot, which can create a massive swing in terms of who has the advantage in power level. Because in the course of one turn, your opponent's Cinder, equipped with their power level, with their matching mascot, can go from beating you 13-10 to swinging around completely to you now dominating them 13-10, which is, again, pretty massive shift. Can pretty much give your players whiplash, right? In terms of actual gameplay. Now, deck construction. In the section right after their elemental type chart explanation, the rules section of the website contains a little clause about the deck construction rules. According to the VCard rules, there is a maximum limit of 4 of the same card in any given deck. Constructed cards must contain a minimum of 50 cards. There is no maximum. Now, 2 things. 1, any experienced TCG player knows that if you want your cards to be physically printed, if you want them to be played physically, this phrase, "there is no maximum," should be avoided like the plague, because we have had instances in the past of extremely cheeky TCG players showing up to events with decks that number not into the hundreds, but to the fucking thousands, just to prove a point about how awful this rule is. For example, that infamous anecdote of a Yu-Gi-Oh fan entering a tournament with a 2,000 card deck and an entourage to help him shuffle it. This actually happened, by the way, and this person was politely asked to leave the tournament before Yu-Gi-Oh themselves decided that this was a disastrous enough precedent to change the rules so that they now had a maximum deck size. And again, Yu-Gi-Oh is a card game that is 23 years old. These are lessons that have been learned by your predecessors. There is zero reason for you not to have learned them yourself if you have indeed done any modicum of market research. I find so far this review of VCard's traits equally as frustrating as I find it when these little shitter corpos come into VTubing evidently having done zero research on what the EN VTubing scene is like, and they expect to be able to port over Japanese work customs one-to-one with absolutely no pushback whatsoever. This is the same thing. Your predecessors have spent thousands of dollars, hours, and controversies learning lessons about how to make a TCG and how not to run your TCG. Why have you not learned these same lessons? Why do you have to learn them yourself face first? And on top of that, there's also a little bit of an oddity, which isn't that major, but it is a little grating on me personally, where despite the fact that the maximum limit of the number of cards that you can have in a deck is 4, in other words, if you want to run an entire playset of cards, each playset is 4 cards, and yet at the same time, the minimum number of cards is not a multiple of 4. The minimum is 50, which means that if you want to have only enough cards to hit the bare minimum, you need to run cards without running a full playset of them, because, well, 50 is 2 less than 52, which is the closest multiple of 4 that goes above it. And so, it is, in my opinion, a little bit of an awkward construction of things. If you want to have a nice round number of cards, right, a multiple of 10, but that multiple is not cleanly divisible by the number of cards in a single playset of cards. So, again, it seems kind of arbitrary. On top of that, then we get into the game phase and objectives section of the rules, where they state this is how gameplay works, this is how you win or lose. And again, I have things to say about these, but we'll leave it until later. To start with, the setup phase. Players set up their play area and decks are shuffled. Each player draws a hand of 7 cards, consisting of power level, mascot, and support cards. And then they have a mulligan option. Now, for those who aren't familiar with the term, mulligan is basically what happens when you start off with a starting hand that doesn't actually allow you to play the game. So instead, you shuffle that hand back into your deck and you try to draw a new hand of cards, usually at the cost of some sort of penalty. That penalty commonly is that you start off your new starting hand after a mulligan has 1 less card for every time you've mulliganed. In this particular case, though, the penalty is considerably more weighty. According to VCard, according to their mulligan options, if you do not draw a power level card in your initial hand, you may mulligan, shuffle your opening hand into your deck and redraw, drawing back up to 6 cards, so 1 less than the starting hand of 7. If you still do not have a power level card after the mulligan, you lose the round. In other words, if you get lucky, you mulligan once, you get lucky again, go fuck yourself. You've just lost the round. As far as penalties go, that's pretty severe, and that doesn't exactly feel great to play. Especially since 2 mulligans is very many times not quite enough to guarantee you're not going to brick. Also, on top of that, it is a little odd that you need 1 power level card in your opening hand, and yet your power level cards are just cards in your deck that you draw randomly just like any other. It's not these cards that you have on the side and you pick one at your own discretion once the game starts. No, they start as a portion of your deck, which means that the ability to draw them as part of your starting hand is purely down to random chance. And if you don't get one twice in a row, well, fuck you. You've just lost the round. Then we get on to the maintenance phase. At the beginning of each round of the initial round, both players draw to maintain at least 5 cards in hand before the power and draw phase. Now, essentially, what this has just said is that 7 card starting hand thing, that only applies to the first round you play. And you have to play enough rounds for one person to reach 5 points, right? Or 5 rounds won. Which means that a complete game of VCard is at minimum 5 rounds. And every round after your first, you draw a starting hand of 5 instead of 7. Now, why is that reduced? I have no clue. But at the same time, what does that do to your mulligan? Does that mean you're no longer allowed to mulligan after your first turn? Because it doesn't say anything about that. It says you draw back up to 6. But it doesn't make a stipulation as to whether it's different once you are no longer in the first round of a game. So, does that mean that if you start off the second round of a V-card game with only 5 cards, you choose to mulligan? Does that mean you mulligan up to 6, which is 1 more than your starting hand that you wanted to get rid of? Doesn't make a lot of sense. So a lot of players from what I've seen, who have tried to play this game seriously end up adjusting the rules on their own independently of what is stated in the rules themselves, so that now if you are in the second or third or fourth round of V-Card, instead of mulliganing and drawing 6 cards after the first round, you mulligan instead and draw 1 less, so 4 cards, which again, you have a lesser chance of being able to draw a power level card as part of your starting hand, because it's still just as random as it is. You now just have to put up with having 1 less card to hopefully get it out of your deck. So already what we're starting to see is that the mechanics of V-Card add up to a sort of lose more scenario, where the more unlucky you get, the harder it is for you to recover from it. And that doesn't exactly make for stellar gameplay or stellar gameplay feel for players. It makes you feel pretty awful pretty quickly. And as a result, well, it doesn't exactly get to be very fun to play. Also, if your deck has no more cards available to draw, you must continue with the cards you have in hand until the game is over. Basically, the implication of that is if you eventually get to the point where you have a hand, but you have no more cards to mulligan, you basically just have to make do, in which case, usually, if you're mulliganing because you don't have a power level card, you just lose the round by default. Bit of a long way of getting that across, but it is what it is. And then, well, thankfully, they have a stipulation of... then they get into the whole actual phases of a turn, right? How do you actually play the game? Starting with a power phase, where you decide who goes first. Selection step. Both players secretly choose a power level card from their hand and place it face down. Reveal step. Simultaneously reveal the selected power level card. Initial result. Compare the elements and power levels of the revealed PL cards. The leader is determined by who is ahead in power level. The losing player will have the first turn. If there's a draw, the turn may be decided between players themselves by rock, paper, scissors, or a coin flip. Now that's really complicated, but mostly, to be completely honest, I'm just confused as to why the player who is ahead, why the losing player goes first. Because this is not a game where you're capable of interacting with the other person. Meaning that, well, if they play a card, you don't have the option of interacting with them anyway, so there's no reason to give the losing player a head start so that they at least have some option when the player who goes first ends up playing something. Right? Unlike with Magic, where the player who loses the coin flip gets to compensate by drawing a card off the top of their deck as part of their starting hand, whereas the player who goes first does not get to do that. Or even in a game like Hearthstone, where you start off with a temporary extra mana resource compared to the player who goes first if you're going second. And as we'll see later on, getting the losing player to go first will end up making them lose even harder, but again, we'll get to that in a second. Second, you have the draw phase, where players draw 1 card at the beginning of their first turn. But this is very important. That is the only card you get to draw per turn, unless you play a card that does otherwise. Meaning that, unless you have a card that explicitly tells you to draw more cards, every round you only have access to 6 cards. Now, usually, that wouldn't be too much of a problem, because maybe you just want quick games. The problem is how that ends up interacting with the next thing that is listed as part of the turn phase in the rules, which is, quote, during the battle phase, players must play at least 1 card, or the round is lost. Players can play 1 mascot and 1 support card a turn, 2 cards in total, unless an effect states otherwise. Before they pass the turn to an opponent, players alternate turns playing cards until one player has no more cards to play, or if one player is ahead in power level for more than 2 of their own turns. Now, few things. First, you may notice they said that there are 2 lose conditions here. One, if you have no playable cards in hand. 2, if you don't have, if your opponent has a higher power level than you for 2 of their own turns, whatever that means. Now, you may notice that when they specify 2 of your own turns, they don't specify what that means. Does that mean 2 of your own turns at the end of your turn, or 2 of your own turns at the beginning of your turn? At the beginning of your own turns makes more sense, because no shit, you're probably going to have a higher power level at the end of your own turn, since that's when you get to play cards, right? Surely, if your opponent is not able to match your power level for 2 turns right at the beginning of your turn, then that makes more sense than just 2 turns at the end of your turn. But again, it doesn't specify, so players are left to interpret that for themselves. Second thing, why would you... It states that you can play 1 mascot card and 1 support card every turn. But it also states that when you run out of playable cards, you lose by default. So the question then follows, why on earth would you ever want to play more than just 1 card a turn? Because, like it said in the draw phase, you only draw 1 card every round, which means that, assuming that you have a hand of 6 and you play 1 power card, you only have 5 cards maximum before you lose the round due to not being able to play a card. And the thing is, if you have no playable cards, you lose immediately, which means that if you start your turn with no cards in hand, you lose instantly. There is no calculation as to whether your power level is higher than theirs or not. There is no chance to tally up or compare, contrast, whatever. You just lose. And as a result, that lose condition of when you run out of cards in hand, that now means not only do you have 1 resource that doubles up as both options to play and life total, as well as being, resource and life total have become the same, thing, but on top of that, it is a lose condition that essentially nullifies the game's main win condition, because why on earth would you bother paying attention to power level when it is far easier to just lose by running out of cards to play? Why would you try to increase your power level significantly compared to your opponent if you have to play a card each turn, otherwise you lose? Wouldn't you then be more incentivized to forego the increase of power level in favor of spacing out cards that you play just to avoid losing? And that is exactly, based off of the gameplay that people have done, that is exactly how the games end up going. People realize that they end up losing when they prioritize the power level of their cards and prioritize boosting power levels of their cards by playing mascots and support cards in tandem, and so eventually it becomes this sort of drawn-out slugfest where each player is trying their best to not lose by having 0 cards in hand. Okay, and then we get to the resolution phase. All boosts and effects are applied, the player with a higher power level wins the round and scores a point. And this is where we get explicit confirmation that you tally up power level, you compare power level at the end of players' turns. The only problem, this solidifies the fact that not having cards in hand thoroughly negates the main win condition of power level comparison. Because you lose at the beginning of your round, but you can only compare at the end of the round. At the end of the turn. What that means is, in every single scenario, if you spend all your cards boosting your power level, that will not matter, because your turn will start with you having no cards in hand, and you could only compare and contrast your power level at the end of your turn, which means you lose before you reach the end of your turn, which means that this is basically a completely null and void point in a majority of games of VCard. And then, of course, finally, you have the scoring where each round 1 earns 1 point, and the first player to reach 5 points wins the game, determining the winner. First, power level comparison. First, compare the cards' power levels. Higher power level card is initially ahead. When elements are compared, if one element is stronger, the player with the stronger element... I said that weird. I don't know why I said that. Player with the stronger element receives a +2 power level bonus. If neither element is stronger, e.g. grass versus electric, neither player receives a bonus. Third, mascot and support card effects. Finally, consider any mascot or support cards played during the battle phase. And finally, final winner. The player with the highest power level, after all effects have been applied, wins the round or scores a point. Both players add their cards to the discard pile and the next round begins. So what that means is, once you finish using all of the cards involved in your round, this is probably why they added a rule where you only draw 1 card each round, unless stated otherwise. You don't actually get to shuffle the cards that you used back into your library for the new round. What you essentially do is all the cards that you use during one round stay in your discard pile for the next round. So over the course of a V-Card game, your deck grows smaller and smaller and smaller. And so you end up in this weird spot where you want to draw cards so you don't lose individual rounds, but you want to avoid drawing cards so that you can still maintain a chance at winning later on in the game during future rounds. Now you're starting to see why this is a game that kind of ties its players up in knots, so they don't really have a lot of options when it comes to how to win the game. And when it comes to TCGs, options are king. That's why card advantage is so important in things like Yu-Gi-Oh, in Hearthstone, in Magic, and in, that's why things like being able to draw through your deck in Pokemon is important as well, because a deck that gives you options allows you more ways to play the game. It makes it more fun. But a deck that gives you less options, a deck that denies you resources as the game progresses, that is an extremely frustrating thing to try and bear your way through as a player. The final thing that they released during their launch date, the website on the launch date, is they had this massive convoluted explanation of the tie resolution. For example, in the section titled Additional Mechanics, they specify that the prize pool / discard areas work as the following. For, quote, both players have a set prize pool and discard area. The loser of a round places their played cards in their prize pool, which is claimed by the victor of the game. The winner of a round places their played cards in their discard area. And then, under tie resolution, this is where we get the entire Constitution of the United States. In the event of a tie, both players draw 3 additional cards from their deck and place them face down. These cards are treated as prize cards and are not added to the player's hand. Players then play another round using their current hand. The loser of this tiebreaker adds cards from the tied round, along with the 3 face-down prize cards, to their prize pool. Now, in case you guys in case that went over your heads, what on earth does it mean for there to be a tie? Because if you have a tie, presumably that means both of you don't have cards to play and somehow both have equal power levels. Right? Except the problem is, that will never happen, because running out of cards to play causes you to lose instantly at the beginning of your turn, which means that the first player to have the turn pass to them when they have 0 cards in hand instantly loses the game. It doesn't matter if both players have no cards in hand and equal power level on board. One player is going to lose before the other one. So for all intents and purposes, either one player is going to have a higher power level than the other, or one player is going to lose instantly from both players having no cards in hand. For all intents and purposes, this entire explanation is completely redundant because there is no possible tie that can emerge in this game. The mechanics simply don't allow for tiebreakers. So, as a result, this entire section just means nothing. Now, granted, the explanation doesn't exactly help either, because let's say, for example, that you have a hand that is unplayable, and also your opponent has a hand that is unplayable, and yet you both have cards, but you both have power level cards on field that are equal power level. How the fuck is drawing 3 additional cards from both of your decks, putting them aside as prize pool, putting them both in the prize pool, and then trying to play out the rest of the game with the same cards that neither of you can play with? How does that change anything? The answer is, of course, it doesn't. So, this was a rule that was a complete and utter mess right from the get-go. Now, thankfully, again, day 1 patch, this got changed. So that now, instead of that entire paragraph that basically does nothing, it says that tie resolution in the event of a tie, play an additional round. If that ends in an additional tie, then play another round, etc., until you grow old and grey. But that pretty neatly fixes the problem, while still ignoring the fact that ties are literally impossible given how the game works. And this is where we get to the TCG content creator community weighing in on how VCard was constructed. Because you don't make a game this poorly thought out in an industry that has as many autists as the TCG industry and make it out completely unscathed. A little sample, and this was criticized by people across all spectrums of the TCG content creator scene. You had, big creators like MBT Yu-Gi-Oh. You had smaller creators like Stevie Blunder. You had VTubers like Nova Aokami. You had TCG designers like Speedrobo. Creators of all different job descriptions, all different degrees of experience, all different degrees of professional involvement with the industry, basically coming in, weighing in on how VCard worked. And let me tell you, the feedback was not very positive. However, this is where we get into the second risk that I pointed out when it comes to releasing merchandise, especially merchandise that is essentially an attempt at breaking into a pre-existing niche. When you make merchandise that caters to a niche that you haven't become a part of yourself beforehand, what you essentially do is opening up both your merch and your fan base to outsiders. You are opening them up to different forms of community participation coming from people who existed in that niche before you entered. As a result, to best understand how exactly that works, why that is offensive but commercially necessary, or why that might be offensive but commercially necessary, to understand that we're going to need to go back to the basic building blocks of community participation. Namely, the idea that there are four main types of community participant, four main different ways that you can participate in a community experience. Speedon, I think you're misunderstanding the rules, which is in itself a criticism of the game, that they're oblique and open to misinterpretation like this. Yeah, perhaps. That could very well be the case, right? The four types of community participant are tourists, which are detached from the content and the community; minglers, which are attached to the community but not to the content; devotees, which are attached to the content but not the community; and finally, insiders, which are attached to both the content and the community. Broadly speaking, you can arrange them on a sort of framework, on a type of chart, where you have this axis of being more attached to the content and this axis of being more attached to the community. Again, tourists are attached to neither. Devotees are more attached to the content than community. Minglers are more attached to the community than content. And insiders are extremely attached to both. Now, when you looked at the release of VCard, if you look at it from the perspective of Shy Lily, her community, gamer subs, etc., all their customers, you can broadly place Shy Lily, VCard, and gamer subs, as well as the people who bought their product right from the get-go, the super fans who bought even the most expensive product. All of them are insiders. However, here's the question. Where do you put TCG creators on this axis? Where would you put them? We all started as tourists? Yes, we did. Where would you put these guys? Minglers, devotees, tourists, or insiders? Probably not insiders, all things considered, right? Because they're not the ones who made the game. They're not the ones who make VCard. Where would you put them? Bonus points if you know why. Or if you can articulate why. Devotees, okay. Minglers, okay. Interesting. Mixed definitions here. Devotees, outsiders, tourists, devotees. Okay, all of you guys are saying devotees. And you'd be right, because TCG players are more interested in the contents of what's being released rather than the community releasing them. They probably know what VCard is because it's a TCG that's released by VTubers, but they probably don't know the individual VTubers, or all or even most of all the individual VTubers involved in the project. However, on top of that, this was also a bit of a trick question, because there was a bit of a premise that I buried inside of it. The premise is that we should be looking at this as if the community in question, the community from whose perspective we should be evaluating this, are Shy Lily, Gamer Subs, and the VCard community. In actuality, a more accurate way of evaluating this would be if the TCG content creators and the TCG players were the insiders and the VCard group, the VCard bunch, and their consumers were the outsiders. because it is them trying to break into this industry, not the other way around. And once you reposition the actors in this particular scenario according to this framework, that changes everything. Because when you consider that the TCG players are in fact the real the real insiders in this situation, what you get is you end up breaking up the two groups. Shy Lily, VCard, and Gamersupps are more accurately classified as minglers, because although they may not, evidently based on how they've created this TCG, they may not be as invested in the TCG scene, in the TCG industry, they may not be experienced with TCGs in general, they are still interested in the TCG audience, because they made and marketed something as a TCG. On the other hand, the people who ended up buying this product are more likely to be devotees that are more attached to the content but not to the community. That or tourists, which are not that attached to either, but they just want the pretty cards. Some small number of them might be minglers, but probably not that much. Most part, though, they are probably devotees, which are very dedicated to the content, the V-Card itself, but not as attached to the TCG community. Hence why they are probably more willing to accept the cards, even though they are arranged in the form of a game. They were marketed as being playable despite playing like ass. And this brings us quite neatly to the responses by the TCG content creators, because, well, you can't have a niche hobby without gatekeeping it against bad actors. And when it came to the way that VCard debuted onto the TCG scene, it was very easy to see why some insiders might view them as bad actors, because this is a card game that is a unique kind of unplayable. And this was reflected as much in many of the criticisms leveled at this card game. And again, I want to specify that there were a lot of creators that tackled this issue, right? Speedrobo's videos, he released, I think, 3 talking about the VCard situation. I recommend watching them if you want to watch somebody provide feedback while crashing out at VCard. It's really quite entertaining. He's also set himself on a path to try and review every single VTuber TCG, which I'll be bringing up later. But if that strikes you as interesting, if that tickles your fancy, I recommend going to check out his channel, even though it is quite small as of right now. I want to give a specific shout out, though, when it comes to gameplay critiques, to these 3 creators. Jolt Dragon, who released a video titled How to Play VCard, Nova, who released a stream titled Is VCard the Worst VTuber TCG? And MBT, who released a video titled This Is Just... there is just no way anyone thought that this was a good idea, playing VCard, in quotation marks, with Nova Aokami. And the reason why I want to shout out these 3 creators in particular is because these 3 creators were people who published full videos actually going through, showing gameplay of the card game, which made it a lot easier to keep track of the critiques that they were leveling against it. And we can start off with Jolt Dragon, who on February 6th, 2025, 6 days after the launch of VCard, released a video titled VCard's Rulings Are Insanely Flawed, where after that initial video where he went through how to actually play the game, he then listed out all of the individual gripes that he had with the way that the gameplay had been designed. And his criticisms are the following. I've summarized them here, but again, if you're curious to hear how these critiques are expressed in his own words, I highly recommend going to seek out his channel, because the videos are quite detailed and the reasoning is quite measured. Sorry, give me a second to take another hydration break. Goodness me. Hold on, give me a second. Ah, much better. Okay, I can still feel my throat kind of dying a little bit. but the drink of water definitely helped. Okay, so according to Jolt Dragon, the following criticism he has identified some of the following criticisms of the game. For starters, no maximum deck size is not conducive to good gameplay, especially not competitive gameplay, and especially not IRL tournament play. Because what happens if you get a special individual feeling the need to rock up with a deck that numbers into the thousands of cards? On top of that, while the anti-rule still existed, having a larger deck size than your opponent also provided a sort of pay-to-win type benefit, which admittedly is not very good. Second, mascot boosts are unclearly worded. Their boosts, if cumulative, are far too impactful. Again, he had no clue because the rules do not state whether they're cumulative or a kind of substitute type thing. Third, there are no distinctions between one-time effect support cards, for example, Happiness Charm, which gets you to draw 2 cards, and support cards with more enduring effects, like, for example, Guardian cards, which end up acting as some sort of protection to your power level cards from damaging enemy effects. Fourth, the wording on the cards and rules are generally unconcise and quite vague. Fifth, mulligans that cause you to lose the round are tantamount to punishing the player for nothing more than bad luck, which feels awful when you're playing. And finally, power level cards being a requirement of your starting hand while also being randomly drawn severely limits deck building, because your power level cards don't actually do anything on their own. Even if you're trying to win the traditional way, that's usually going to be won through support cards and mascot cards, which end up boosting your power level. Problem is, you need to be able to draw a power level card, otherwise you lose. So you get into this weird space where you're deck building in a way where you don't want to draw multiple power level cards, because any power level cards you draw beyond the first is completely useless and do nothing more than clog up your hand. But at the same time, you want to be able to draw one every first draw, otherwise you are going to lose the round. And so, as a result, deck building is both ambiguous and extremely aggravating because of how limited it can be due to that power level requirement. On top of that, the other critiques that Jolt Dragon leveled at the potential card game were that, well, first, ties are impossible due to a combination of auto-win effects or auto-lose effects. Basically what I said about how you lose due to having no cards in hand at the beginning of your turn, whereas you win by comparing at the end of your turn whether your power level is higher than theirs. Second, the wording in the rules makes it ambiguous when checks for power level take place. Third, the resolution phase is redundant because of the fact that you can lose during the battle phase, which occurs directly beforehand. And finally, V-Card's limit on hand size and draw, when combined with the necessity of multiple power level cards as part of your deck, results in a lose more design for players, because mulligans get more difficult the less cards you draw, but the more mulligans you have, the less cards you're able to draw. And all of that adds up to this vicious cycle where you basically lose the game. Now, this wasn't the only VTuber who ended up trying to play the game for the sake of a video or for the sake of an audience, because on February 8th, 2 days later, Nova Aokami and Bat at Video Games, I believe that's her name, would end up collabing to attempt a playthrough of VCard. And as is usually the case when somebody comes into contact with VCard, they had a few choice criticisms of the way that it worked. For starters, the anti-rule is extremely surprising considering how counterintuitive it is in the context of how other TCGs abandoned the mechanic altogether. Second, the inability to buy singles or pre-constructed decks greatly limits competitive deck building for people working off of a budget. Because now, if you want to actually make a competitive viable deck, you can't just order the singles, you can't just use a pre-constructed as a framework. No, you have to buy enough boosters in order to make that deck yourself, which I think many of us can agree is a bit much. Third, auto-lose clauses can ruin individual play experience. Fourth, VCard's design is symptomatic of a lack of experience with the TCG genre, both as a designer and a player, which causes the game to resemble more of a cash grab than a well-thought-out product. And finally, some cards are lewd to the point of being possibly impossible to play in public. especially at a public place like a local game store where there may be children running around. And believe you me, I dislike children just as much as the next person, but the last thing we need is them getting attracted to barely naked 2D women. So, not barely naked, barely clothed 2D women. In any case, the next one on the chopping block was MBT's video, where he would level much of the exact same criticisms. For example, the game design is reminiscent of creators who are inexperienced with TCGs. Common power level abilities are generic and in some cases completely redundant. One of the examples here is the fact that there are some abilities that allow you to essentially look at the top card of your deck. The only problem, if you're doing this after your first turn and you have no draw effects in hand, doing that is effectively useless because you have no way of drawing it anyways, and you're going to be shuffling before you draw your new hand at the beginning of the next round. So an effect like that is, for all intents and purposes, a waste of words and nothing else. Ugh. The necessity of having power level cards in your opening hand each round and as part of your deck building process also reduces player ability to both competitively and structurally to play competitively and structure their decks around their Oshis. What that basically means is if you're too worried about not drawing a power level card on your very first turn, because, you know, it causes you to lose if you don't get it right the next one, you need to put more power level cards in deck. But more power level cards in deck means that your draws become worse, and as a result, you are very hard pressed in order to play your deck competitively. Not only that, but because you need multiple power level cards to guarantee you're going to be able to draw one on turn one, what that means is you can't build your deck around just one VTuber, perhaps not even just one or two VTubers, even though they may be your favorite. You simply have to include more just so you can avoid losing. And again, that is not great. Fourth, auto-lose conditions effectively nullify the core gameplay objective of comparing power levels, and this happens way too often, especially in practice. Now, this is something I've gone on about before, as recently as just then, but it bears repeating here. And finally, too many values are worded ambiguously. Rules. Too many rules are worded ambiguously, which requires individual players to interpret the order for the game to work. This is a VTuber card game that doesn't allow you to rep your Oshi. And on top of that, well, it doesn't even bother explaining its own rules properly. Now, in addition to these criticisms leveled by these three content creators who specialize in TCG content, I also have a few of my own that I would like to share with you guys, just to really hammer home how much of a disaster this really was. Hold on, give me a second. Would you like some pouring ASMR? I'll give it to you. There you go. Now, a few criticisms. Hold on, let me just adjust my chair for a second. Alright. A few personal gripes that I have with VCard, especially as somebody who has played card games for over a decade now, and who was unfortunately introduced. I have a decade-long addiction to Magic the Gathering. Now, a few things that annoy me about this card game. First, power level 9s. The reason why is because power level 9s are almost entirely redundant. See, they don't add any value to collectors because although they have a different quote, the art is the exact same as power 8. But they don't give any more of a power advantage than power 8s, and they definitely give less of a power advantage, a gameplay advantage, than power 10s. At least for collectors, power 10s, in addition to, well, maybe you can say, oh, power 10s aren't as great gameplay wise because even though they have +2 power, they don't have the ability. Well, the ability itself is kind of meh, whatever. But even if we ignore that, even if we say the ability makes a massive difference, power level 10 has different art. So if you're talking about the benefits of this system for collectors, there is only ever a reason for power 10 and power 8 to exist. Power 9s have no reason to exist because there is nothing about them that sets them apart. Not as good for gameplay as power 10, not as good for gameplay as power 8. Not much better for gameplay than power 8, and not as good for collectors as power 10. So as a result of that, this very much gives me the initial impression that this is a game where the two parts of its premise, right, the collector part versus the gameplay part, are very much at war with itself. Because, like I said, this makes it worse for both groups of people. It doesn't add anything for it takes away from collectors while not adding anything for players. On top of that, the second thing that a lot of other people who criticized the game also did before me, way before me, this is an extremely common complaint, is that power level cards are basically compulsory dead weights. See, when you actually think about it, the power level cards are the least impactful parts of the game once you actually get started playing. Literally, the only thing that a power level card does is sit there and form the base power level, is make you lose if you don't have one in your starting hand. Once both players play their power level cards, assuming none of them have lost during the mulligan because poor souls, the rest of the game does not actually play out according to which cards you played, in terms of the power level cards you played. No, the rest of the game is determined by which support cards and which mascot cards you end up playing. So, again, it is an awful thing when you need to deck build around your power level cards because they make you lose if you don't have them in your starting hand, while at the same time having to include multiple different power level cards just for the sake of minimizing the chances of you losing during a mulligan, which also dilutes your ability to rep your Oshi or to make a dedicated deck for your Oshi. Because remember that each individual power level card can have 4 different copies. However, if you have a 50 card deck and you only have 12 cards that are power level cards, the odds are not in your favor when you're drawing a hand of 7 and then 5 later on that you will draw at least 1 power level card. But in any case, this is just not that great. I'd argue that power level 8 shouldn't exist because it looks more boring compared to power level 9 and 10. You would be right, but the problem is they gave the card ability to the power level 8s. So now power level 8 has a gameplay niche, while at the same time not having the same amount of collectability, I suppose, as power level 9s and 10s. So, again, the games, once you actually play the PL, once you actually play the power level cards, assuming you haven't lost in the mulligan, everything else is defined by literally every other kind of card you play. Nothing to do with the power level cards themselves. On top of that, the abilities for your power level 8s, your uncommon cards as they call it, are incredibly generic. You don't actually have unique abilities for each VTuber. Instead, what you have are cycles of abilities, where each element has a cycle of 8 VTubers. Each individual VTuber of the 8 has 1 ability. But in between different elements, each individual element has the same cycle of abilities. So what you're going to end up getting is, for example, you will have 1 grass VTuber, 1 water VTuber, 1 fire VTuber, 1 electricity VTuber, and 1 metal VTuber, all having the same ability. There is zero customization to tailor these abilities. There is zero effort put into making these abilities unique to the respective creator they represent. Shy Lily, Laimu, and Yuzu all have the exact same ability. Yeah, that Yuzu card. Yeah, the Yuzu art is kind of wild. Yeah. I agree. It's good to look at, though. It's nice to look at, though. Although, again, just the TCG autism is stopping me from being able to truly appreciate how cultured some of the art is. And again, I want to hammer this home. I have absolutely no qualms about the artwork itself. All of the art, the stylization, stellar work. No skin off of any of the artist's teeth involved in this project. They cooked, absolutely. It's just a shame that the gameplay is this obviously bad to the point where any attempt to praise the artwork seems superficial because, well, I have a lot to say about the gameplay. So when you actually read through these little incremental generic abilities, right, there are two things that inhibit the design space that they have for abilities. One, their insistence on trying to keep this a simple game, right, which, again, I understand. But at the same time, it makes it very difficult for your abilities to do something that adds flavor, uniqueness, distinctiveness, to do homage to the talents that ended up becoming a part of your project, right? Because I think it's not too much to ask for as both a fan and as somebody who plays TCGs to want a bit more variety to the gameplay. Not complexity necessarily, but variety. I don't think it's too much to ask that you would want the individual abilities to also in some ways reflect the identity, the brand, or if not the content of the creator that the card is based off of. And to give you an example of this, let's take one of these VTuber cards, one of these Power Level 8 cards. Lena Lazar. Now, Lena's ability is, quote, Guided Aim. If your opponent has more cards in hand, gain +1 power this round. Now, again, unclear wording, whether it means this round is in the round that's played or this round which triggers every round. I would assume it's just the round that's played, but it's still worded vaguely. However, the problem is, it's a generic ability that's shared amongst 4 other different VTubers of different elemental types. But on top of that, how is that in any ways unique to Lena? How is that in any ways iconic to Lena? How does that encapsulate or reflect or in any ways give flavor in a manner that resembles her VTuber identity? The answer is, of course, it doesn't, because it's a generic ability shared by 4 other different VTubers. And so, when it comes to giving an example of how you could possibly rework this, right? There are 3 other examples that I just came up with off the top of my head where you could make this a more unique ability that also has some sort of thematic tie-in to Lena's identity as a creator. And these 3 different suggestions scale up determined based off of how willing you are to make the abilities a little more complex to add a bit more depth to your game. At the start, right, the simplest one, suggestion. Hemomancy. Lena receives boosts from water-type mascots as if she was water-type, in spite of being a metal type. Now, for fans of Lena, I don't think I need to explain why it might be more iconic if Lena was the only VTuber who was simultaneously capable of benefiting from water and metal-based boosts. I think that's pretty self-explanatory if you're, a fan of Lena. In the middle, one step up in terms of complexity. Let's have the thing I came up with was an ability called Say It to My Face, right? And this was mostly because I wanted to introduce some sort of way of remedying the feel bad aspect of having a power level card in hand when you already have one in play, right? Say it to my face, when you discard this card, you may instead switch it with the power level card that you already have in play and draw a card. Now, 2 reasons why I have this effect specifically. First, there are multiple cards in this, multiple cards in this game that cause you to discard a card. One is a card that forces your opponent to discard. One is a card where you can discard voluntarily in order to gain a power level boost to whichever power level card is currently on the board by the time it resolves. We'll go over which ones those are later. However, very commonly what ends up happening is effects that cause you to discard cards bring you exponentially closer to losing. This allows you a way of offsetting that cost, right? By adding in an added, it doesn't actually give you more playable cards in hand, but it allows you to do something besides just discard a card and get closer to losing. On top of that, the reason why I say, switch it with the power level card you already have in play and draw a card is because once you switch it with the power level card you already have in play, that's still a non-playable card. It still feels kind of bad. Except this time, at the very least, you get to draw a card to potentially offset that balance. Sure, you might just draw another power level card and still not be able to do anything with it, but on the off chance that you don't, it feels considerably better for the player. On top of that, on a thematic level, part of the reason why Lena is as large of a creator as she is, by the way, if you haven't seen it, I recommend checking out Rima's video essay on Admiral Baru and Bunny Ayu. Lena is a creator who had to get to where she is now by essentially bypassing a combination of character assassinations, behind-the-scenes character assassinations, and smear campaigns conducted by other independent creators earlier on in her streamer career, right? Essentially, in order to become a VTuber, she needed to fight through a little bit of a nest of vipers, right? Hence the whole say it to my face thing, right? Because at the very minimum, you have the ability of, instead of discarding or thematic equivalent of disregarding a card, a creator, now you have it directly in play, out in the open, etc., etc. So that's the thematic tie-in there. And then finally, the final suggestion, and this is where you really want to jam things up, right? If you really want to try to add more depth to the way that your abilities work, albeit at the cost of making them a little more complex. True form. Whenever any player plays Exposed, Butcher's Blade, or Harpoon while Lena is in play, you may move it to your discard pile and instead search your deck for a power level 9 or power level 10 Lena card to put into play. Shuffle your deck afterwards. This is a direct reference to how whenever Lena comes out with a model, she usually has a quote-unquote alternate or true form, which is just a gorier version of what it starts off as. And here, the way that works with the ability is if you play any one of these three support cards, Exposed, I think you can see how that ties in with the true form, Butcher's Blade, which ties in with the gory aspect, the horror aspect, and Harpoon, same principle. If either player plays a Butcher's Blade, Harpoon, or Exposed card while you have a Power 8 Lena in play, you essentially get to discard this and then swap it out for a higher power version of the same card. Hence the true form aspect. Again, it is considerably more text than just gain +1 power if your opponent has more cards. But at the very least, with all three of these suggestions, they are a good deal more unique to Lena specifically as a creator, her brand, her themes, etc., etc., on top of being, just on top of utilizing different aspects of the game that are already there, like, for example, the discard mechanic, or the fact that you can have multiple different versions of the same VTuber, albeit at different power levels in your deck, but you have difficulty accessing them at any point while you're in the middle of a round. And also the fact that when it comes to, one of the main constraints that inhibit how powerful a VTuber can be in this game is the fact that they can only benefit from mascots that they can only benefit to a higher capacity from mascots that share their type. And having Lena be the only VTuber that can bypass this constraint a little bit, that would go a long ways towards making both her card more thematically aligned with her brand as a creator, and also making her card more unique in the overarching creator roster. So there are so many things that they could do. This is just 3 suggestions for one card as an example of how to possibly fix the generic abilities thing. But if they had put time into thinking about this, there is very much, and again, there is also a chance that this has not been playtested at all. This is just me spitballing. So there is absolutely a chance that any one of these three could be immensely broken and completely ruin the game. I would not know without playtesting. However, at the same time, just having, if they put more time and thought into this, I really do feel like there was so much potential there for coming up with something truly unique that really brought out each individual creator's themes, the underlying themes, styles, stories of how they became the creator they are today that are just not being used in the current iteration of VCard, which I personally find to be immensely frustrating. And on top of that, it's the generic abilities thing. That's not just something that applies to the VTuber cards themselves. It's also the support cards, because you have, for example, these support cards, which is the Guardian and the Shield cards, where, again, you have cycles. Guardian cards, one per exact same effect, one per element, where it's basically when you lose this round, your mascot goes back to your hand. Very obviously, it was supposed to be a way of trying to prevent them from going into a prize pool. Same thing happens with the electric shield thing, where it nullifies the impact of your opponent's type advantage, right? The thing is, yes, the cycles are fine. Yes, even the art is fine. But the problem is, yet again, gameplay-wise, it makes sense for these cycles to exist. Gameplay-wise, I understand for the purposes of, maybe cost reduction or whatever, and I understand having them have basically the same art. However, these are cards that you can find in packs, which means that although this makes sense from a gameplay perspective, from a collector perspective, this is awful. Because now if you're trying to collect individual cards and you open up packs, these are all essentially just dud cards because they have no uniqueness from one to the other. And as a result, as a collector, you're basically kind of fucked if you find this filler in your packs. It just feels awful. So yet again, we have more evidence that when this was still in the design phase, very much so, the gameplay and the collector elements of this were basically at war with one another. And ultimately, the collector aspect ended up winning. But that wasn't because they tried with the gameplay aspect. That just was because they didn't know what they were doing. And so, the next thing, function, flavor, dissonance. And this was a specific example that I wanted to bring up to you guys from Speedrobo's video titled, "Is VCard TCG a good collectible? Not really." And this is an example that he dissects at 10 minutes 15 into his video. And he uses Megalodon VT's card specifically for this. Now, when you break down Megalodon VT's card, it's a water type, which means, because of how generically they've constructed the type charts, right? Every water type has the exact same weaknesses, which means that this card, by default, has an electric weakness due to uniform type interactions. The problem is, this is a power level 10 card, which means that instead of an ability, it has flavor text. And when you actually read what the flavor text is, it says, quote, "Please be aware that she is weak to grass and should never touch it." Her flavor text says that she's weak to grass, which has absolutely no bearing on the electric weakness whatsoever. And this is part of something, this function flavor dissonance is something that other card games have extensively covered as well. And this is something that Speedrobo actually references in his video. But ages ago, when Magic was, after it had become established and after the creators behind it, the designers, the people in charge of coming up with the cards and, fleshing them out, etc., after they felt comfortable enough starting to talk about their process, share their knowledge, lead designer of Magic, Mark Rosewater, he had an entire article where he basically went into detail about how important it is that when you add flavor text to a card, it does not contradict the mechanics of a card. Those two things need to work together. your flavor text should never in any ways undermine the other aspects of a card. Actually, for those of you who watch MTG-related content, I recommend a video by Ristic Studies, a channel that basically does deep dives into different trends, different mechanics as they have emerged in Magic over the course of its history. He has an excellent video, I forget what the title is, basically going into the importance of nailing flavor text, where some of the examples he gives are cards where they depict like these giant grand monsters, really intimidating things, and the flavor text is just like a joke that the person that, you know, whoever was writing the card felt cheeky enough to make. And it just comes off as the most Marvel millennial writing possible, right? Where if you have a card that is designed a certain way, right? If its art, if its mechanics imply a certain thing about it, then the flavor text should match. If the two clash, you've done a bad job designing the card. And this is an archetypical example of just that problem happening. Now, the problem is, though, because of the simplistic way that the elemental interactions work, and because of the fact that each card can only have one weakness, there is not realistically any change that they can make to this card to make it less dissonant with itself, besides just changing the flavor text. And I'm willing to bet that the flavor text was probably submitted by the VTuber themselves. So it would probably entail having to ask Megalodon VT to submit a different thing, so... Kendra, I get what they were trying to go for since it's a touch grass reference, but it doesn't work since it's a water type. Exactly. Now, if they gave a touch grass reference to a steel type, oh, sorry, I keep saying steel type, to like a platinum type, yeah, then that would make more sense. That would align with the mechanics of the card as well. But giving it to Megalodon, while it may be the quote or whatever that she submitted, quite possibly, it doesn't work very well with with literally the rest of the card, mechanically speaking. Now, the next criticism I have is a bit more of a fun one. Or I guess I should say, it would be fun if you exploited it. Because the next criticism I have of this game is about the alternate lose condition. Specifically, the fact that you only draw one card each round, right at the start of it, meaning that you have a maximum of 6 cards to work with. And also the fact that you lose if you start your turn without any playable cards in hand. Because what this rule does to anybody who's paying attention to the game is it gives you an alternate win condition by doing one very important, very unhealthy, very toxic thing. What this rule does is it makes your cards in hand equivalent to your life total. In other words, it takes two things that in most other games are designed deliberately to be two separate resources and essentially smooshes them together to being one. Now, the reason why that is a bad element of game design is because now, when you are on the receiving end of an effect that is designed to deny you either one of those resources, it feels doubly bad because you lose out both. To give you context, right? In Magic the Gathering, the two main ways that you can lose are either having your life total being reduced down to 0 or something called mill. Basically, what milling is when you try to draw a card when there are no cards in your deck. Those are the two main ways that you can lose. And in general, the way that Magic keeps it balanced is that they make it so that cards that advance one of those two win conditions, either reducing your opponent's deck to 0 or reducing their life total to 0, cannot attack both resources at the same time. Decks that are designed to mill your opponent are not very good at damaging their life total, whereas decks that damage your opponent's life total are not very good at milling their deck. As a result, the way that keeps it balanced is because you can only ever lose one resource at a time. Even if you can't, even if you're getting milled by your opponent, at the very least you have a lot high life total, and generally speaking, mill decks are very bad at responding to damage. So you can still try to reduce their life total to 0 before they reduce your deck to 0. Same thing happens the other way around. If your life total is being attacked as a mill deck, you don't really care so long as you can try to outrace that by, milling them. If they have things that try to prevent damage or heal life, you don't care because that's not your win condition and you can't attack that anyways. And again, in those cases, yeah, sure, it might feel bad if you're losing, but it feels considerably less bad because you're only losing on one front. What this does, what VCard has done, is made both of those resources, life and resource, like life and playable things, the same resource, right? So if you, at some point, choose to go all in on destroying their resource pool, they just lose. They just get closer to losing. Oh shit, Speedrobo, hi! Welcome to the stream. I just got done giving your example of how VCard suffers from flavor function dissonance in its card design. Yeah, I was just about to talk about how VCard's alternate lose/win condition in the whole lose if you start your turn with no playable cards thing can be abused. Because, all right, full context. Any people who play Magic in chat will understand the full implications of what I'm about to say. But when it comes to card games, I am somewhat of a sadist. When playing Magic, my 3 favorite genres of deck to play are Control, Discard, and Mill. All 3 of those playstyles revolve around resource denial. And when I saw this as part of VCard's rules, what I realized is that what they had accidentally opened up players to is possibly what could be one of the most toxic strategies that you could implement in a card game where you're not allowed to draw more than one card a round. And that brings me to the most toxic card that they have printed. Cyanide-chan. Now this is something that I don't think a lot of other people might have picked up on, but the effect of Cyanide-chan is pretty simple, right? It's a support card where you play it, and it has a one-time effect when you play it of causing your opponent to discard 2 cards. Now, the reason why this is important is because both players only have access to a maximum of 6 cards every round after the first. One of those cards is going to be their power level card. When you play with this in mind, with the alternate win condition of you lose when you start your turn with no cards in hand, what essentially happens is you go from a game where you have to compare power levels to a game where you have to be the last player to have 2 cards in hand. Because the moment your opponent has 2 cards or less in hand, if you play Cyanide-chan, they instantly lose the game next turn. Now, Cyanide-chan was printed alongside Happiness-chan, which has the inverse effect, right? Instead of causing your opponent to discard 2, you draw 2. And both of them have an effect where if you play one, you get to play the other the same round, despite the fact that usually you can only play 1 support card every round. And so, when I realized that was an alternate win condition, when I realized that they printed Cyanide-chan seemingly with no idea of how toxic this card is in the context of how their rules are, I thought to myself, okay, what if you tried to build a deck that revolved around bypassing the entire power level mechanic entirely and just focusing on winning the game by causing your opponent to go down to 0 cards in hand? And then I started looking around at the individual abilities that some of these uncommon VTuber cards had, and I realized something. One of the abilities that gets used as part of these cycles is an ability called Small Bargain. And the ability is, whenever you play this card, as I recall, MBT and Nova were doing this to each other. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. So, pretty much, as soon as you start playing this game, all that happens is people immediately realize that the power level thing is useless, and they start playing for cards in hand instead. So, what ends up happening is, when you're building a deck, right, when you look at Small Bargain is an ability that reads, when you play this VTuber, you may discard one mascot card from your hand and draw one card. This is one of the few forms of card draw you have available to you once a run has begun. You also have a support card called Battle Cry, where you switch your current power level card with any power level card in your hand. Now, the other thing that is important to understand is that, just like I said before, mascots are not just boosts for your VTubers. They are kill spells for your opponent's mascots. So what you could essentially do is, once the game starts, you play your VTuber, you can see what VTuber they are using, what the type is, and so any mascot that is weak to that or has a type that doesn't have an advantage into that, you can just discard in favor of drawing more cards from your deck and trying to draw a discard spell. And on top of that, what you end up doing is any mascots that do have a type advantage into their power level card, you keep, so that you can use it as a kill spell in order to stave off the power level comparison and buy you more time to execute your alternate win condition. And so, when you combine all of these effects into one, on top of that, having Battle Cry also means that you actually have a way of cycling between power level cards to keep reactivating this ability if you have more than one power level card in your starting hand. Because if all of the power level cards in your deck have this same ability, you have 100% chance of being able to do this pretty much if you draw an uncommon. So at the end of the theory crafting that I did on my own, what I came up with was this. Now, remember what I said before about how support cards don't go into the discard pile, right? Support cards stay on the board. You can still interact with them even if they have a one-time effect that is over. The reason why that is important is there is a card called Doppelganger, which specifies that it takes on the same effect as a card that your opponent has, as a support card that your opponent has already played. What this does is, on the off chance that your opponent is either playing Happiness Charm or Cyanide Charm, congratulations, now you have two playsets of it that you can use at your own discretion. So you basically steal whatever support cards that they have already played. On top of that, the only other support card that I added in was Work-Life Balance. What Work-Life Balance does is get you to choose between one of two effects. Either you discard as many cards as you like and you add that many power levels to your VTuber. Now, Nova, funnily enough, in the first game that Nova, I forget, was it the first? Might have been the second game. Second game that Nova played against MBBT during their collab, she tried to use this card in order to boost the power level of one of her cards, of her power level card, only to realize that in doing so, she just brought herself closer to losing by discarding the cards and immediately abandoning that effect altogether. So that first option is effectively a noob trap. The second option, though, is more interesting. The second option says that you can shuffle your discard pile into your deck and then draw a card. That does two things. One, gives you more Cyanide Charms, and two, allows you to draw through your deck to increase your chances of finding Cyanide Charms. And on top of that, every other VTuber is an uncommon card that has that ability, Small Bargain, so that you have maximized your chances of cycling through your deck. And then every other card is a mascot card that is basically just designed to give you an answer to your opponent if they try to boost the power level of the card before you're ready to kill them with your discard effects. Again, there is a very high chance that even with all of this intention in place, this is still an ass deck. There is a chance that 9 times out of 10, you will do nothing but cause your opponent to maybe discard 2 cards once every 4 rounds, and every other round, you're going to lose the power level comparison. Right? Or you're going to deck yourself first. But I'm willing to bet that in at least 1 out of 10 of those times, you are going to inflict the most miserable experience, the most miserable play pattern on the opponent that they have ever experienced with this game. And you may have lost 9 times, but a common thing that I note is that when you play against this playstyle, regardless of how non-viable it is competitively, you will remember the 1 out of 10 times that you lost compared to the 9 out of 10 times you won. And if VCard ever progresses to the point where people are playing decks against one another, in spite of whatever flaws are currently, exist in the rules, I hope to God that as many people push for degenerate strategies like this, just so people can have a taste of how badly designed this is. Because, again, like I said, this is an awful play pattern. In literally any other TCG, this would be something that the designers are keeping a keen eye on, because this is the kind of thing that they want to disincentivize from growing prevalent in their game. However, the reason why I really hope that people, if they ever progress to, competitive tournaments or whatever, I hope they go in with the most degenerate, disgusting, sweat, toxic decks imaginable. So at least that way, because again, it's really easy to conclude, maybe the mechanics are okay, maybe they're not so bad, right? If you don't have to play against it. But the moment you have to play against something like this, then people start understanding, oh shit, maybe we should change this. Oh shit, maybe we should rework this mechanic a little bit. Oh shit, maybe we need to adjust how our gameplay loop works so that the cards we've already printed don't interact with one another in degenerate ways. Because I'm not going to lie, the whole limited cards in hand thing, combined with the fact that they include cards that allow you to force your opponent to discard multiple cards in a single turn, that is incredibly toxic game design. And I'm frankly surprised that they didn't pick up on it if they have anybody who has ever played any sort of TCG that requires you to have a hand. Literally every single one, in every single TCG, even CCGs like Hearthstone, right? Any effects that cause you to discard your hand feel awful. Now combine that with effects that drain your life total at the same time. Some of the most disgusting and degenerate Magic playstyles, actually, Magic the Gathering playstyles. Actually, this reminds me. Back in the day in Magic, there was a card archetype going around. Out of all the 7 VTuber TCGs, VCard has the worst gameplay design. It does not surprise me that that's the case. But yeah, back in the day in Magic, there was a card archetype that used to exist called 8-Rack. And what 8-Rack was a discard deck. The whole premise of the deck was that it would, through individual spells over some course of time, cause your opponent to keep discarding cards until they were essentially limited to only being able to play off of the top of their deck. They were never allowed to hold any cards in their hand. Now, immediately you can tell why that might feel awful to play against. But on top of that, the win condition of this deck was a card called 8-Rack that dealt damage to any players at the beginning of their turn. I believe it was any players, although I can't remember if it was just opponents or any players. But basically, it dealt damage to your opponent at the beginning of their turn if they started their turn or if they had below a certain number of cards in hand. So you'd essentially force your opponent to discard all of the cards that they were holding, and then you would slowly drain away their life total. And they would have no way of dealing with it because they're not allowed to draw cards. That deck design wasn't, competitively speaking, not really that up there. But in terms of how it felt to play against, that was fucking awful. Now, this isn't nearly as consistent as that, but I'd be willing to bet that when you pull off the combo, this is awful to play against on a similar scale to that. And again, if you have ever been a Magic player, you've played against an archetype like that. If you are a Hearthstone player, you've had to play against decks that cause you to discard cards or mill cards, which always feel bad because you see exactly which cards get milled and which cards you can't play anymore later on. If you play Yu-Gi-Oh, you know what it feels like to have something get trap carded or floodgated out of existence. You know how bad that mechanic feels. And so, in theory, if you had any experience with any of these card games prior, you would know that this is not a healthy thing to put into your game. I'm honestly kind of curious on on how a deck like this would actually function. Because I do think that, like I said, right? You may lose 9 out of 10 times, but that 1 out of 10 time is going to make your opponent absolutely want to, it's going to make them want to rip up their cards. But yeah, Delinquent Duel was banned for a reason. Exactly. Because there are just certain play patterns that might not be competitively viable, but just feel bad to play. And you want to make sure that those are as unpopular as possible. Maybe you don't want to eliminate them entirely, because maybe there are still a few sadists in your player base. But at the same time, it's just... You don't want them to get too degenerate and too popular. But in any case, this is how I would abuse VCard. That sounds a bit... Okay, probably not the best phrasing, but this is how I would abuse the mechanics in this game. Like, I generally just can't understand how... Like, this must have been a card game that they didn't playtest at all. Or either that or they playtested it with people who just didn't play other TCGs. Because I guarantee that all it takes is one control, mill, discard, a combo player that played any of the other dominant 3 TCGs, and they would have found this as an interaction. They would have discovered this, surely. After losing the first 3 times to having no cards in hand, they would have started thinking, oh, maybe this is an alternate lose condition. Maybe this is an alternate win condition. Surely. Like, bruh. Any case, my last criticism of VCard, and this is really the cherry on the cake. VCard can never possibly balance itself because it's backed itself into a corner with its own fucking marketing. The thing is, when you look at other TCGs and CCGs, they have 2 main ways of trying to balance their gameplay. TCGs usually resort to using ban lists. Sometimes they just make the mistake of printing a card that gives rise to incredibly unhealthy, unfun play patterns. And they want to get on top of that as soon as possible so that they remove that card entirely from the play pool. On the other hand, CCGs, like for example Hearthstone, where all the cards are, manageable, but they're all managed by the same group of devs, and they can change the cards individually from patch to patch. What they do is they change the cards themselves. So if there is a card that's interacting with the meta in an unhealthy way, what they end up doing is they adjust the card slightly, make it slightly less strong, or if the card is completely absent from the meta and they want it to be a part of the meta, they make it they buff it slightly, for example. Thing is, VCard can't do either of these things, because they rely on influencer marketing, and the brand of each of those cards is fundamentally tied to the brand of an existing content creator. And every card, they can't ban cards, because if they end up banning a card in order to favor balance, well, now they've just essentially excised a part of their possible consumer base that would have been interested in buying products from this game because their favorite content creator was a part of it. They can issue erratas, sure, but the problem is, the reason why patch notes is not a viable method for VCard to adopt either is because they are a print card game. They are a TCG, which means that it's going to cost them money each and every single time they realize that they need to make a change to one of their cards. And as a result, they've essentially locked themselves off from being able to do either of these 2 things, to use either of these 2 approach. approaches. Imagine also, I want you to put yourself in the perspective of one of the talents that that signed up to become a part of this project, right? Let's say that you're really hyped up to join VCard, this thing that was this was made by Gamer Substance, Shy Lily, right? One of the biggest indies in the space. Absolute success story. Really excited to become part of a VTuber TCG. And then, because they don't playtest the cards, they release your card and it's fucking busted. It could be a support card, it could be a mascot, it could be, a normal, it could be just a VTuber power level card. And again, I know that right now the VTuber power level cards aren't that overpowered, but there will be reason to doubt that will be the case indefinitely into the future if what Shy Lily has said is to be believed. So let's say, hypothetically, that happens in the future. Now you have what is essentially a bit of a latent PR disaster, right? Because it feels awful as a creator. If you become a part of this project, you give your name, your likeness, all of your support, your blessing to this project. You promote it. The entire project relies on influencer marketing. Your brand and VCard's brand for that one card is it's conjoined. Your audience relies on basically that one card in order to be interested in the product at all. And then the product turns out to be not good for the game in general. What do? Do you ban the card in favor of making the game better for literally everybody else that plays it, while at the same time having to excise that part of your possible consumer base, while alienating, possibly, the creator that, inspired that card? Or do you just ignore it? Because you can't ban it without having to essentially remove one of the creators that gave you their name to promote your product. Do you just ignore it then, and then allow the game to become worse, more toxic to play, etc., etc., etc.? It's not an easy choice, because the way that VCard has set itself up, the way that it has marketed itself, it's essentially forced itself into making this Hobson's choice every single time a card can be broken. Because now, I want you to remember, each and every support card is based off of a popular non-VTubing creator, which means that even if the broken card in question is not an actual VTuber, they still have a problem. Because what if their support card, what if Cyanide-chan turns out to be incredibly bad for the game? Then they ban it. Well, thankfully, with Cyanide and Happiness, at least they have two cards to represent it. But then they're going to need to come up with something else in order to replace Cyanide-chan. Otherwise, you just have kind of this awkward halfway gap between, this awkward half missing involvement by one of the more popular creators that you use to promote your product. So it's just, VCard has really put itself into a really awkward spot when it comes to the way that its game design interacts with its marketing, which is usually not something that I see in card games, right? Seeing your marketing directly have an impact on your inability to improve your own gameplay, that is not something that you see very often. But this is something that is very much the case with VCard. Speedrobo, here's a similar problem. What do you do if a content creator turns out to be bad for your PR? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. By the way, that's why when it comes to inherited brand recognition, which I talked about earlier, that's the risk of using that as your default way of gaining an audience. Because what if the thing that you inherited your brand from it loses its allure? What if your TCG is based off of a popular anime and then the anime becomes awful in like 13 seasons and everyone just wants to forget that it ever happened? What if you, exactly as Speedrobo said, right? What if you base your TCG off of a VTuber, you put them into your game, and then 2 months down the line, people start posting Google Docs on Twitter about them. Like, pretty bad, right? So, to be fair, that is probably the risk that they run. I would assume that the countermeasure is just vetting, lots and lots and lots of vetting. But again, that is definitely a point that is worth considering, right? The fact that there is a PR aspect to VCard that I don't think is quite present in any of the other TCGs that have made it to their current point of development. Artemis, thank you for the 2. Yeah, if one of the creators does get outed as a sex pest, like, what do? Do you like ban their cards? Do you stop it from circulating? If you stop it from circulating, does that increase the value of the card? Like, it's just a lot of it's interesting questions. Fire Emblem Hero, thank you for the 10. Imagine banning Silverveil. I think that would be a really awful look. I think that would be a really awful look. But yeah. They might ban the cards, but if that happened, that may have conflict if those cards end up being meta or good. Yeah, exactly. And then you have to force yourself to kind of decide, right? Like, do I care more about the optics of having their face in my game, or do I care more about making sure that my game actually functions? To be fair, you could possibly get around it by doing the same thing that Twitch did with the Pog emote, even though I think that was kind of stupid, because like nobody even knew who the Pog guy was beyond just the Pog guy, where you essentially take the same card's effect, like word for word, and you just transfer it over to somebody else. But it's going to be rough for that somebody else. So if you transfer it over, somebody's going to have to, someone's going to have to bite the bullet on that one. If you want to make that change without destroying or disrupting your metagame. But yeah. It's like what happened with McCree. Yeah, exactly. And so when it comes to criticisms of VCard, those are my main 6. Those are the biggest gripes that I have. But then we get to Shy Lily's response. Because at this point, by February 8th, most people had gotten their videos posted and their critiques out in the open, right? A lot of the videos that I saw from people who were critiquing the game were posted at some point between February 4th and February 8th, right? Sometime in between those 2 dates. And then on February 8th, 2025, Shy Lily, during an unboxing stream for VCard, near the end of the stream, would start attempting to directly address people's complaints about VCard. Yeah. So Speedrobo did a pretty long video, and towards the end he also reviewed this section. I'd be interested to see where you and I overlap on this. I suspect that we may share quite a few assessments of how well this response addressed concerns about the game. But long story short, I have in the past praised Shy Lily's ability to conduct herself during, controversies, etc. with aplomb. But unfortunately, this was not an example of that. This was a statement that had many things, that left many things wanting, many people wanting more, and perhaps did not do the best job at assuaging consumer concerns. And so we're going to be reacting to that last section, starting from around 4 hours, 54 minutes, 3 seconds, to around 5 hours, 22 minutes, 40 seconds. Braden4141, thank you for the 5. Can't they just have a small numbers VTuber per set and have multiple cards per VTuber, so it's not a big deal if they get banned? Yeah, they could, but again, I think that would water down each individual card. I'd say for creators that get cancelled, you could take it as an opportunity to create a forbidden pack. Yeah, no, I would say the same thing, because why not use it, right? If you get confronted with something that is, well, I mean, it's a bit cynical, but, never waste a good controversy. All right, let me switch over to the React screen before we get into this. All right. Allow me to pause the music. Somebody remind me to turn it back on afterwards. All right. Here we go. Hold on. Let me check to make sure that the audio is coming through correctly for you guys. Okay.
Of shy heart.
So basically,
is the audio working fine? Is it coming through for you guys? That's the approach other games have taken, multiple cards per tuber? Oh, okay. The thing is, you'd have to wonder, because all of these card games seem to have been produced, designed at around the same time. But at the same time, with the HoloLive thing, I mean, HoloLive has been they've been participating in TCG since 2020. So you'd think that if you want to make a VTuber TCG, surely you'd look at how theirs worked and try to sort of maybe adapt or adopt some of those aspects. Audio good? All right, excellent. Okay.
Basically, at the moment, we want to make this game harder. We want to add more systems, more things, because long story short, the game was intended to be simple, or rather, the game was never intended to be a game. It was just about collecting colorful VTubers.
All right, so two things immediately incredibly concerning. First, problem is, what people are saying is not that they want the game to be more complicated. If anything, they want the rules to be less complicated and more clear. No, what people are saying is that the game, as it is right now, it lacks depth. Now, the difference between a game being complicated and a game being deep is a little bit hard to explain off the cuff for me personally. Actually, since we have Speedrobo in the chat, I don't know if you would agree with that assessment, although you could probably articulate it far better than I can. But the point is with the way that VCard exists right now, the problem is it has quite a few mechanics, but those mechanics do not seem to be designed in a way that they are supposed to complement one another. As a result, those mechanics are individually simplistic, but when you try to put them together, it ends up creating a very confusing rule set and very unintuitive play patterns. Like I said with the earlier example of when I tried theory crafting a discard deck using Cyanide Chan. The whole not being able to draw a card except for at the beginning of your round thing, like, again, that makes sense when it comes to, that would make sense in a vacuum when it comes to wanting to keep your games short, for example. But at the same time, it also leads to, or at the same time, if you also implement a rule where you need one playable card per turn, otherwise you lose at the beginning of your turn, which happens before you compare power levels with your opponent, then that just becomes incredibly unintuitive. Again, both of those concepts on their own are simple, but when you put them together, you end up getting a play pattern that just doesn't make sense. So the main issue with VCard wasn't the lack of depth, it was that the rules were incomprehensible and annoying. A simple game is not bad. One that cannot be played is. Okay, yeah, that's probably a better way of putting it. Although I will say, I do wish the abilities for the individual power level cards, as I stated earlier, I do wish they weren't as generic, that they made more use out of the individual mechanics that are present in the game, and were more unique to each VTuber, or more thematically unique to each VTuber, than just, the same 8 abilities cycled over and over between different groups of VTubers. And also, on top of that, the other thing that concerns me is the fact that she just outright says, this was never supposed to be a playable game. This was just supposed to be... Oh, sorry, it didn't start off as a playable game. This was just supposed to be, people collecting VTuber cards. Which, again, there's nothing wrong with that. But at some point, if you pivot, you have an added obligation that you've just put onto your own shoulders, right? An extra weight that you now have an obligation to bear on behalf of your consumers. Because if you switch from being a collector's, if you switch from being a collector's card to being like an actual card game, there are a few boxes that you need to tick that didn't exist before you marketed yourself that way.
But
a game that has very thematic effects is V Royale. Mary put in some good effort there. Oh, okay, I haven't checked that out yet. Might do so after the stream.
we were like, it would kind of be a missed opportunity to not have at least some level of playability.
And again, when she says it would be a missed opportunity to not have some level of playability, this is what informs me that Lily's relationship with GamerSups, I don't think either of them were in a position to constructively brainstorm and spitball ideas. And the reason why I think that is because that reason, on its face, I think it would be a missed opportunity if we don't have at least some playability. reasonably speaking, if you're going to be investing time, money, and effort into this, the first question that should pop up in your mind when you hear that is, why? Why do we need some measure of playability if we went into this with the intention of just making a collectible? Because evidently, the people who made VCard are incredibly capable of making a collectible. Look at the GamerSupps cups. They are collectibles despite doubling as being items that have genuine utility. Same thing happens with their flavors, right? GamerSupps has built an entire brand off of turning everyday things into being collectibles. And so when it comes to their ability to create collectibles, I have no doubt in either GamerSupps nor Shy Lily in their ability to execute on that objective. The problem, however, comes with the motivations and the degree of thought that went into Shy Lily saying this would be a missed opportunity if we didn't do at least something, and GamerSupps apparently going along with that and saying, yeah, sure, why not? Because that speaks to an entire wealth of lack of foresight when it comes to designing a TCG. I'm convinced that both Shy Lily and the people who she was asking, who perhaps in this situation probably should have pushed back against that suggestion, I've come to the conclusion that neither of the two have any experience when it comes to designing TCGs, and I'm starting to doubt whether they even have that much experience playing TCGs, because tacking on a playability aspect, the problem is as well that just feels cynical, right? It just feels like, oh, why don't we get another market in there? We're not going to get this many eyes on us the next time we try to release a card game. So why don't we just jam that in without making sure it's fleshed out? Because when the impetus behind you adding something to a product is not, I want to make my consumers' lives better, but I will never get this many eyes on me again, there is an inherent degree of cynicism that accompanies the decision, whatever that decision may be, that is going to be very difficult to shake. And it's usually not something that I would recommend any VTuber, any content creator for that matter, ever do. Because if you get that tiny niggling little bit of cynicism attach itself, graft itself onto your brand, it is going to be very difficult to shake that off. When it comes to content creation, cynicism is the enemy of what we do. Especially if you are somebody who is a VTuber, right? If you are a content creator who wants to curate your brand image, make yourself come across as somebody who other people would love to support, cynicism is poison to that kind of branding. And as a result, this being the justification here, I really I can see that being the case, but I cannot understand why Shy Lily would feel like it's a good idea to just say that outright, because this kind of convinces me that whoever Shy Lily has surrounded herself with, there may be a little bit of a toxic positivity problem. Because to anybody who isn't just willing to accept everything she says and does, her saying that does not sound like it doesn't sound like a good thing. Saying that we did this because we just wanted to add some playability and we thought it would be a missed opportunity if we didn't. That does not sound good to people. That does not convince them that their concerns about the playability of your game, the value of your product, is your foremost concern. And that is very much, if you are responding to complaints about that, that is very much something that you need to make sure is front and center in your response. What's so funny is that if they didn't slap it on this game, they never would have wound up in this hot water. Yeah, exactly. They just needed to stick in their lane.
So you feel like you have a bit more than just a piece of cardboard. Like you can, I don't know.
And that, okay, so I feel like I'm pausing a lot here, but again, I suppose to any creators watching this, the reason why I am so pedantic when it comes to picking apart these statements is because I want to make it clear, I want to really hammer home the point that what you express may not be what your audience hears, and how some of the things that you say, which you may think are quite innocuous, quite innocent, they may come across incredibly badly to an audience that does not think or feel the same way that you do. When she said just then that this is more, making it a game would make it more than just a piece of cardboard. You never want to belittle a product that you have put out there for other people to buy. And when she says that, oh, if we didn't release it with a game, we wouldn't have been able to make people feel as much like they didn't just buy a piece of product. The reason why you don't want to say something like that is because what that implies, whether Shy Lily meant it or not, and I'm inclined to believe that she didn't mean it, is that it started off just being that way. The way that she sees it as the creator of the product is, piece of cardboard without the game, right? And that was what they initially went in with the intention to sell. A collectible card that didn't have a game attached to it. It's not exactly a great look if what you're saying is or can be interpreted easily as, we initially started off with the intention of just selling you guys a piece of cardboard, but then we realized we could tack on a game to it. So now you don't think it's just a piece of cardboard either, right? And again, I understand that is potentially, I can understand why that's not what she's saying. But again, what I'm trying to emphasize here is it's not what she means to say, but it's not... It does come across that way when the product itself is bad, when the game doesn't work. The solution to people complaining about the merchandise that you've put out is not to then belittle the merchandise you've put out. Because even if the people buying it aren't taking it seriously, if you're asking for their money, you have an obligation to do so yourself. And belittling the product that other people have bought does not exactly serve to raise the confidence of people that you have intentions to fix it.
Have a fun 10 minutes against each other's, right? So the game is designed to be super simple, and that's it, like super, super simple. So, funny enough, the simplicity of the game is also its downfall. So, lots of people have expressed that they expected a more in-depth game because at the moment, what you do is both players play the card, then you reveal the card.
Again, I think what she's accidentally conflating is people complaining about the rules and how... I think when she says that people are complaining about simplicity, from what I have seen, people have been complaining about how limiting the game is and what you're actually able to do. How it feels like there are too many constraints on the player when they are trying to actually play this game. And I think that has been accidentally conflated with the idea that people think the game is too simple, quote unquote. Whereas in actuality, just like Speedrobo said in chat, it's not that the game is necessarily... simple isn't bad. It's just that the game as it exists right now is far too confusing, despite the fact that it was designed to be simple.
And both players have 5 or so... 1, 2, 3... Both players have 5 or so cards that they have. And then when it's their turn... They draw a card and they're like, okay, well, my Koki... Let's just assume I played Koki. And I'm like, well, shit, that sucks. Cinder is easily beating me because Koki is weak to Cinder, because Grass is weak to Fire. So I'm like, oh, shit. Is there a way I can still win this round? With this hand? Not really. With this hand, the best I can probably do, unless the Cinder hand is even worse, is to just survive the round. I could maybe play the Snack Cat. So
yeah, Eddie, I think that is a pretty decent point. It's a bit of a chicken and an egg thing, though, right? Because, okay, so what Eddie has just said is the game has no deck archetypes because it's all just homogeneous slop. However, I don't think they even had an idea of deck archetypes when they started making the game. That's the problem. I think they just started out by saying, okay, here are a bunch of VTubers that want to be part of our project. Here is a simple mechanic that we can use. Let's just make the mechanic uniform across different. Let's just segregate the VTubers into different type charts, and then we'll put the same abilities on each one according to their type chart, etc., etc. With no thought for how the individual cards would interact with one another to create different playstyles. Again, like I said, if they had gone into this with the intention of finding, identifying, and fleshing out playstyles, they would have discovered the discard playstyle, and they probably would have stopped themselves from creating Cyanide-chan, given the current rule set as it exists. But again, it's the difference between people who are thinking about things as collectible cards, where all you need to make sure of is that, you know, a card looks good, that it has sentimental value, versus people who are thinking about this in terms of a game, where there are individual mechanics. You start paying attention to how they interact with one another. You start thinking about how you win or how you make your opponent lose. Those are different things. And what we are seeing here is the results of a group of people trying to make a game when all of them are thinking about it as a collectible and none of them are thinking about it as in terms of being a game that you win or lose.
So the loss won't be as significant, but I'm not sure if the way to go is to play preservative. I think in this scenario with this hand, it's worth it to just lose a round and save this in hopes that the next card you draw... For example, if you were to draw now a Cinder, an Aethel, or any fire card, you would already have a much stronger advantage. If the next VTuber you draw...
One of the other aspects of the V-Card mechanics that I forgot to mention before is part of the reason why V-Card feels so bad is in contrast to other games where the penalty of gaining a card's effect is that you can no longer use that card, right? V-Card, what V-Card does is you lose the ability, you have all of the opportunity cost of using a card without any of the benefits of doing so. Because like she said just then, right? She said none of the cards in her current hand, right? None of the cards in her current hand are useful in this round. So she'd probably just have to take the L. But what ends up happening with the way that V-Card's rules are arranged is after this round is over, all of the cards that she didn't get to use that are currently in her hands need to be put into the discard pile, and they don't get to be used again for the rest of the game. So what ends up happening is, in contrast to something like Magic, for example, where you play a card with a single turn effect, and then now as a result of getting that effect, the cost is you can no longer use that same card again in the future. Now, V-Card has the exact same cost of you don't get to use that card in the future either, but you didn't even get to use the card this time, this turn. And so it just ends up feeling bad. Again, it's just another one of those little things that makes the gameplay feel so constricting for players. It makes you feel bad because you can't play the game, right? Or you can't use all of the cards that you have in your hand. You have all of the costs of having played it, but you just don't have any of the benefits of having played it. It just feels bad. Uno is actually a really good example of a fun, simple game. Yeah, exactly. I mean, school children play Uno, and they have, it's school children learn to play Uno, and adults play it well into adulthood. Like, it holds up. Like, again, a game doesn't have to be complicated in order to be good. It just has to make sense.
So fire or cinder or Aethel, much better chances of winning. Unless you're weak, but even then, with this many power-ups, possible. Anyways, all of the abilities and everything, it was apparently too simple. So I bagged the gamer subs and I was like, listen, we can simply stand on business and be like, okay, cool, look, this game is supposed to be simple. It's a collector's game. Like, we put all our thought process in the collector's aspect. We just wanted to have a way to collect colorful VTubers because the stickers from Gamer Subs have always been very successful and people love to have them signed by their.
This is the exact same thing that I and the other people who are critiquing this, including Speedrobo, were talking about, right? This has all the hallmarks of people going into this with the intention of making collectibles, with a reputation for making collectibles, who knew how to make collectibles, thinking that also made it possible to make a game. Again, two different, very different skill sets. This has been a great watch for me. You covered so much stuff I missed in my looks. Thank you. No problem at all. Actually, I'm I'm glad that you managed to catch this stream. I really wasn't expecting it. It's a very welcome surprise. VCard is an endless onion. I mean, I've seen your videos, so I know that you're not very hopeful that they'll ever be able to fix this game. But I mean, I hope they will. I think this might be coping a little bit, but I hope they will, because the reaction to VCard was negative initially when people started playing the game, and it has only gone on to become more negative since. So hopefully that's enough of a sort of... Hopefully that makes it impossible to kind of just hand wave away most of the complaints as just, oh, people are saying it's too simple, and that's it. But yeah.
Creators, let's just make a card game. So we can either double down on our word and be like, yeah, sure, let's do that. But I said, listen, I think it's a missed opportunity. This collector's game is way too popular.
This may sound a little harsh, and I mean this in the best way possible for any creator who happens to be watching this. If you are ever in a situation where you have released a product that people have paid for, and your justification is, if we didn't do this, it would be a missed opportunity, no one is going to care. The reason being is because your missed opportunity is not something that is within their... It doesn't affect them. Whereas now that you've attempted to chase that opportunity, they are now stuck with a lackluster product. And so, if your audience's concerns are... Avoid trying to explain the motivations behind why you did something if they don't also address the concerns that are being expressed by your consumers or your audience. If something doesn't answer a question that your audience has, if it doesn't soothe a concern that they have, it is, for all intents and purposes, just, in Mandarin we'd call it 耳边风, right? Breeze past the ear. It means nothing. Like, yeah, sure, you would have had a missed opportunity, but that was a hypothetical loss, whereas what people who bought the product with the intention of playing it have is an actual loss. Especially if you're announcing that you're going to be, and spoiler alert, they have announced that they're going to be making some pretty drastic changes to VCard down the line, and so I don't exactly know how that's going to interact with the cards they've already printed, that people have already paid money for. So if you have these people who are sitting there with a card that may no longer even be playable, and they have suffered a very real financial loss. You talking about how if you didn't do this, you would have had a missed opportunity, is not going to exactly do a lot in order to assuage that sense of being wronged or that sense of loss. And so I understand that it's not a natural thing, right? As human beings, it is reflexive for us to explain ourselves to others in terms of how we experience them. That is human nature. That is how we are all born. That's how we learn to communicate by default. It's how we come out of the packaging, right? But when you are dealing with a public controversy, you are delivering a statement in a public manner, and your intention is to assuage public concerns, it is a deeply unnatural thing to do, but it is also deeply important that you are able to identify what your concerns are and then, as objectively as possible, try to identify whether they align with the concerns of your audience or not. And if you end up explaining something in a way that expresses your concerns without addressing the audience's, it is probably better to simply not say it. The Marina VT gone.
It did way too well to backtrack or like stand on business. We can simply check what other games have been struggling with and how they improve their game, and we take the same steps.
The problem with this is that it is an argument that gets worse the more that you think about it. Because the first initial response, at least the first response that I had when I was watching this VOD for the first time, is that not something that you should have done prior to putting out your product? Because this is not a new market. VCard is the latest in a long line of TCGs that have been released. Magic is 32 years old. I'm willing to bet that's older than Shy Lily. As a result, you have plenty of precedent that you could have used to find your footing. The fact that you released a game with an anti-mechanic built into it, combined with the fact that you seemingly had no idea of how toxic an effect discard was, tells me that despite these games being there for the learning, it doesn't seem like any of the research that either Shy Lily or GamerSupps did into TCGs managed to touch on any of those things, any of those lessons. And so they ended up having to learn those lessons firsthand. The second thing is, when she says we can just make it up on the fly and see how other card games have learned over time, have corrected problems that have dealt with problems that have cropped up over the course of their existence. Okay, sure, fine, but two things. One, you are in no way in a market that is forgiving enough in order for that to be taken for granted. Because remember, when Magic cropped up, it could afford to make a few mistakes because there wasn't that much competition at that point in time. 2025, whole different story to 1993. On top of that, how do I say this? If a TCG is trying to fix problems that exist within its design, fundamentally core to its design, the trick is fixing those problems without fundamentally uprooting its identity as a game. For example, with Magic the Gathering, one of the fundamental flaws in its design is that your main resource pool is also a card that you have to draw from your deck at random, which means that your ability to access that resource pool is very inconsistent. It can be extraordinarily frustrating when, during the course of a game, you just don't draw a land card from your deck on time, and as a result, you have cards clogging up your hand that you just don't have the resources to play. That is a frustrating aspect of Magic the Gathering's game that is essentially inseparable from its design. Now, Magic could fix that by implementing a system where you are guaranteed to draw at least one land card every turn, so you never have the problem of not having lands. But in doing so, it would fundamentally destroy the game. Because instead of being Magic, well, now it's a lot closer to something like Hearthstone instead, where you do have a consistent influx of mana, a mana resource that increases consistently every turn without you having to do anything. And so when it comes to fixing your card game, it's not as simple as just, we'll look at what the other card games are doing and then change ours accordingly. Like, yeah, you could do that, but what concerns me when I see Shy Lily talking about how she did this because she thought it would be a missed opportunity and she thought that they could just do that, is that I worry that they didn't go into this with VCard having much of an identity as a game rather than as a collectible. Because games have identities, mechanics, combinations of different mechanics that are supposed to give it its identity. And if you simply sub out a mechanic that people don't like and replace it with a different one, there is a more than zero chance that you might have accidentally just transplanted another game into yours as well, or transplanted out the thing that made your game unique or distinctive. And I don't think it's a stretch to believe that Shy Lily and Gamersubs want VCard to be distinctive. Now, granted, it is, as Speedrobo said earlier, it is one of the most recent in a long line of specifically VTuber TCGs as well, not just TCGs as a whole. But at the same time, I think it's still fair to say that I hope that when they approach fixing their game using the mistakes made by other games, or potentially looking at adopting some of the mechanics, the countermeasures, the play patterns of other games, they don't do that until they have decided, they have a solid, clear idea of how they want VCard, the game, to look. Because without that, they're going to accidentally end up diluting their game and its brand, in all likelihood. So, yeah, VCard has no mechanical identity. It's a big issue. That's why my best advice for them is to completely stop and come back. Yeah, exactly. They need, at this point, I'm convinced that they really do need like somebody from the outside to go in and tell them, okay, what do you want gameplay-wise? Because it's very obvious that nobody that they're currently working with has that knowledge. Hydra, to quote another TCG player, by the time you figured it out, not only will your audience move on, but you'll have to sync the entire project. You can't figure out a planned franchise. Exactly. It's just that I don't know if Shy Lily is really understanding just how weak of a product VCard is without her and the other affiliated creators running cover for it in some way. Like, without them posting about it, without them talking about it, it is not going to be able to exist on its own as a game. And I don't know if that has fully registered with the VCard team.
So, you pulled my art card signed by Rainy. No, I mean, I'm happy for you, but no. It was supposed to be me. It was supposed to be me. I'm so happy for you, for real though. Rainy is.
I've extended the offer to help them figure that gameplay out. The other VTuber TCGs have taken me up on that, but not a peep from V. Yeah, no, I saw your tweet about that. In fact, it's somewhere down the slides after this section. But yeah, no, I saw that, and again, from a PR perspective, it's not exactly a great look when literally all of your competitors have taken up a critic on their offer to improve your game, and there's just no movement, like, on one party's part. It's just
absolutely amazing. That is super cool. So yeah, I backed Gamersubs and I was like, listen, yes, we can sign on business, but I'm gonna be completely honest here and put my foot down a bit and tell you like a million reasons why we should just expand, why we should add more elements.
It's really depressing, but I've just realized that VCard is basically the accelerate meme that we've been using to dog on small corpos like for the past like year or so. Oh. Man, that is a sobering thought to think about.
More cards, more effects, bigger effects, revert some cards.
Revert? Revert? Now I'm curious as to what those cards were before. What those cards were like before she released them. Because they did some sort of balancing behind the scenes. I'm just curious as to how they decided on, well, how to do that balancing.
We should add more
Oh, rework. Oh, okay. My bad.
archetypes. We should add more systems, more ways.
See, for me, when I hear this sounds exactly like Santaism, right? Which is basically just, it sounds like a little kid wishing for Christmas presents the night before Christmas, hoping that somebody's going to climb down the chimney and mysteriously leave them under the tree. Yes, all of these sound great, but how are you going to do that? Because if we're trusting the same people who made VCard the first time to expand on its mechanics and grow and do all of those things, I don't exactly see that being the most conducive approach to actually bettering the game. Asking for more systems, more mechanics, I don't think that's going to fix the problems. And I think that one of the reasons why this is a statement addressing concerns that falls flat is because it hasn't really succeeded in addressing the core concerns of the player base. Which is, well, it's not really that the game is simple. It's just that the rules as they currently exist don't make sense. And the mechanics are unfun. It has not been designed in a way to facilitate the players feeling like they have agency. In fact, we very frequently talk about games that are designed to make you win more, right? Or mechanics in games that are designed to be win more. Usually noob traps that capitalize on the player's need to feel good about how they're playing. But I think VCard is one of the few examples where we've seen a game be accidentally designed to enforce a lose more aspect, where you get penalized for being unlucky, and your ways of dealing with your ways of mitigating that bad luck are reduced by the fact that, well, you had that bad luck to begin with. So, yeah, Kendra, it is kind of reminiscent of Todd Howard's 16 times the detail from Fallout 76, right? If they do have a new team on this, we need to know who they are. We need to know if they have any industry experience, but no silence from VCard as usual. To be fair, and I will play devil's advocate a little bit, if you are working on something behind the scenes, it is possible for it is possible for you to fix all of the issues without saying a word to the public, and then come out in the future with a good game. And it is possible for your game to bounce back even if that is your approach. However, I would say the problem with VCard, in as far as this response from Shy Lily goes, is that you have to choose one of the two. Either you address things publicly and you do so properly by addressing the concerns of your audience, not yourself, or you don't address the public at all. What has happened here, though, is that Shy Lily has essentially done a half and half, where she's chosen to publicly acknowledge the criticism, but she is responding to it in a way that contextualizes and articulates her own feelings about the project, her motivations, the reasonings behind why certain decisions were made, in a way that does not address the public's concerns. And so you get the worst out of both worlds. Not only does the public know that there is a problem, but they also feel like you haven't really addressed their concerns about the problem as opposed to your own. So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No Man's Sky is an example of, how you can recover your game even if you don't talk to the public throughout the process of fixing it. But, yeah.
To play the game other than VTuber, mascot, support card. Done. That's all the 3 types we have of cards. So I was like, the people want it.
I don't think we need more types of cards. Again, if you had mechanics on cards that just interacted with more features of the game, like I talked about earlier when I was giving examples of how you could possibly rework Lena's card ability in order to make it more distinctive to her, I think one of the impacts of Santaism when it's applied to this is that instead of fixing the problems that exist within the game as is, what Shy Lily seems to be falling into the trap of is just trying to think about more things she can add onto it in the hopes that players will somehow view that as a fix. Whereas in actuality, it doesn't actually solve the problem. It just, at best, it distracts from it. At worst, it adds on to it, which, neither of which is a great outcome. I want to come and help Shy Lily come with some of the card concepts. Small corpo in 2004 enchantment. Every 2 turns, person discards the top. The sad part is that would actually make sense.
And it will give us so much room to expand on things in the future, because I already gave the example of, let me show you. Do I have a Shy Lily card in here? I don't think I do. No Shy Lily. I do. For example, right now, Shy Lily is a water type. It just seemed the most fitting. So right now, I am water type. But what if in the future, because this game is playable, we can make archetypes? How about we add an undead faction or another element where I could transform my card into, let's say, an undead or the Undergod Queen or Protector of the Deeps or whatever the fuck. And then we can have a spoof that's just like Ancient Spoof or Protector of the Grove spoof.
See, the problem is what you just suggested. In order for that, I think a very obvious issue is how does that actually play, though? Because if you do something like that where you give your power level cards the ability to change their type mid-round, Masuku, scope creep, exactly. If you give your power level cards the ability to change type mid-round, what does that do to the way that the game overall ends up playing? Now, you don't have the ability to rely on things like type advantages and things like that, which was a core element of how VCard was designed. And so, this is what I mean when I talk about being careful about tossing away key elements of what would have otherwise been your game's brand identity, your game's mechanical identity, that in favor of just adding more things. Also another point, Azahara, that's a pretty good point. That works better with PC games than it does with physical, if it even works at all with physical. Because like how are you going to do that exactly? Like, how are you going to activate a transform effect? And if you release cards with transform effects, are you going to make sure that everybody who bought the old versions of those cards has them? If not, does it become kind of like a pay-to-win type scenario? Or again, these are a lot of questions that accompany the actual bones, the meat and potatoes, right, of how to implement it or the consequences of implementing it. And I worry that whoever Shy Lily has surrounded herself with, business-wise, is not in a position to point that out.
Freaking Cthulhu spoof or whatever the fuck, you know, and we can expand and add more things to the things, and then eventually, after another season or two, you'll have enough sea cards and undead cards and undergod cards and water cards.
Doesn't MTG have cards that transform? Yes, they do. However, with the MTG cards, transforming cards are difficult because they need to be two-sided. And at the same time, what that does is it basically makes sleeves a requirement in order to play the game competitively. On top of that, what you also need to... Another thing that has also become a pretty common issue at certain points during MTG's history is because of the double-sided nature of transform cards, foils are difficult to pull off. Because if a foil card is bad in terms of warping with a normal one-sided card, it gets even worse when the card is two-faced. Because now you have to deal with extreme warping, basically. So, yeah, it's... If they are already having problems with the cards warping in transit, I don't know if double-faced cards are a good idea in that regard, until they find like a better manufacturer or a better way of shipping the cards to their purchasers. So, yeah. Fun fact, VCard to this day still has no deck limit. Oh yeah, no, I took that from... I've been checking every day since I took that screenshot on their website to check if they've changed that. They haven't. But yeah. The other thing about transforming cards is that Magic has decades of cards building up to that, and yeah, the warping thing is gross. Yeah. Again, this is a mechanic that you usually need to ease your player base into, rather than just slapping that down and expecting that to just work, or your players to just get it.
To make a deck that fully just pumps out buffs to those things and have an actual game that is competitive.
And again, one of the other things that I think is quite symptomatic of the fact that I don't think Shy Lily even has played her game a lot is that when she is discussing fixes, when she's discussing possibilities for expanding mechanics in the game in the future, all of the suggestions revolve around the power level mechanic. Literally every single thing she has suggested, discussed, acknowledged, or talked about revolves around the power level thing. But we've already established that based off of actual gameplay, power levels are for all intents and purposes completely and utterly irrelevant. The game was made for that to be the main objective in mind, but the game plays as if it's the polar opposite, because in actuality, what actually ends up determining the outcome of games is not the power level. It's the amount of cards you're able to hold in hand. And the fact that Shy Lily has not addressed that, or at least acknowledged how that essentially has cancelled out the main premise of the game, tells me that I don't even know if she's watched other people play her game that often. Because if she watched either, Nova's stream, or the video that she did with MBT, or, literally any other video of somebody trying to play the game, she would instantly, within the span of less than half an hour, start to see that becomes a bit of a trend, where people are losing not because their power level is lower than their opponents, but because they are running out of cards in hand faster than the opponent. So, yeah, the power level is the least important thing in the game, which, yeah, exactly.
Competitive, or people have to think. And it gives us reasons to, release the Porcelain Demon. Exactly. We can be Platinum Element and become the
I get that she's saying that as kind of a joke, right? But when your card game is in the middle of people saying that it doesn't actually play like a game, I don't think saying it gives us a reason to release more product is a great thing. And I do understand that this is not supposed to be some sort of PR announcement stream or whatever. I would be judging this way more harshly if this was, for example, a clip that was posted onto the VCard TCG Twitter account. I know that this is just Shy Lily in her stream talking to her audience, her community, etc., etc. I get that. But at the same time, this is a public statement addressing a public concern about a product that you just released to the public. So, phrases like that, it may sound like I'm being a pedant. It may sound like I'm just tone policing. At the same time, I want to really make it clear to everybody watching why I don't recommend this kind of, essentially what not to do if your objective is to assuage public concerns or address them up front. Because this is not it.
Porcelain demon. And then we can have a support card called the toothbrush, toilet brush or whatever. You know, like we can make funny things, we can make badass things, we can make silly things, we can make loot things. But I think it was a waste. It would have been a wasted opportunity if Gamers Hubs would have disagreed with me. So I am so glad they agreed with me and said, you know what? Yes. Honestly, period. You are correct. We should expand on this. If the people...
You know what that sounds like to me when I hear that? That sounds like toxic positivity. That sounds like a Yas Queen echo chamber. That sounds like something that inevitably is going to cost money to the people participating in it, and possibly PR as well.
Want more complicated, more systems, more everything, grander and more just brain stuff? Sure. Let's give it to them. Let's hire a bunch of people that are really dedicated to just doing this.
A support card called the Screwdriver.
Sure, buff your new me with a screwdriver. I enjoy. So, it would be really fun if we can add new systems and new ways to introduce more cards and more things you can do each round and against each other, you know? So, we are working on this. Unfortunately, it's a pretty long process. Also, we are rewording a few things for...
As we will get into in a second, despite Shy Lily saying on February the 8th that it's going to be a long process, VCard, the official account at least, has plans to accelerate the development of the product to the point where they're hoping that they'll be able to make it competitively viable and host IRL tournaments by, I believe, some point later on this year. I don't know if fixing VCard is going to be possible within that amount of time if they haven't even acknowledged that the power level thing is, for all intents and purposes, despite being the main gameplay mechanic, completely irrelevant to the actual gameplay patterns. This is going to take quite the surgery in order to fix. But again, on the off chance that they don't fix it before they have those tournaments, I hope everyone shows up with discard decks and nothing else.
For example, now that I have the mascot here, we will be rewriting and rewording some cards. For example, the card currently reads +1 to your power level card, +2 to your electric type power level card, +3 to your Sky VTuber card.
Tournaments at the end of set 4 is too late. You need tournaments at launch if your TCG is going to survive in this day and age, to be blunt. Yeah, I could absolutely see that being the case as well. I think that... Okay, I will say that, in theory, a card game that is built off of the backs of creators, creators who are actively streaming, I do think that it has a little bit more of a chance at a kind of second wind like that. Because whereas with other games, you have to deal with people becoming interested and then disinterested in your brand, with a creator, their audiences will always be interested in them. So in theory, it would always be possible for them to transfer at least some of that interest over to whatever endeavor they're trying to market. The only thing that would get in the way of that is, well, losing goodwill, basically. And I am a little concerned when it comes to VCard's ability to regain goodwill, because they have lost a bit. They've lost considerably more and more the further on from launch date we get. And so, yeah, it's, I don't, hold on, give me a second. Sorry, I needed to clear my throat. Yeah, I don't know if it's the case that it's going to be impossible for them to, come back with a vengeance later on, but it's going to be contingent on audiences seeing their VTubers. One, audiences seeing their VTubers as having the best intentions for them, and two, they need to be able to take the card game seriously, because I have noticed a bit of an interesting tendency among audiences, even the most dedicated fans to VTubers, where it gets to a certain point where after they've done something that's a little stupid enough times, or done something that is, okay, either the VTuber does something really stupid once, or does really little things that are a little stupid several times, even audiences that love them will get to a point where they stop taking what they say or promote seriously. Like, they'll still support them, they'll still praise them, they'll still show up to every stream, but every now and again when the VTuber tries to do something, they'll just hand wave that away and say, well, she's just being, she's having a woman moment, or she's being silly, or she's being a girl failure, or whatever. And I think that it is a little... I think that if VCard isn't fixed before the creators involved start promoting it again, I do think that it is a possibility that will become a problem that ends up, shall we say, affecting the way that their ability to promote things in future because of that phenomenon. So...
read this as, if I have a Sky VTuber card, she will get +6 because she is a power level card. She is an Electro type, and she is Sky, so 1 + 2 + 3 = 6. So we're gonna rewrite the card in the next releases, and we're gonna change it to +1 to your power level card, or +2 to your electric power card, or +3 to your Sky VTuber power level card. So we risk that some rules and wordings are up to interpretation and how people think it's supposed to work. So, why would anyone understand it this way? The biggest issue with the wording we have are the mascots.
I will give credit where it's due. What Shy Lily is acknowledging here in terms of the wording in the rules and the card text being unclear, it is good that she's acknowledging that, because, let's be honest here, the rules need a lot of work before the game is competitively viable.
The biggest, I'll just call it backlash, the biggest uproar we had, apart from the one rule where we had a prize pool, apart from that, gameplay-wise, people's biggest issue is the wording on mascots. They all point out that it should say...
Lucifer AK, you can't have interpretation in rules. Yeah, I agree. That is not their biggest wording issue, but at least she sees some of the issues. Yeah, exactly.
Or. It should say or. It doesn't make sense otherwise. I want to work with GamerSubs on releasing individual booster packs. The main reason we don't currently have them is warping and bending.
Now, again, this is yet another small thing that makes me worried about the future of VCard, because at the same time as she's saying we're going to add more features, systems, mechanics, etc., what she is not acknowledging is why. Right? Why add more systems? Why add more mechanics? Why add more ways to play your game? The answer to all of those questions is because I want people to have access to more playstyles. And the problem with the way that they launched VCard, one of many, was the fact that it came out as a collection of cards, a jumble of cards that didn't have any cohesive playstyles that were being promoted or had even possibly been designed in the cards, at least not consciously. And when I hear her talking about how she wants to add all of these things, while at the same time saying that the next thing that she wants to be able to release with Gamer Supps are individual booster packs, not pre-constructed starter decks that show the audience what kind of playstyles she'd like to promote, that she'd like to see, etc., 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 that worries me immensely. Because that basically is the nail in the coffin on the idea that her decision or her desire to add more things into the game is founded in actual logical interpretation of the shortcomings of the gameplay. Because at this point, I'm convinced that it is literally just, let's do this because why not? Rather than considering how it might fit within the grander context of how a game functions. Because, let's be honest here, if you add in more stuff to the game, but you don't bother trying to make it more playable, or you don't bother trying to create archetypes, deck archetypes, distinct play styles, ways of leveraging different mechanics in order to bring yourself closer to a specific win condition, if you're not thinking about that, you're just going to end up adding more bloat to your game. It's not going to improve it in any manner. Because right now, the problem is already that there is too much bloat to VCard.
The main reason we, as of now, sell them in boxes only is because shipping only one booster is very difficult. It could warp, it could bend, it could fold in shipping.
Crazy suggestion. You know how you could come up with it? You know what's a product that isn't as big and pricey and bulky as a booster box, but isn't as fragile as an individual booster? Yeah, pre-constructed starter deck. I just fixed both of the problems for you.
So, I suggest that...
Instead of or between each one. At the start it should just say choose one. It what other card games do.
Or to choose one. Yes, exactly. So yeah, this is people's biggest misunderstanding. Again, I don't get it.
I really like that suggestion, but I'm worried that even if that suggestion gets onboarded, they're not going to use that in any way. See, what VCard has the potential what VCard has the potential to do, right? Let's say, for example, that they give the player the option of choosing how much the power level is boosted, right? By a mascot, whether they want it to be boosted by +1, +2, or +3. Because normally you would assume that you just want to choose +3 every time. But what that does is if they add in the ability for the player to choose whether it's +1, +2, +3, or that they want to add onto their, their current power level, card's power level, that's a mouthful. If they give players the ability to choose that, what they then have the opportunity to do is actually organically add in threshold effects. For example, effects that give you a certain benefit if you fall below a certain power level, or if you fall exactly on a certain power level, etc., etc., etc. And that adds interesting design space, right? But the problem is, what I fear will happen is they will do the choose one thing, and then they will never leverage the extra design space or the extra design opportunities that it gives them. Because they will just view it as a band-aid to fix the problem where people don't understand what the mascots do right now, and nothing more. That's what I'm worried about when I hear them making suggestions like this, and the reaction is as simple as just, oh yeah, that can work. And that's it.
But, like, it says plus... It could warp, it could bend, it could fold in shipping. So, I suggest that...
Instead of or between each one. At the start it should just say choose one. It what other card games do.
Or to choose one. Yes, exactly. So
I just realized that the other thing that kind of bothered me about the suggestion is that it was justified under the umbrella of that is what other card games do, as opposed to a reason that might feed into making VCard more fun to play. I think that is probably the biggest problem that I have with many of the solutions proposed by either Shy Lily or the people using the text-to-speech, is that a lot of their reasons are like good on paper, but their justification is just other card games do that, which... like, yeah, if what you want to do is avoid a common pitfall that other card games have made before, like anti, I can understand that being the justification. But if you're looking to make a card game that is, unique, distinctive, fun to play, I don't like the idea of just copying things without understanding why they work in their respective games. Other games have a choose one mechanic because they have other things surrounding that make use out of the choose one mechanic. For example, in Hearthstone, choose one is a keyword where there are certain cards that offer the player a choice between two effects when you play it. However, on top of that, Hearthstone also has other cards that contain benefits that are only accessible if you have played a choose one card prior, and other cards that allow you to, for a price, benefit from both choices in a choose one card after you pay said price. So in other words, the choose one thing is not supposed to be a band-aid for unclear rules phrasing. It is supposed to be a mechanic that works in tandem with other mechanics in order to give your player more ways of playing the game. And the justification of that's what other card games do kind of glosses over all of that.
So yeah, this is people's biggest misunderstanding. Again, I don't get it, but like it says +1 to your power level card, +2 to your electric power type card, +3 to your Sky VTuber power level card. I thought this wording was very precise, but we should just put choose one at the start. Yes, you're right. When I said onto game stores, we will work on those things, but you can't have a product without a history show up in stores. It doesn't work this way. We can't just be like, yo, we made this new banger. Trust me, bro.
Does anyone here who's currently watching, can anyone understand why that justification is about the last thing you want to say to a group of people watching your stream who may or may not have bought your product and spent money on it? Does anyone here know? Because that would otherwise be a pretty, it's pretty logical, right? Pretty innocuous, because she is right that department stores are probably not going to instantly open up their shelves to your product if it just came out. But why is this bad here? Yep, roly-poly games. Because these people are the consumers that would buy it at the store. Exactly. You are essentially saying, I can't get stores to buy my product because who would believe a trust me bro, while at the same time selling your product to your consumers using precisely a trust me bro. And that's the problem. Because yet again, there is this dissonance between the concerns of the people you are addressing and your own concerns. Because I understand as a manufacturer, if your primary concern is the fact that when you first release a product, actual department stores are not going to take you seriously. But you don't need to share that concern with your audience because they are the people who only bought it because they take you seriously. And if your reaction is, oh, they wouldn't take my product because they wouldn't get it, they wouldn't accept the trust me bro, like, what does that make the people that are currently responsible for all of your booster boxes being sold out? Like, what? What is sharing that information supposed to accomplish? And when it comes to PR in particular, a very common pitfall that I see people fall into is both audiences and communicators for this matter. Very often they believe that the more information you have, the better, right? Transparency is king. In actuality, that's not how it really works. When it comes to actually coming up with making sure that you communicate to your audience in a way that maximizes the chances that they will interpret your words the way that you meant them. You need to think about why would you share certain information. Now, just as often, you need to think about why you would refrain from sharing certain information. Like, that needs to be thought through and justified as well. But when you share information, there needs to be a point to that. If Shy Lily is sharing the point that, she thought about how, it's been weighing on the mind of everyone producing VCard, how department stores wouldn't just take their product at face value. Like, okay, sure, that's true. I can understand that. I can understand why that's a manufacturer concern. But what does the audience have to do with that? Can you not see how the audience's rationale for accepting your product is the exact same thing as you just said that these department stores lack, and therefore makes it harder for their trust to earn? Like, it is just... I am starting to sound a little bit like a broken record at this point, but it is just not a very advisable way of trying to communicate with your audience about a product that they are not happy with. Did she think that the department stores would never take VCard to begin with? Well, actually, we'll watch later. We'll watch more because she does go into this in more detail.
Trust me, bro.
See, Alamo, the fact that you could be right in that it may be asking for sympathy, but the problem is, if that is the case, that betrays a fundamental disconnect between her and her audience. Because when you ask for sympathy, right, and this is something that I talked about in the... This is what I talked about in the stream that I did, where I was talking about how in order to become a successful streamer, you do need some degree of self-objectification. You need to turn yourself into a brand that you can market to an audience, right? Sympathy is... Even though sympathy and empathy are words that people tend to use interchangeably, they have different meanings. Empathy is the ability to to form a connection with someone, to identify with someone, despite the fact that you don't share any common experiences with them. Sympathy is the opposite, a feeling of emotional identification that you have with somebody as a direct result of having shared experiences with them, or comparable experiences with them. I don't know if there are a lot of people in the audience, especially people who are unhappy with the state of VCard, who can relate to trying to get a product onto department store shelves. And as a result, if that is her looking for sympathy, I don't think that is I think that makes it worse, not better. So yeah. Like how you turn yourself into a chair? Yeah, pretty much.
We made this banger game. Trust me, bro. It doesn't work this way. we need to sell stuff first and make...
See, the way that she's phrasing it now, it's like a joke, right? She's saying, oh, we made this banger product. Why don't you trust me, bro? She's saying in a joking tone because, she knows that that's not enough for stores to put that product on their shelves. But at the same time, like, if that's the joke, then who's the butt of the joke? It's the people who ended up buying the product when the only selling point was that same trust me, bro, right? Because it was you selling it. And I understand that some people may look at this and go like, oh, you're reading in too deeply to what she's saying. But from an optics perspective, this is just about that's just about one of the worst things that you can say, right? Don't belittle somebody else for not taking your product at face value, while at the same time also making a joke out of the reason why they didn't take you at face value. If other people did, if other people who paid money did,
numbers, and then we can go to stores and be like, here are the numbers. Would you like to buy these so you can sell?
This is what I mean about it coming off really, really cynical. Because if the objective of the first run of VCard was just so you could get numbers, so you can convince stores to put it on their shelves, well, sure, that's fine. I can understand how that expands your business, how that's in your interests in a corporate sense. But what about the people who bought your product to begin with? Like, what happens if they bought bad product? And at the moment, VCard, as far as it being a game goes, does seem like bad product. If you talk about V-Card as a collectible, it's fine. It's great. It is beautiful. But if you talk about V-Card as a trading card game, there is no other way to describe it beyond bad product. And yes, you can meme on department stores for not taking the product, but that joke is going to be recontextualized in a manner that you're not aware of when you're making it by the fact that it is bad product. That's what makes it come off as if it's just, kind of ignoring, downplaying, or that the main concerns that people have about the game have just flown straight over your head.
But yeah, we will try to sell smaller instances of packs. So hopefully we can maybe sell 10 or 5 packs. Or I looked at Pokemon and they sell reinforced booster packs where it's a singular booster pack, which is granted a lot more expensive than.
It is a little concerning that the main takeaway from her looking at Pokemon is how do we sell more product? Stronger shipping boxes. I feel like that's a little bit of a problem if that is the main takeaway from the situation as it was, even up until this point. Because, again, if she had looked at the reviews created by people who actually played the game, what she would very quickly realize is that the way you sell more product is not with stronger shipping. It's a lot. You need to change a lot more things than that.
And obviously just buying a whole box. They almost cost double of what one of these boosters would cost. A singular booster in here costs 3 something. Pokemon basic booster cards cost 5 something. And if you want to ship a singular booster pack, they use this reinforced material, which makes it even more expensive. So you pay fucking $6-7, So we are trying to figure out a way to do something similar without being so fucking pricey.
I see the potential. I wish for the best for V-cards. Since you mentioned rewriting, please unify the language, keywords that are clear, specific and direct. That's what matters. Also for adding more complexity, even too dangerous. How about formats of play? Magic the Gathering has regular and commander, for example.
We will take a lot of inspiration from other games and figure stuff out. We are currently working with feedback from the community and try and work with experienced people, try and hire them, or at least listen to their feedback and be like, you don't like this? Do you have something you would rather want? Or you point out this. What's wrong with it? Or how do we fix it? Or we find people that we hire to fix it.
Have a lot of variations for different packaging, sometimes 3 in some plastic cases, or also single booster packs in carton sleeves that can be also hung up in stores and stuff. So maybe, as you probably already do, just look what those.
You know what I would like to see, actually? Because a lot of people in chat are bringing up the fact that it doesn't seem like she's watched the gameplay videos that other people have released of VCard. I would pay money to see a stream where Shy Lily tries to play VCard against somebody running a discard deck. I really feel like at this point, one of the best ways that you can learn firsthand that you have accidentally created toxic, unfun mechanics in your game is to just experience them face first while trying to win. I think for all of the, for all that she could read negative comments on Twitter, I don't think anything would be able to get that point across as resoundingly as simply trying to play your game when your opponent is abusing all of the aspects of it that you accidentally put into it. But then again, all of the VCard streams so far have been, unboxings, pulls, etc., from at least from the people promoting it. Or I should say, up until February 8th, I should say. But yeah.
Games do.
But yeah, we are trying to get this into stores, obviously. That is always the next step, but we needed to sell first before we can tell a store, hey, buy these boxes
Here in
and
the
resell
US,
them.
Magic the Gathering has a single pack in a reinforced cardboard sleeve for sale at box stores like Walmart and Target.
Yeah, but we don't have that yet. We needed to make a sale first before we can do.
I think it would be a major eye-opener moment when Shy Lily ends up playing a few games of VCard and realizes just how little the power level actually matters to the flow of the game. Because, again, I genuinely feel like that is the biggest blind spot in the way that both her and GamerSupps has been looking at how they want to reform the game. The biggest blind spot is the fact that their core mechanic that they supposedly designed everything around does not actually matter that much.
Anything. They can't just, before releasing the game, go to Target and be like, buy this. Trust me, bro. Buy this. Come on, buy it. Trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. Buy this so you can resell it. Yo, bro. Target. Yo, Target, buy this, bro.
Good night, Prince. Hope you have a good rest. But yeah, that whole miming thing of when she's just like sticking out the cards and going like, yeah, buy it, trust me, bro. Like, it's a little like, does she not realize that's exactly what the sales pitch was to average everyday people? Like, it was the same thing. Like, buy this, we're in it. Trust me, bro. It's a trading card game. Like, it's the same thing.
It doesn't work. You have to sell a product first and it has to make numbers before you can get it anywhere, ever. So, yeah. Bro, just sell them, bro. Trust. Swords, trust me, bro.
Can she not see how you could easily rework that mantra to just buy it, bro, just buy it, trust? Like, it's the same thing. And the fact that she doesn't realize it is like, it is mildly concerning, to put it to put it euphemistically. In terms of if there's anybody around her who does not think like her and is willing to say that to her face. Like, it's really not the best response.
Yeah, you can't compare this to Pokemon because, again, Pokemon had other franchises that they could verify work well before putting stuff in stores. Same.
See, the funny part about her saying this, saying you can't compare it to Pokemon after accepting numerous TTS suggestions that asked her to adopt something from MTG, is that VCard, both in terms of how it, well, not in terms of how it plays perhaps, but in terms of how it was marketed and how its reputability, its brand recognition was built up, is infinitely closer to Pokemon than it is to Magic the Gathering. Because like I said before, Magic the Gathering emerged at a time period where it had to construct its own brand recognition from scratch. Whereas with VCard, most of its brand recognition, just as she's about to say, oh, you can't compare VCard to Pokemon because Pokemon had like a really successful anime series that inherited most of its recognition from. How does VCard have its recognition? It's not warranted by the actual gameplay. It's not a result of the product itself. It's entirely inherited by the creators who were a part of it and who were promoting it. So, as a result, and again, I would assume that at least somebody at GamerSupps is aware of this, even if Lily isn't. But I hope that at some point between February 8th and today, somebody at GamerSupps has approached her and, you know, made it clear that the reason why people are buying VCard is not because the gameplay is fascinating, but because they care about the creators whose faces are on the cards, which is the exact same reason why people initially took interest in the Pokemon TCG, because they were invested in the characters and Pokemon whose faces were on the cards. It's not like Magic at all in that regard, and it is infinitely more comparable to Pokemon.
Of most other games, we made a completely new thing that is completely unheard of in the market. Target's never heard of a fucking VTuber before.
Now that's just not true. And this is more than anything else, this is the line that convinces me that there was little to zero market research done into VTuber TCGs before they made this. Because if they had done, like, I had like 2 weeks to Google this stuff. Less than 10 days to Google this stuff. And in that span of time, I found a VTuber TCG collaboration between HoloLive and Weiss Schwartz from 2021. I found the Rift Runners Twitter account, which had been created in April of 2021, where they started testing their game on Tabletop Simulator in July of 2023. And on top of that, somebody in my chat, halfway while I was through the stream, informed me that HoloLive's first collaboration with a TCG company was actually way back in 2020 with Suisse. So this is not even close to being correct. And the best case scenario is that she and GamerSubs just didn't know.
Target is like, what the fuck is a VTuber, bro? Get the fuck out of here. This fentanyl shit is getting out of hand. Target's like, what the fuck is a VTuber? Fuck off, bro. Source me. Teehee. Teehee. So obviously the goal is to have it in stores, also at conventions where we'll hopefully be able to sell singular booster packs. Yeah. Really excited for the future. So the future plan is obviously get it into the stores. Obviously rework the gameplay and unify language and also fix some of the language. And also get the game to have systems and more depth by adding and adjusting rules and adding systems and whatever other ideas we can use to make this a competitive game, because that's the next step, pretty much. Yeah, I got so much potential, and I'm so grateful.
Yeah, Peter, I personally feel like it would have been better to release this as a digital game rather than a physical one. I'm inclined to agree, because I think that maybe making it digital, there is a chance that might blow out development costs, which may be higher than manufacturing costs. Although that does also mean less cost to the consumer and an increased control over the cards that people play with, so that if something, if you released a game and it turns out that the way that you've designed things is entirely off base, it's a lot easier for you to just go in after the fact and correct things with a digital game than with a print one. So for the most part, I do agree with what you're saying, Peter, that VCard probably would have been better if it started off as digital only. But then again, that's not what GamerSubs does. GamerSubs does physical merchandise. So VCard ended up being physical merchandise. As a professional dev, it is more expensive to make a video game than a physical game. I've done both. Yeah, okay, so that answers my question. They probably didn't want the extra cost, I would assume.
For the feedback, because it helps a lot in figuring out what direction people want us to go. Like I said, when we released this, we were like, no one gives a shit about playing this game. But it would be a thrown away opportunity if we...
Man, like I understand thinking that, but why verbalize it? Like, I understand if you're having this moment with your audience, your community, right? And you're saying, I went into this thinking, who gives a shit about the gameplay? Or I went into this thinking that nobody's going to give a shit about the gameplay. Then I saw how people were reacting to the Twitter post, and I was like, whoa, our potential market's way bigger than I first thought. Like, I guess I don't know. It's completely possible that people in Charlie's audience hear this and nothing wrong with that. But if you're planning on reforming a product and then asking people to buy it again, surely it would be in your best interest to hang on to some of these thoughts to express in private rather than publicly. Surely. Because it does not exactly convey that you either know what you're doing or care a lot about certain aspects of what you're doing. It comes across cynical. And that's the problem.
We wouldn't make at least something out of this game. And then they release the game. And everyone's like, okay, but can the playstyle be harder? And we're like, oh. The irony of keeping it simple so it's easily accessible and then realizing that.
And again, the core complaint is not make the game harder. It's make the game more sensible, more easily comprehensible. It's a narrow miss, but it is one that has potentially dire consequences down the line if the arrow travels far enough.
That we dipped our toes in an audience that is nothing like that. We had no fucking idea.
Makes a TCG card game, gets surprised by people talking about and being invested in the gameplay of said game. This is literally just, small Japanese black VTuber Corp number 709 coming into the Western market for the umpteenth time. The exact same dynamic is happening here, and it's having the exact same effect as well. When you don't do market research and you're trying to break into a new niche, you are very likely going to be caught off guard by how much exactly people care about the things that you would have otherwise waved off as being rather superficial. People care about the gameplay, because if you're going to make a TCG, people want to be able to play the TCG.
Yeah. Yeah, seeing the people wanting to be more complex is a really good sign for the demand and also for the art, because we knew the game was simple. That was the whole intention. So people not complaining about anything art related whatsoever and just being like, yo, where the gameplay at? That's great feedback, because it's like, we didn't even try.
I'm going to let her finish the sentence.
This is amazing. We can just hire a department that specializes deeply, in depth onto this. Done. So it's perfect. Also, there's lots of people who make some claims. I do.
Okay, so it all ties back to what I said earlier, right? If people have bought your product, don't belittle your product. Don't say something like, we didn't even try. Just don't do that. And also, on top of that, if your approach towards fixing a problem is to just throw money at other people to fix it for you, yes, on a purely technical, pragmatic level, there is nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, if you are willing to just say it like that, what that does is it makes you look less invested in the quality of your product. Because, well, let's just throw money at somebody else to do it. What I don't know if Shy Lily realizes, or GamerSubs realizes, is they have locked themselves into a certain way of being able to communicate with their audience because of the fact that they marketed VCard with influencer marketing. Now, what that means is every aspect of the game is only going to be appealing to their audience insofar as it seems like it is a personal investment or personally invested in a similar manner between audience and creator. If your creator conveys that they don't care a lot about the product, what reason do you think your audience has to care about the product either? Especially if the main draw of that product is that it is your face on those cards. If you say something like, we don't even try, and when it comes to fixing it, we'll just give somebody else money to do it, at this point, yes, that is objectively probably the most effective way of fixing the problem. But at least project to your audience that you still have a hand on the steering wheel. Because if you seem to be perfectly willing to give up all input willy-nilly in reforming your product, then it makes you seem disconnected from the outcome as well. It makes it seem like you're just selling something, rather than asking your audience to participate in a project that you were personally invested in. And again, that just makes it seem more cynical. They could have gone for a simple snap card gameplay if they wanted to focus on collection. Yeah, exactly. But she wanted something more. Ironically, despite her saying that it's simple, it's designed to be simple, she wanted something more simple than, more complex, than Go Fish, unfortunately. Even if Go Fish probably would have sufficed for a collector's card game.
Want to shut down some of the claims because they are getting annoying. People claiming the reason they didn't get to buy first edition is scalpers. Now listen. Obviously, scalpers get their hand on a bunch of stock. They always will. But some people's solutions are simply non-existent. If those solutions existed or were this simple, every single place would fucking do it. No
She is genuinely pissed at this.
No offense, but if the solutions were that simple that some random fucking dude who paused his Marvel Rivals game to go on Twitter going, just limit everything per address, only one order per address, you really think that stops scalpers? Just make a queue. You really think that stops scalpers? You think scalpers haven't figured out how to join a fucking queue?
Generally speaking, it is never a good idea to crash out at your consumers. The customer is not always right. I want to be clear about that. But this is yet another instance of Shy Lily addressing a concern that she has without seeming to acknowledge the concern that is being expressed to her. See, again, this is going to sound callous. This is going to sound cruel. But nobody cares about you not being able to fight scalpers. Like, she's talking about how no one's giving me good alternative suggestions. No one's, there is no way I can combat scalpers. People are being unreasonable when they say that they can't get the product because of scalpers. Like, okay, but why is that our problem? Like, you can identify with your audience by saying, yeah, man, look, we can't do anything about the scalpers, but I get what you mean. That's fucked up. Right? I hate scalpers, etc., etc., etc. Like, that would be, like, fine. But if you're going to crash out at your audience for having that reaction, quite understandably, to not being able to purchase the cards, I think it's a little... I don't think it is a good idea to express this much derision when the reason why they are complaining is because they want to buy the product. And if they want to buy the product, chances are they want to buy the product not because it is God's gift to TCGs, but because it's your product. Which is what makes this level of derision seem more than a little bit misplaced, to be honest. By my own admission, we didn't know how to make a game, but also here's how your criticism of our game is wrong. Yeah, exactly. It makes it come off really, again, just really disconnected.
You should limit it one checkout per address. Okay, scalpers have like Scalpers are like the only target audience that has virtual offices. How many addresses do you have? Chances are 95% of chat doesn't have more than one address they can ship to. Everything else would just fuck over the customer.
Random moments. This is all insider talk that is not for the public to know about. She's just oversharing like every streamer does. That one message has perfectly encapsulated why my position on talents handling PR from the moment I created this channel has been that they shouldn't. That a talent should not have the role of trying to handle public relations, at least not without it being incredibly narrow and incredibly, incredibly moderated by somebody else or trained prior. Because you are absolutely right. It is a natural, normal streamer thing to overshare things with their audience. Problem is, when it comes to trying to handle a developing situation, especially a controversy of some sort, that is a tendency that may cost you dearly. And as a result, it is very much best for everybody involved if you are able to keep the streamers who, they handle the creative side, a lot of their brand, their appeal comes from being able to share things with their audience, from the PR side, which involves you having to think really, really hard about what information you do or don't share with your audience and why.
Scalpers are the only...
Random boy, thank you for the 5. I don't know if we get to this part about the printing policy, but this makes me... I don't know if we have. Hold on.
People that have like 20 million virtual addresses. They check out with a virtual address all the fucking time, and all of the addresses are registered in the post office to then reroute to one specific address, just a PO box.
For this, actually, to clarify things a little bit, I do not blame streamers for oversharing with their audience when they're just sitting on stream and streaming to their audience. Like, I don't blame them for that. Oh, that comes naturally when you stream. Like, that's second nature, basically. However, again, like I said before, if you are put in charge of representing a company for whatever reason, either it be because you are employed by that company or because you own that company, as is the case with Shy Lily, it doesn't work well. It does not gel well. It usually leads to statements that are that don't address public concern in a constructive manner that makes you come out looking better, I suppose is the way that I would put it.
Just like one big fat fucking warehouse. You're literally only fucking over the people that need this. That is the only people you fuck over.
I do think it's quite funny that she said people that need this instead of people that, want this, or like, people who are trying to buy this. It's just... I don't think she meant anything by it. It's just funny.
I've never even heard of a virtual address. I have a virtual address. Teehee. Because I don't want people to find my home, so I use a virtual address. The address doesn't exist. It isn't even a fucking place. It's a random fucking office that I pay $20 for each fucking address, and then everything that goes to this address gets rerouted in the post office to my address instead. Done.
By the way, the scalper tangent is going to become a lot more annoying in a few minutes. Just wait.
All business, paperwork, and everything, all items, whatever, it just gets shipped to one of my virtual addresses, bro. And then I send it to me. It's a very similar system to PO boxes, except PO boxes tend to be a physical place. But it's very similar to PO boxes, where most PO boxes are the same address, just separated in between like multiple instances. Like, it's still the same street, still the same number, but it has a different name or a different digit. Still the same thing. So it's like a PO box, except one step ahead of that. Very similar concept. Scalpers use them all the time because I hate to break the news to you. Let me hold your hand while I say this, but you aren't the...
I want you to remember this. She's not directing this derision at a scalper. she's directing this derision towards somebody who is complaining about not being able to access her product because of scalpers. I just want to remind you guys of that.
The first people to think about limiting things to one person per address. Scalpers have been existing for years. They are.
This is one of the other things that I think I talked about on my Twitter like a month ago or so. But what often happens, and this is admittedly one of the more, one of the things that a lot of content creators have to iron out in private in order to become better at communicating with their audience. But one of the things that you need to understand as a content creator is that people can give you feedback with good intentions, but every single person trying to give you feedback about something has zero way of knowing how many other people are giving you that exact same feedback at the exact same time. And as a content creator, it is frustrating sometimes to have to sit through what feels like all of the seagulls in Nemo, like basically cawing at you at once. But if you blame your audience for that, that is, in my opinion, a very easy way of alienating them and not accomplishing anything else. Because at the end of the day, yes, it may get tiring to read. Yes, it may be exhausting to get through, to slog through. Yes, it is supremely irritating that to basically hear the exact same thing a billion different times at the same time. But to each and every one of those people, that was something that only they were aware that they said. That only they said. And so if you respond in this manner, it feels disproportionate. Because your audience doesn't have the context of you scrolling through hundreds of Twitter replies saying the same thing. Your audience doesn't have the context of you opening up hundreds of emails to only receive the exact same complaint about your product. All your audience sees is you as you exist and speak on stream in that moment. And when you crash out in this manner, they have no other context to justify that in their own heads when they observe it. Conceptually, I think you and I and everybody is capable of, understanding that. Understanding the fact that it gets annoying to read the same message like thousands of times a single day. But especially when you get to, Shy Lily's level of popularity, I can absolutely understand why she would be pissed at that. But at the same time, if you are a creator and you are, you feel that sense of resentment or whatever, I would heavily encourage you to express it to somebody else besides your audience. Somebody who you have the option of providing full context for your feelings to. Because otherwise it just comes across as misplaced aggression. It comes across as being snippy at people who, logically speaking, just want to help or just want to, buy something that you're selling, And in general, I do feel like that is something that is lost on a few creators. But again, if you are a creator, if your audience is growing, whatever, it is easy to forget. I'm not going to pretend like I'm perfectly capable of keeping on top of this myself. But it is very easy to forget that when a member of your audience communicates something to you, especially if it's private or it's obscured, they most likely do not know that other people are saying the exact same thing to you at the same time. And if you blame them for that, if you resent them for that, then it's tantamount to a parent getting mad at a baby for flipping their plate over, They just don't know. They don't know. They don't know why it annoys you. They don't know why you find it annoying. All they know is that suddenly you're yelling at them. It's honestly not great.
I like the only people that aren't hurt by that shit. You want to order something for your friend? Too fucking bad. The scalper has like 20 million other virtual addresses they can use. You only have your home, bro. People try and combat scalpers all the fucking time, but you can't you can't screw them over without ever screwing you guys over. It doesn't fucking work. They aren't stupid. Scalpers, unfortunately, aren't stupid. So, yeah, to everyone saying scalpers are like...
Thank you, Speedrobo. That's very kind of you to say so. It makes me very happy to read. Thank you. I'm glad you showed up as well.
The reason no one got to buy cards, first of all, that is so wrong. Like I said, scalpers 100...
I'm not asking much. All I'm asking is that she literally take everything she just said and reverse the order. All I'm asking is that she starts off saying, first of all, I agree, it sucks. And then everything else can come afterwards. And they would be fine. Well, maybe not fine, but like better than it happened. Literally all that she needed to do was flip the order of the things that she just said.
percent got the hands on quite a bit of loot, but you'll see on the eBay listings and everything already that this is nothing out of the ordinary. It is very tame, especially compared to some gamer subs releases.
One other thing. When Shy Lily did that, right? When she said, oh, the situation with the scalpers is quite tame, you should have been there to see the other gamer subs releases. I want any creator watching this to understand that if you try to assuage your audience's concerns by saying, well, it's been worse in the past, you should have been there to see it, you are playing with fire, because that does not assuage their concerns. That does not address the problem. What that does is it asks your audience to go out on a limb and trust you that this has happened before but worse. And second, it also relies on your audience thinking that that is enough justification for what they just went through to have happened. Both of those are considerable risks to take when you're trying to communicate something to your audience. If you're trying to explain to your audience why they shouldn't be annoyed, even if it's not directly annoyed at you, but just annoyed at a situation in general, right? Annoyed at a situation in general, you took it personally. It is integral that your retort is not "trust me, bro," because when you think about people saying, "Oh, it was worse prior to the point where you showed up," that could be true, but the thing is, you are asking them to reposition the way that they view this event in context to something that they weren't around to experience. And that's just not a reasonable demand to make on a human being, because our way of processing the world is purely experiential. If we haven't been through something, if we haven't at the bare minimum read about it, heard about it, absorbed it into our minds, we are literally incapable of factoring that into our perception of things. That's just how it works. And when you tell somebody who just arrived in one of your spaces, oh, things were worse before you got here, therefore you expressing annoyance at me for this is not that reasonable. Like, okay, logically speaking, yes, you're correct, but that's not going to get through to that audience member because, again, they don't have the data to change their perception to match what you're saying. It's basically just a giant trust me, bro. So if you're trying to address your audience's concerns about something like this, if in reality they are, you may see them as overreacting to something. It's a bit like when, toddlers, they fall over and they end up skinning their knee, right? When they end up, they end up grazing their knee and they bawl, right? They just break down. They shriek about how much pain they're in, how tears are coming down their eyes. And you, with your mortgage that you've been trying to pay off for 20 years, you look down at them and you're like, well, what the fuck? What are you doing? Except no parent who's fit for parenting would think that. Because there is an inherent understanding that when that toddler is bawling on the ground after having only just scraped their knee, that is the most pain that they have experienced in their life up until that point. And you can't explain to them, oh, well, I've had to go through the pain of 2 divorces and a mortgage. That's not going to do anything to their experience of pain. That's not going to recontextualize how they see themselves in relation to you or even in relation to the situation, right? It's not going to help. Now, when you're working with adults, there is a higher chance that it could work because unlike toddlers, we are able to come up with, hypotheticals and conceptuals, but that's not a guaranteed case. And it's certainly not a guaranteed workaround for an emotional response to something, which if this is, if I'm interpreting this correctly, the complaint does seem to be a mostly emotional one. It's frustration. They probably know that there's not too much that, they probably know that there's not too much that, how do I say? They probably know there's not too much that VCard can do about the scalper situation, beyond maybe just increasing supply or something. But aside from that, there's not really much else that you can use to make them come around to your way of thinking. Funless, actually, toddlers look around for the reactions of adults before doing their own reactions. Huh. Well, I mean, it's the same sort of thing, right? Where if you're with a child, yes, you can be level-headed. Don't by all means, do not coddle them, right? If they feel like the world is ending because they scraped their knee, don't act as if it is. But at the same time, I do think that it is reasonable for somebody to process in the back of their mind, especially as a guardian, that there is a difference there in terms of how much perspective and experience each individual in that situation has, right? Like air walking off. Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is you don't blame the toddler for crying, right? You can tell the toddler, look, walk it off, I promise it'll be better in 5 minutes, right? But don't yell at them for crying. Don't make it as if it's their fault for crying. If they're crying for attention, then by all means, as a parent, stigmatize that. But if they are genuinely reacting out of pain, it is one thing to tell them to tough it out. It is another thing to make it their problem, And it's the same kind of thing here.
As someone that collects action figures, limiting items doesn't stop things from selling out. Oh yeah, absolutely. It absolutely fucking doesn't. Just ask Costco how limiting Pokemon cards worked out. Every solution, exactly. I don't think people understand that the solutions hurt everyone more than scalpers. You, as the average customer, only have the average means of purchase. The scalper has 1 million virtual addresses and all kinds of purchase power and possibilities to get the products and get into queues or reserve items or whatever the fuck else. I had some genius in the replies be like, I think we should just be...
Speed on. When I got upset as a toddler, I was always told that I'd be given something to really cry about. Again, that works in the context of parenting, and maybe my analogy was not a great one. But it is funny to imagine how that kind of thing would go on here, right? Like, imagine if someone went up to Shy Lily and went, the scalpers are making it difficult for me to get V-cards on time. And she said, and her response was, yeah, you feel bad about that? I'll give you something to really cry about in a second. Like, what could she even say as an equivalent to that, but like in this situation? It's just funny to think about.
Be able to reserve packs for future releases. What part about that stops the scalpers? You're gonna fuck over every person that watches a Cinder stream and then goes, oh shit, that release, that's so cool, let me go buy... Never fucking mind, I can't. I didn't reserve a spot. Meanwhile, the scalpers have like 500 bucks. 500 bots all reserving a spot. I have a genius idea, I'll rip it. Yeah, every solution just fucks the customer. The scalpers don't get fucked by it. They don't give a shit. They have a solution to everything that's on the market. You have to present a merit certificate to collect your loot. Yo, chat. Anyone need a green card? Yo, chat. Who needs a green card?
It's super nice. She's gone on this topic for a long time. You can tell that this is something that she's been she's been holding on to for a while.
We're all married to me, so let's fucking go. Is the unlimited box the same as the one that sold out? It doesn't have the one that sold out. There is a little mark right here that says first edition. You don't have that. That's it. It's the same. Everything, but it doesn't have a first edition. That's it. It doesn't have bragging rights of it's a first edition Shillelagh wool. It doesn't have this little thing printed, this little on it.
The other thing that makes this a little annoying to watch as well, especially if you have any sort of media training or whatever, is what she just said, right? It doesn't have the same bragging rights. She said it as a joke. But the thing is, when you are a content creator, when you are selling merchandise, that is unironically the reason why some people buy it. They want bragging rights. Part of the reason why people engage with content in this manner, or engage with even thinking about buying merchandise, is because what merchandise is supposed to do, what it is designed to do, is not just be a product that you can use to enhance your everyday life. It's not just supposed to be something that gives you like a little shot of dopamine or whatever. It is a status symbol. It is not only a means to support your favorite content creator, it is a badge of membership as well. It is a sign to other people, a sign infused with your brand, that you are somebody who supports this brand. And so, when she wraps it up like that, in the context of firing back against somebody who complained about not being able to purchase this product because of scalpers, it just makes it come off like, that's unironically the reason why they're so upset, because they want to be able to rep they want to be able to rep their Oshi. They want to be able to rep you. Like that's why. That's why they're annoyed at scalpers. That's what happens. And I understand that there are probably going to be like a group of people mixed in with that crowd that are genuinely blaming Shillelagh and Gamersubs for not getting rid of scalpers, right? Like not taking their heads and murdering them and getting them off the internet. But I'm willing to bet that most of the people who sent her like these complaints or whatever, I'm willing to bet that most of them were just saying, shit, is there anything that can be done about trying to reduce the capability of scalpers to throttle your next product release or anything like that? I missed out on it. I'm really bummed out, etc., etc., etc. Which I get why that might be annoying after the 1,000th time that you've read it, but at the same time, like,
yeah, the only way to combat scalpers, I'm sorry, is to never buy from scalpers.
I want you to remember that. The only way to combat scalpers is not to buy from scalpers.
The only actual way to combat scalpers is to only ever buy from primary sources. That's it. But no one wants to do that. Funny. So, I guess we are both out of luck. Too bad, chat.
I want you to keep track of something. Who is the butt of the joke here? Like, when she says that, I guess this is both of our problems. Who is the butt of the joke? Wait, why must we remember that line? Don't worry, you'll see in a few minutes. The joke is the card game. It's not Yes. The honest buyers? Not quite. It's the people complaining about the fact that they aren't able. Yeah, her fans, basically, yeah. The butt of the joke are the people who weren't able to access her product and who are complaining about the fact that they weren't able to access the product because of scalpers. When she says, Now this is both of our problems, because nobody wants to stop buying from scalpers. That is who is the butt of the joke.
What if we scalp the scalpers? Funny enough, people do that. A lot of scalpers get scalped. A lot of scalpers that put stuff up for just a little bit more expensive often get immediately scalped as well, and then the scalper scalp the scalper, and then they sell it again. Scalpers have no fucking morals. They will scalp. They will scalp a scalper. The scalpception, yeah. Dude, I'll be honest. The realistic reason is what Pierre brought up. If someone releases something that I really fucking want, or I didn't know existed until it's no longer available, I'm sorry, but I'm caving in.
And there it is. That's what makes the entire scalping tangent less than net zero. That's the thing that took what could have been a understandable expression of irritation, albeit quite bad in the context of, you know, the owner of a company complaining about somebody complaining about not being able to access a product that they probably only care about because they promoted it. That is the line that takes the entire tangent and throws it into the toilet. At the end of the day, if somebody's selling something that I really want, and I didn't even know existed until after it was gone, I'm going to get it anyways. I'm caving. I'll rewind a little bit so you guys can see.
Dude, I'll be honest. The realistic reason is what Pierre brought up. If someone releases something that I really fucking want, or I didn't know existed until it's no longer available, I'm sorry, but I'm caving in. I'm paying premium. I want it. It can't be helped. I want it.
See, on its own, in a vacuum, this could be a funny joke, right? Because it's like, oh, well, you know, at the end of the day, I'm just as human as you are, right? It could even come off relatable. The problem is she's now making this joke in the context of having just spent the past few minutes essentially shitting on somebody for complaining about being put into a position where they would realistically have to do that. That's the problem. That's what makes this less funny. Like, again, she can be part of the problem. Like, if you're a creator, right, and your audience is complaining about having to go through something, and you make a joke where, like, you know, I have to go through it as well, right? That's fine. That's relatable. That's whatever. But if you do it right after you gave them shit for complaining about being put in that exact same position, it just comes off extremely disconnected and entitled. Like, it's like a rules for thee and not for me type thing, right? Where was the sympathy before? Like, if you know, right? If you know that you find scalpers supremely annoying, like, this is why it comes off as if she's more annoyed at the people complaining about the scalpers than the scalpers themselves, because she's accepted the scalpers as just a fact of life. Whereas the people complaining, I don't think she's quite gotten to that point with them yet, which it could be a good thing. She might, you know, because she still cares about what they have to say, but it doesn't come off well, because what ends up happening is, if you know, right, you have the exact same problem with scalpers as they do. If you know that at the end of the day, you still cave, thing is, have you considered that maybe the reason they haven't caved is because they don't have as much money to throw around as you do? Could you perhaps consider that the reason why they're complaining in the hopes that you change something about the way you release things next time, even if that is a bit of a futile request, is because they literally don't have the spare money in order to buy from scalpers, even if they cave at the end, like you say? Like, it's just, like, why? If this entire tangent had just ended before she started saying, you know what, I would cave too, it would have been, like, not good, but I don't think it would have been this bad. It's just... And when you make the fans when you make the person who was complaining the butt of the joke later on, when you say, "Oh, it's both of our problems," well, yeah, it is, but you're not on the you're not on the manufacturer side of the problem anymore. You're now exactly in the same boat as they are. So all of your complaints might as well have just been directed at a mirror.
Yes, I will buy the $50 mouse pad for fucking 120 euros. Fuck. I can't help it. I didn't know it existed a year ago. Why would scalpers buy so much stock of another release game that has no trackable success? Because Gamer Subs has trackable success. Gamer Subs. And funny enough, unlike some advertisers and similar companies, scalpers know that VTuber audiences have money. The same reason any scalper will be heavily invested in furry stuff. They know furries have money. Scalpers have no fucking interest in furry stuff. They don't give a shit. But you bet your ass the second the furry community releases something, it will be scalped heavily because they know where the profit sits. It's literally like playing the stock market. You just have to...
She is right about that. And again, I want to make it very clear. When she says that the problem that fuels scalpers are, like Azahara said, right? People who impulse buy without any self-control or long-term thinking. She is objectively right. My criticism, though, is that it's not a great look if you admit that you're part of the problem that you just spent, like, the past few minutes beating on somebody about. Like,
to know which market is profitable. That's it. That's it. Dude, it's crazy how long Twitch needed to take interest in VTubers when some VTubers sit on like an 11th of the CCV as some successful streamers and make 5 times their money.
Pro. It wasn't too much of an upgrade for that price and there was a supply. Let them sit on that expensive stuff and make them regret being such hobby-ruining losers.
Yeah. Cheers, chat. Cheers to that.
The person in chat just did a better call to action than Shy Lily did. Because at the end of the day, right, when people make that kind of complaint, what they're actually asking for is a feeling like they can do something about the situation, right? If the response was just, yeah, you're right, the scalpers suck, they ruin everything they touch, they don't deserve to breathe the same oxygen as we do, but you can do something about the situation. You can make them regret being fucking born. Just don't buy just don't buy the product that they're trying to sell. That's it. If somebody else buys it, well, their loss, not yours though. Like, even if it's something as simple as just expressing, okay, well, I value your money, like, in a similar manner as you do. So if you're not spending it on a scalper, I'm happy. Like, something as simple as that probably would have gone a long way towards making this seem like less of a petulant outburst. Especially after she admitted that sometimes she caves to the exact same pressures as other people when it comes to buying stuff from scalpers. Except the only difference between her and them is that she knows she has the money to throw around and, well, she doesn't know if they do. So her response should have been, scalpers suck, don't buy from them, we will have a new print run the way soon. Exactly. That would have been the perfect response, right? We'll have a new print run on the way soon. Like, hopefully if the scalpers are watching, they would have panicked a little bit if they would have peed a little bit when they heard that, right? Because that would immediately drive the prices down. They would be incentivized to try and palm that shit off as soon as possible. But it's not That's not the response that we got. So you guys were mentioning something earlier about how she said there wasn't going to be any more print runs of VCard. Is that later on in this stream? Or is that in somewhere else that she said that? We'll have new stock soon, trust me, bro. Okay, the difference with that, though, is the intended audience, right? You make me happy if you don't buy from a scalper. Yes! Yes! That would have been such an excellent response, right? If she says that people will become Buddha and not expend a dime. Yeah, exactly. Because people will want to make their Oshi happy. Like, just say, I'd be really happy if you just don't buy from scalpers. No, that's on the Twitter. I can send you the screenshots. Oh, okay, sure. That would have been the best response, but you can't have an emotional content. But you can't have an emotional content stream that you can stretch out for a while if you end in one sentence. Sure, and I do think that this response is mostly out of a desire, like a personal desire for catharsis, which again, I understand, right? If you're a content creator and you're talking to your audience, chances are, if your entire brand is built on being yourself and sharing that with your audience, in terms of, priorities, in terms of what needs to satisfy, your own emotional state is probably going to be pretty high up there, which is normal. It's fine because of our content genre. But at the same time, like, it doesn't exactly make for the best kind of PR responses. So, yeah. That would have been, yeah. It would be two-faced if she buys it. Yeah. Random boy, think about the 10. Oh, here comes the part that really ticked me off and still does to this day. I want the product to succeed so I can get more out of these cards as collectibles, so this makes me all the more angry. Yeah, alright, hold on. Let me switch screens while I... Hold on. Let me BRB while I grab that tweet. Don't forget to turn BGM back on. Oh, yeah, true. My bad. I almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me, Super Knight. Okay, there we go. Sent it to me. Is this via Twitter? Or is this via somewhere else? Isn't Shy Lily part owner of gamer subs like Badger? Yes, she is. She is. That's why I refer to it as her company. At least in part. I gotta head out for the night. I shall fade into VOD gang. Thanks for tuning in, Kendra. Thanks for tuning in. It was nice to have you with us. Twitter? Okay, hold on. I'm looking through my messages. I'm not seeing anything. Let me try refreshing. Maybe. It might not be showing up in my inbox. Is there a better way to send a link? I don't know if YouTube chat will let you send links. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Yeah, it's just not showing up in my inbox for some reason. Is there a better way to send the link? Alright. Hold on. Your Oshi's not worth you're not paying your bills. Exactly. Exactly. I got Hololive merch that I missed on my eBay cart, and the only reason I haven't bought it is because it's triple the price. I love my Oshis, but not that much. I don't think they'd hold it against you, to be honest. Check spam. Alright. Let me take a look. Actually, it might be easier if if there's something going on there where... Oh, no, there we go. I found you. Alright. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is under the... Oh, okay, hold on. Let me just add this into one of my slides, because this is really... Okay. I see. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Alright, hold on. Give me a second. Man. Alright, hold on. Give me a second to just drag and drop that in. Oh fuck. Alright, that's not the right one. What the fuck? Alright, hold on, give me a second. I'm having issues with being able to get the... Okay, there we go, there we go. Why is this not working? Hold on, hold on. I'm trying to deal with scuff a little bit here, because it's not letting me grab the correct screenshot and drag it onto the slides. Either that or... What is going on? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sorry. No, I have not heard about the slabs. What are those? Okay, hold on. Let me switch back to the slides real quick. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I may need to tweak some things. Alright, testing. Hopefully everything's working now. I'll send that your way too. Alright, let me grab the deets. I'm here for Scuff, would love to be here. I'm sure he would. Alright, let me take a look at this. What on earth is this? What? What is this? When did they release this? Oh my. Alright, hold on. Let me... Unprecedented live slideshow editing. Agreed, Artemis. You know what? I might just show this. Like on stream. Hold on. Because it's pretty detailed. Okay. So, I didn't know that VCard did this, but apparently they've added a new product. Was it as recently as this morning? Oh, geez, it is this morning. Okay. Okay, that explains why I didn't see it. All right. Okay, hold on. Let me get everything in order. Okay. Does this work? It does show. Okay, excellent. All right. So apparently, as early as earlier on today, VCard released new product. VCard, upgrade your VTuber Awards promo card to an official VCard slab for a limited time. Shop all VCard promo slab, $25 a pop. This product is only available to those who claimed a VTuber Award promo card. Is Zuli still in chat? You haven't received yours, right? Did you get any sort of notification that this was an option for you? Upgrade your VTuber to an official card slab, standard size protective case. Interesting. Okay. Because I know that, well, someone in chat earlier on said, I know that Zuli said that he didn't get his promo card yet, despite the fact that he managed to get one. So, interesting. All right, so I'm just going to read out what you said in your post, Speedrobo, if that's all right. I'm on vacation, VCard. Can you stop being VCard for 5 minutes? The answer is obviously no. Let's talk about the slab thing, shall we? So if you're one of the folks that got a free Womp Snack vomits in my mouth promo card, you were sent a very special offer via email. Oh, okay. So yeah, if Zuli is in chat, can you please confirm if this is something that you received? Let's cross our fingers that he shows up at some point before the end of the stream. This offer is also available to view on the GamerSupps website, but not VCard's website for some reason. Huh, interesting. All right. Anyways, here how it works. You can give GamerSupps $25 plus shipping and tax, and they will upgrade, quote unquote, your promo card to one that is in a slab. So there's layers of shadiness to unpack here. First, the whole slab thing is clearly to prey on uninformed consumers who don't know the first thing about a card collecting trading industry. This slab is from GamerSupps. They are not a reputable grading company. Therefore, the fact that this card is in a slab is meaningless and worthless. This is just an excuse to get more money out of you. Huh, interesting. Secondly, it's gross that they would even push this to begin with. It's so obvious that the V card has learned nothing and doesn't give a shit about gameplay. This is another FOMO limited collectible that they are shoving down the throats of their fans. This is another card that they are making and another product they are selling without telling us a single thing about how the game plays. Vile. How are they going to fix their game? We don't know, and neither do they, as they are printing more cards with the old game style here. Thirdly, it's pretty obvious that they are trying to keep this move out of the public eye. They have not posted anything about this offer on their socials. This is true. I checked the VCard official Twitter account this morning before I went live. I didn't see anything about this. They do not have it on VCard's website. They only sent this email out to a select group of people, those that already hold this promo card. That's pretty damn shady. It's like they know they are doing something wrong. Fourth, this product itself is gambling. It is random if you get a holo, a 9, or a 10. They even describe it as a drop chance. I think I'm going to be sick. VCard at this point is completely irredeemable. And I've been told by another source that the upgrade thing is because people still have not gotten their Womp Snack promo. We saw this earlier on when Zuli confirmed in chat that even though he was told that he received one, he hasn't actually gotten it yet. This was supposed to be out last year. Printing cards is not hard, people. We didn't even try, Shy Lily. Damn, holy shit, this is bad. What? Did they say anything about the PSA, the grading thing? Because I think that's a pretty important disclaimer to include if you're selling the product, right? Actually, hold on. Let me check myself on the GamerSupps website to see if they have any sort of disclaimer saying that they are not a proper grading site, grading organization or something like that. GamerSupps. Is this in merch? Is that where they put this? Latest collection. That's not it. Premium drink warmer. Hold on, I'm scrolling through. I can confirm that my order is still in place. Huh. Oh, okay. VCard products is right at the top. I'm blind. Oh, okay. It is there. All right. Let's take a look at this. Restricted access. You can only purchase this product if you claim the VTuber Award promo card during the promotional material. You need to log in to continue. All right. Okay. I'm not able to access it. We're going to need somebody. I might follow up on this on Twitter later on. If somebody who actually has a link to it can send like a screenshot to me or something. But yeah, I can't access this to check if they have a disclaimer on it or anything, because I need to log in before I get to like access the option to review the item offer, I suppose. Input the the Simpson meme where they said Storm like they like bed. Yeah. Random boy, thank you for the 5. Oh, come on, they managed to do something else to tick me off. It is kind of... if they don't have that disclaimer saying that they are not a proper grading company, yeah, that is sketchy. That is hella sketchy if they don't have that disclaimer. But I'd very much need to see first if they do have a disclaimer or not. But yeah, that is... Oh, that is not the best look. That is not, I'll be honest, that is not the best look. Wait, where is it in? So if you go to the GamerSupps website and you go right up the top where they say VCard, it's one of the VCard and VCard products. It should be the latest product that they've just added. Right, VCard promo slab $45 should be right next to the VCard booster box Rising Stars for 100 and, well, whatever the currency is in your end, 89 USD or something. I didn't think this would get worse after I would... See, the thing is, I would cave, like, I understand that. The only thing that makes it bad is the rant that preceded it, right? Like, objectively, that is an understandable sentiment to have. It's just that this, if they don't have a disclaimer saying that they are not a proper grading company, then, yeah. Jareen, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. I've just been given an update on what I was covering about VCard by Speedrobo, who was kind enough to show up in chat and send these links onward to me. Because, I should probably show this on stream just so we have some sort of visual record of this kind of stuff being there. But, hold on. There we go. So, as you can see, this is the actual GamerSupps website, right? VCard, etc., etc. You scroll down, it's the first item that they've added into the shop. I see no disclaimer. Ah, okay. Well, that's a little awkward. I sent you a screenshot of what it looks like when you log in. All right, let me check that. Yeah, there's no disclaimer. Here's what it looks like. Oh, okay. So there's just nothing there. All right, I see. Yeah, that's not a great look. It's not actually graded, just slabbed. Do you think it's reasonable, though, if you assume that the implication is supposed to be that it's graded? Because I know that they did say that it's slabbed. They didn't claim that it was graded. So I think there was an argument to be made there that, it should be assumed that it's not graded, just slabbed. But this is something that would probably require, the knowledge of somebody who's dealt with this kind of marketing stuff before. I don't see why that's significant. It didn't look like it was being graded, just protected. So realistically, would they need to mention anything about grading? The whole point is that people won't know the difference. Ah, fair enough. Okay, I can see the point that you're making there. But yeah, I do think that it's a little... See, the thing is with VCard, though, is that it's been made in a way that is so disorganized that I wouldn't put it past them to not know the difference themselves. So... I'm not as willing to just say this is deliberate manipulation and deception. But I do think that it is negligent to not include that disclaimer. Because I think you are reasonable in stating that people will assume that they are the same thing if they aren't familiar with TCGs, especially not with the grading of TCGs. Okay, hold on. Let me try to download it again, because for some reason the image isn't showing up in my files. Huh. It's uploading in a small format, in a .small format. And a .large format. This might be a Twitter thing. Hold on, let me just screenshot it. Alright. Yet again, we are updating the slides live, an unprecedented move for this stream. Okay. So... if it isn't deliberate, it's a very bad look on a mountain of bad looks. Now that I can't really argue with. There's a lot of talk in chat about whether rare pulls could be sent in for grading. I don't know, their moves make a lot more sense if they think they're doing a cash grab. See, that's the problem, right? Everything they've done up until now has done nothing to discourage people from assuming cynicism. And now... well, I mean, now this is like the natural consequence of that, I suppose. But yeah. I might have another update for you. Did you hear about what happened at their conventions? I did not. I was just about to get to that actually later on in the press. Okay, hold on. Actually, I might just go through this first. So, for those who are wondering, this is what the VCard promo slab actually looks like. On their page, when you actually log in, you know, VCard promo slab, $25. This product is only available to those who claim the VCard, the VTuber Award promo card. Upgrade your VTuber Awards promo card to an official VCard slab. Standard size protective case at roughly 3.2 times 5.3 times 0.3 inches. Item ships alone. If purchased with other products, the item will arrive in a separate package. So again, here, it's all pretty much just stating that it's going to be, you know, encased in a protective case. It doesn't mention anything about grading. I don't think it implies anything about grading beyond the actual like picture and premise itself. But yeah, if you want to say that, you know, it's a little negligent for them not to specify that there is a difference because people might not be aware that there is, I think that's a reasonable enough position to take. Never attribute to malice, which could be adequately explained by stupidity. Yeah, that's where I'm leaning personally, yeah. Well, I'm with you. This is weapons, great stupidity. I think at this point it's mostly up to people whether they want to believe that this is down to incompetence or whether this is deliberately deceptive. I'm leaning towards incompetence, to be honest. But I can see how someone who's actually in the industry looks at everything they've done and finds it really difficult to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't blame you, like, one bit. However, like I said before, actually, this is a textbook example of what I was about to talk about. Because when you look at the impact that VCard has had on both the brands of Shy Lily and the brand of Gamersubs, is basically a textbook example of influencer marketing backfiring. Because now that you have the process of, you know, going through this entire process of trying to transfer over an individual's personal brand and the mental associations that are attached to it over to a product, if that product turns out to be badly made and put together, if that product ships out to people who, you know, buy it and then realize that it's not quite what they paid for, now all of those signified meanings that the product acquires on its own, so in VCard's case, is stuff like cynicism, incompetence, lack of depth, inexperience. And as more and more people get exposed to the fact that VCard is all of these things, what ends up happening is you get a semiotic transfer in the opposite direction. Instead of the creator imparting their brand over to the product ports its infamy over to the creator. And as a result, now that we've, you know, sat through that entire stream, and that section of the stream, I should say, and now that we're reviewing this, that there is a degree of cynicism, negligence, ignorance, and inexperience that has now tainted the way that we perceive Shy Lily's involvement in this project. Because it is, objectively speaking, not a very well put together project. And a lot of its aspects reek of cynicism, of just, we're doing this because we have a lot of eyes on us, or we're doing this because we know that there is a demand, rather than we're doing this because we are proud of the product, or because we are convinced that this is the best product that we could possibly make. Yeah, semiotic feedback is probably a better way of describing it, Speedon. But yeah, when you really think about it, this is exactly what has happened here. And so, as a way of trying to combat this, on the same day that Shy Lily had that stream, the VCard TCG Twitter account would post out the following tweet documenting a future roadmap for supposedly reworking their game. And Shy Lily would show up in the reply saying, "Thank you for your trust in VCard. We're excited to expand on all the fun mechanics and VTubers will work on adding to the game." Then the roadmap itself states the following. "Our ultimate goal for the future of VCard is to elevate the gameplay experience by expanding card types and enriching every facet of the game, ensuring deeper strategy, greater variety, and an immersive journey for every type of player." And this is where we currently are. Base set launch with casual gameplay. Then the next step that they have planned is major gameplay update, changes to reflect in unlimited set. And then set 2, set 3, set 4. These exciting sets will introduce brand new elements, fresh and dynamic card types, gameplay mechanics, a growing roster of talented VTubers / creators. And the reason why I find that deeply concerning is that is almost word for word what Shy Lily said in that stream, where she was talking about how she wanted to add more to the game because she thought people were complaining about the simplicity of it. And then finally, what the roadmap has at the very end of that timeline is building towards our competitive game with tournament and event support. Good luck with that. And then right at the bottom. Yeah, this does not sound like it's addressing the issues people have. That's because it's not. "Above all, we are committed to ensuring the game's longevity and delivering the absolute best experience possible. We will continue to listen, adapt, and evolve, always valuing our community's voices and never overlooking your concerns. Your passion drives us, and together we will shape an even greater future." You know it's bad when mentally you're already starting to draw connections between this and some of the web pages that these small corpos that have died over the past few years have had, what they've been saying on those web pages. "Additional promo drops may occur in between sets." Cool. However, the thing that Speedrobo sent me just then was that somebody replied to this tweet at the bottom saying, "What are the odds that you will do limited runs of old sets in the future? Also, thanks for looking at community ideas to further enhance gameplay." And VCard has said, absolutely zero. No reruns of old sets. And again, if you're Magic the Gathering and just came out with limited alpha edition, I can understand that decision. But do you really think that your game is prepared to take on Black Lotus prices right after release? Do you think your game warrants Black Lotus prices right after release? Because I would say the answer to both of those things is no. And, well, I'm just going to be honest. Like, this makes the rant about scalpers all the more hollow, because this is only going to work in their favor if you declare publicly no more reruns. Like, at least if you had said maybe, like, you don't have an obligation to do anything, it's unclear, and it still makes them shit their pants a little bit. But now they don't have to worry, because you've said zero chance of doing limited runs of old sets. Which is... I said it before, I'll say it again, the roadmap looks like something you draw up for terrible games as a service slot. Yeah, kind of, basically. Why not just make an online card game like Hearthstone? I think it would have been better than a physical card game. It would have cost more money to make. That's the problem. I would assume, Sharko. I would assume that's why they didn't go with that, because again, they have fuck off money, but they don't have that much fuck off money. If you want to fix the scalper problem, reprint your cards. Exactly. See, the thing is, it's not even that. It's just that they didn't have to be this unambiguous with saying no. They could have just said, oh, right now we don't have plans to, but we might in the future. Like, at least that gives them a reason to stay on their toes and to have a definite period in the future where they might want to just sell off their wares, regardless of what the asking price is. But now they have no reason to, because you have public confirmation that you are not getting reruns. And Nothing adds to the value of cards than refusing to reprint them and publicly promising that you are not going to reprint them. Again, do you want Black Lotus? Because this is how you get Black Lotus, or at least half of the reason why. The cards actually have to be overpowered in gameplay to actually get Black Lotus. But this is half of the recipe. This is half of the recipe right here. Reprint into Oblivion. Yeah, probably. Not only would a digital card game cost more money, but the card game is meant to be merch. Yeah, exactly. And the game is tacked onto the marketing. Yeah, to check a marketing box. Basically. But yeah, this is I agree with Speedrobo that this is a major blunder on their part, especially if they know that scalpers are a concern that their consumers have. Like, don't do this. Even if it's to generate more hype on the products, like if you're going to complain that your consumers are complaining about scalpers, just don't do this. Like, keep it ambiguous if you must. But yeah. Now, granted, this hasn't stopped VCard from continuing to make the occasional tweet, because on February 15th, 2025, so around a week ago, last month, VCard's TCG account posted out the following: excited for signed VCards in the first half of this year. We have a huge 60 by 40 booth in the main hall of Anime Expo. See you at the following cons. And they list out which cons they're going to be attending and promise that VTuber signings will be available. And to this, Shy Lily replies, I can't wait to sign everybody's cards at TwitchCon and Anime Expo. Let's go, VCards. Heart emoji with hands, blue heart emoji, and Korean heart emoji. And then you had people bantering with her in the replies. I will make you sign a harpoon. I will have security remove you from the con, smiley face, worth it. And then you scroll down, you have the same people basically, getting excited over generating hype. Cinder, excited to sign lots of V-cards this year. Buff Puff, I'm so excited. Freem, ah ha 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 ha, time to eat all of your cards. Tobe, yay. Rain, this is going to be insane! Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. However, 4 days later, when VCard would make another post saying, last call for VCard Rising Stars, 48 hours left to order, the reception would be a good deal more frosty. This time, there was no Shy Lily or any other VTubers appearing in the replies, and the replies, well, they were a little bit different in tone to the last posts. Chi-Chi, VTuber, did you already ship out all first edition orders? There is no tracking updates, unfortunately. Geki Kudo, biggest complaint is that you're ending too early. Needs to wait for a majority of product to be in the hands so people can't know if they want to order more. For example, I got 4 boxes. I don't know how much I need to finish my collection after I'm done, so I'm forced to pick between. Anime Neckbeard. You realize having a product called Unlimited and then limiting it makes first edition not even matter. The whole run might as well be first edition if it isn't print on demand. How can you expect people to play this quote-unquote game if access to the cards disappear? Screams cash grab. TNO, can we know what we are ordering before you cancel a pre-order? What are the gameplay updates? How are you fixing the rules? Baka-sama, I think it's a huge mistake to make a TCG limited print. Very extra. Def want to pick up an unlimited box, but I'm still waiting for my first editions. And then Bambietta, your game is gonna crash and burn in a year. You already said no reprints are happening. You pretty much support scalpers and push FOMO, and is designed by people who know nothing about TCGs. Which is basically what we were saying just then. So, all in all, a pretty big mess. I can't help but notice a little bit of a pattern here, where every single time one of these posts gets no reply from one of the VTubers who are involved in the project, the replies don't seem to be as welcoming to the post. Now, I don't know if it's a deliberate thing for the VTubers involved to shove their proverbial bodies into the PR hole that VCard has created for itself, but I hope not. However, on March 7th, 2025, VCard, this is the last post that they made that wasn't a repost, to my knowledge. They made another post saying, comment your polls, show us your VCards, and yet again, Shy Lily would reply saying, chat, where the Shy Lily pool's at? Exclamation mark, question mark, fire emoji. And this would, interestingly enough, be yet another post where most of the replies, especially the ones near the top, tend to be mostly positive. But, again, little bit of a weird coincidence there that every time this happens, people don't seem to be as angry at VCard. But in any case, at the end of the day, what we have is a mess. A gigantic mess. One where the creators involved in promoting it do not exactly come off smelling like roses. And so, at the end of the day, we have a mess, but what can VCard actually do to fix it, like feasibly? What can they actually do in order to make the game better? Now, we've talked about the gameplay updates, but to be honest, they need somebody who is far better suited to the mechanics of making TCGs, the actual meat and potatoes of making TCGs than me. What I can offer some form of recommendations about, because I am trying my best to not just simply leave everything off at a it's fucked and there's no coming back, is how could they handle the PR fallout? How do they fix, or at least make a move towards fixing, the optics surrounding VCard and specifically Shy Lily and Gamer Subs? And there are 4 main recommendations that I would make. The first is to pull out of the secondary market. Now, what I mean by that, I'll get into in a second. The second is to change the offered products to reflect VCard's shift in priorities towards competitive viability, as stated in their plan for reform, their roadmap, as they put it. Third, establish a dialogue with well-meaning critics from the TCG space. This one's pretty self-explanatory. And 4, compensate those who purchased booster boxes of the old versions of cards by offering them new, updated products. First one, pretty easy to explain. If you go onto the VCard website and you go over to a section where they list out all of their cards, they have all the different categories there. They list all uncommons, rares, ultra rares, god rares, supports, secret rares, mascots, and promos. And you go into the god rare section. This is where you get the spicy cards. Cards where presumably they only printed one of it and it has special full alternative art. And generally speaking, it's a pretty cool kind of web page because it has a detail of what the card says, it shows the card there in full, and also keeps track of when those cards were discovered, and it links to either the Twitter and or Twitch of the person who discovered it, as well as listing who it is currently owned by. Now, if this was all the page was, I would have no problem with this, because there's nothing wrong with celebrating when someone managed to pull a rare card, even if you are the ones making the cards. In fact, I think it's even better marketing if you do that on your website. The problem happens when you click on the Sayu card that is shown right on the top left. Because when you click on it and you expand it out, not only do you get all the same details, God Rare, Buff Pop, flavor text, date found, finder, etc., etc. No, you get this. A discovery date found by Anonymous, currently owned by Anonymous, Element Electric, and right at the bottom, an attempt to auction it directly from the VCard website. Minimum offer, $1,000. Make an offer. Now, in a lot of card games, and especially Magic, there has been a long-standing tradition where the people who are in charge of making the TCG do not formally acknowledge the secondary market. Now, what I mean by the secondary market is the market that exists independently of the people who create the game. Basically, the market that players create for themselves, where players trade, sell cards among each other without the company that created the cards being able to take a cut or be involved in the sale. That is what I refer to as the secondary market. Now, the reason why these companies have a long-standing tradition of not acknowledging the secondary market, well, for a number of things. First, and this is the most popular talking point among most people, is the idea that if they were to acknowledge the secondary market, and if they were to involve themselves in the secondary market, the sale of cards amongst the people who have managed to pull them, they would be essentially setting themselves up to be fucked over by gambling laws. Now, I don't think we've ever had a legal precedent to establish that that is the case. For the most part, that seems to be, more prudence on their part, if that is the motivation behind it. But more importantly, in my opinion, the main reason why they don't do that is because it is not just perceived as gambling, but it is a massive PR shitstorm. Because if you are the ones making the product, and you get to dictate both the primary market, where you set the prices for that product, and you also have your fingers in the pies of the people trying to, sell on your cards on the secondary market, well, now you just look greedy. Now you just look like you've made the cards for completely cynical reasons, and that you are perfectly willing to essentially stick your nose where it's not wanted or not even needed. Let's be honest here, I don't think VCard needs to be involved in the sale of their cards on the secondary market. I'm sure that Anonymous is perfectly capable of doing it on eBay, for example, where that person managed to sell a Black Lotus for $500,000. If somebody can make a sale that large via eBay, surely they can make a sale for an auctioned item that starts at a minimum offer of $1,000. And yet again, this just makes VCard look even more cynical. It's not helped by the fact that whereas in many of the other cases where the cards have been discovered, they have links to the actual profiles, the social media profiles of the people, but here it's just listed as anonymous. And coincidentally, it also happens to be the only one that VCard is directly selling via their own website. Auctioning, I should say, via their own website. It is not a good look. And so, the first thing I would do, if you want to reform the VCard optics, is get the fuck out of the secondary market. Remove the option to... By all means, record when somebody has found your god rares on your site. That's perfectly fine. Don't auction them via your site, though. Don't sell them via your site. Because if you want to sell singles, fine. Okay, you can do that. Even if that might count as gambling and that might get you fucked over by the government. But don't use your site to host somebody else's sale of your card on the secondary market. It's just, you don't need to do it, and it's not a good look. The second thing that I would recommend is to release pre-constructed competitive decks. Now, this is something that everyone has pretty much been raving about the moment they happened upon this. But if you want this to be a game that is competitively viable, if you want people to play this game seriously, as a game to be won or lost, you should probably start guiding people in terms of how to play the game. Give them play styles, give them deck archetypes, give them, I don't know, an established tutorial on a video tutorial formally made and released by VCard themselves as to how to play the fucking game, so that our options are not some YouTuber that managed to make one on their own independently, or Shy Lily trying to explain it verbatim ad-libbed on her stream. So you need to, as a company, a TCG company trying to make a TCG, there definitely needs to... This would go a long way towards making your rules clearer, making the way that your game works a lot more set in stone as well. Again, the TCGs that came before you did it, Magic the Gathering did it, the VTuber TCGs that came before you did it, Rift Runners did it, there is literally no reason why they cannot do this. It would even solve the problem of them not being able to ship out anything besides from boosters because individual packs bend too easily during transit. Well, competitive decks have a hard time bending, mostly because of, their packaging, combined with the fact that while they may be no booster box, they are certainly not as fragile and thin as a single booster pack. But yeah, Yeah, Speedrobo. Jolt Dragon did an amazing job on the how to play video. Yeah. Dude is wasted on VCard. At this point, I'd be inclined to agree, yes. The third thing that I would recommend, build bridges with critics. There are so many people that actually played your game on stream. And yes, it was not the best look for your game, but that's not their fault. Like, I forget exactly. I remember that Nova, during one of the games where she was playing VCard, either in a pre-recorded video or on stream, I forget whether it was on her own stream or in MBT's video, there is a certain point where someone she's playing with asks her if something about if she thinks that she would ever appear in a TCG product like this, a VTuber TCG product like this. And if I remember correctly, she outright says, "Oh no, there's no way I would ever be involved in this project anymore." And the implication is that, yeah, she's not going to be involved in this project because she's criticizing it. Right now, a big problem in terms of the way that VCard is being marketed is that it is the wrong combination of impersonal and personal. The premise behind how it was made and pushed feels impersonal, but the protests to people's complaints about the way that the game was made feel intensely personal. Being able to build bridges with critics, right? Whether it be reaching out to somebody like Speedrobo or even, an actual TCG specializing VTuber like Nova would probably go a long way towards establishing that you are taking reforming your game seriously, as well as trying to build a bridge with creators who are native to the niche hobbies you are trying to cater to or trying to enter. This would make a massive difference PR-wise and in terms of optics. It also has the added benefit of making it seem like your company is being operated more professionally if people aren't shut out of the process simply because they voiced valid criticism of your product. You don't want your company to look petty. And if it really is the case that people are expecting to never be able to be integrated with a project similar to yours or run by the same people as yours was simply because they had, like I said, valid criticisms of what you ended up selling to people, it's a little too far gone, I'll be honest. Nova's already involved with V Royale. I mean, that would make sense, right? They seem to be reaching out to get feedback from different people. Certainly, they seem to be reaching out to people who are native to the TCG sphere, so that is a considerable step in the right direction. But again, it would do untold good to the optics of VCard if they proved themselves to be capable of this. Just reaching out to people who criticized your game in good faith, because there are a lot of things to be criticized about the game. And finally, well, sorry, give me a second. When it comes to the final bit of feedback, this is mostly it's a symbolic thing. It's going to cost money. It might even cost a lot of money. But it's important in order to make people feel like they haven't been screwed over just because they made the mistake of ordering first edition cards. It's important in making people feel like even if you are going to rework the game, they're not going to be left behind just because they bought old product. And the fourth recommendation to bring whales up to speed, no pun intended, consists of 3 steps. First, release a survey to those who purchased a VCard Booster Box Master Case Rising Stars 12 Booster Boxes Unlimited Edition. This is the more expensive of the 2 booster box options that they have on their site. And in this survey, what I recommend VCard do is ask them to identify their Kami Oshi from among the selection of VTubers currently featured in VCard. Then, once you have enough responses, design competitively viable starter decks that have been structured around the most popular responses from said survey. Get an idea of who people's Kami Oshis are, then start making pre-con decks that revolve around those Kami Oshis. And finally, once those decks have been made, released, once you've gotten your game figured out, in terms of actually making it, worth playing, then take those decks and send a complimentary starter deck to each survey respondent according to their Kami-Oshi. If they don't respond, too bad. But the people who do respond, who did see your email because they already made a massive purchase and felt like replying, I think if you're going to change your game to the point where the old cards might not even be viable or playable or perhaps even legal, I think it is the least that you can do to bring them up to speed by helping them pivot into the direction you choose to take your game in. So, again, yeah, Zoofield, there's no problem with a game being simple. It's just that it can't be confusing. And that is the main complaint that people have with the way that the rules of VCard are currently written. It's confusing. It's counterintuitive. It leads to a gameplay loop where the main premise of the game doesn't actually matter. And that is the problem. And so at the end of the day, we have all of these recommendations for, what VCard could do, etc., etc., etc. But for the rest of you guys watching, what I want you to understand about VCard is that it is a textbook example of what happens when you rely on nothing but influencer marketing to get a product off the ground. If you are silly enough to try and put out a piece of merchandise that is not made for the target audience that would otherwise consume it, that does not had sufficient thought put into it, although it may have had quite a significant amount of money thrown into it, and how if you try to promote merchandise like that, it can backfire on you by eroding your brand quite significantly. All merchandise comes with a cost, and not just to the people buying it, but to the people making it and selling it as well. Above all, what I want people to understand is that influencer marketing is an extraordinarily powerful marketing strategy. But just like any other strategy, it comes with a cost. When you use your personal brand to promote a product, that brand and that product become intertwined. It is going to become very difficult to extricate yourself from that product if things start going south. So, by all means, understand and take advantage of how powerful your personal brand is. If you want to use it to sell things, by all means, go for it. But don't ever fall under the impression or fall for the illusion that your brand, no matter how powerful, can cancel out an awful product. And at the end of the day, if you take nothing else away from this entire stream, what I want you to bear in mind is this. Don't buy into your own hype, and don't expect others to do so either. And that's pretty much all she wrote. The sad thing is, when I look at the entirety of the VCard thing, when I look at how bad the game is compared to, all the people who are promoting it, the people who are doing so because they've never actually tried playing the game, I don't blame them at all. If anything, I feel bad for them. But the people who made this game, specifically Shy Lily, I do think that she's fallen into a little bit of, buying into her own hype, right? I think she's gotten high on her own supply a little bit. Because, there is a degree of disconnect that arises out of what I can only assume to be taking for granted that people are going to buy something because she made it. And while I can't really blame her for that, because she is an absolute titan in indie VTubing, this is not... If you could have any product to attach to your brand, to conjoin, to graft onto your brand... Why would you make VCard that product? But yeah, it was heartbreaking to see Moist Critical attached to it. Yeah. And I could only assume that the other creators who were so willing to go along with it was just because they didn't actually try playing it. I understand the hype around collecting it. Again, the artists cooked when they drew the art for those cards, but those cards were not made to be played seriously in a game. At least not in a fun game. Yeah, it's frustrating to see, especially if you actually play TCGs and if you like VTubers, because that's the worst part of this, right? Because if you like both of those things, if you have Aokami Yoshi and you play TCGs, or you have in the past, Like, the worst part about this is that it should have been a slam dunk combination of two things that you love, but now it's just this parody of, well, one of them, which is TCGs. It doesn't exactly look great for the VTubers either, but I mean, it's kind of outside of their control. They married their own idea. I think that's a great way of putting it, Azura Lightfeld. Did you change your name, Azura? I don't think I remember you having Lightfeld at the end of your name beforehand. Chris Bro, thank you for the £20. Here is 2% of that Sayu card. He showed us because he really wanted. He tried to hide it, but we know. Thank you for your generosity, Chris. I will now use this to hopefully offset the cost of going into debt so that I can feed my family while I buy the Sayu card at the same time. Dokibird is attached to this shit show. Yeah, again, this is why I said this is rough to watch, because I'm convinced that most of the VTubers affiliated with this were never given an opportunity to playtest it. Because if they had tried to playtest it, they probably would have realized the exact same thing that all of us have over the course of this stream and over the course of the past few weeks. I would assume the other creators got roped in because of previous relationships with GamerSubs. I think that's pretty reasonable of a guess, to be honest. Because, I mean, you would trust GamerSubs, right? They have a reputation for making physical merchandise. And what is VCard if not physical merchandise? The problem is they tried to make a game. That is very much not their wheelhouse. So, again, if all you want to do with VCards is collect and unbox them, no problem at all, right? Your prerogative to enjoy a product however you like. And the product will certainly meet those standards, if not, I think, to the best of their ability. But again, if they market it as a playable game, because remember they said that twice across both Shy Lily and the TCG's official Twitter account when they were first hyping it up, when they first announced it, they emphasized it was going to be playable. This is a massive letdown of that premise. Why'd they rope in quick? Yeah, let's be honest here. I don't know why all of the VTubers who were affiliated were. I certainly know that not all of them, not even the majority of them, have a reputation for playing TCGs. But I mean, if it works, it works. They did sell out of their initial stocks, so if it makes money, why bother changing, I suppose. Chris, thank you for being a Footstool for 8 months. Holy. E is euro, not pound, chairman. Oh, I misread it. My bad. Sorry. But yeah. It's a massive waste. It's a massive waste. Again, they had opportunities to put genuinely interesting things, but fuck. Benros 776. They should have made a TCG trading cup game instead. Now that would have been on brand. That would have been right up their wheelhouse, to be honest. But yeah. All right. I'm going to check to read up on all of the supers and the donos the supers and the memberships that I've missed. So give me a second to switch over to the head-hot screen. Let me whip it out. That would have been funny. Agreed. It would have been on brand as well, which, well, that's all I really care about, to be honest, besides, actually getting a good product. But, hold on, let me pull up the charts. Stream elements. They could have used Cardfight Vanguard or MTG's Commander format as a skeleton. They could have, but again, that would have required actually playing these TCGs beforehand, which at this point I'm not willing to believe that they have. Which, again, this was a game that was made as a collector's card first and an actual trading card game second, so every aspect of the game has that leak into it. It's impossible to ignore if you've played a TCG beforehand. Alright, let me scroll up and see what I've missed. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. I'm not saying devotees. I'm sure. D suffers. Thank you for the 348. Man, I wish I could lose my V card to the to the Chiva cards featured. Sigh. I'll have to settle to a talking chair V card instead. You have some interesting tastes, my guy. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Where is the chairman's V card? An excellent question. I've been trying to find it for ages now. Random Boy, thank you for the 1594. Oh, actually, I've read that already. I think I've already thanked Scarling for the 10 gifted. Thank you for the 319, Artemis. My chairman's deck has no pathetic cards, Kaiva. Billy, thank you for the $8.33. Pot of feet. Of course, thank you for keeping the tradition alive. Random Boy, thank you for the 797. Oh god, now this makes me question why VCard included God cards in their set. Yeah. Again, in hindsight, given everything else that has happened with that game, it doesn't look good. JV Robert Garden, thank you for the $1.39. One does not simply get rid of the card. True. Aura Ether, thank you for the 317. Personally enjoyed... Oh, actually, I already read that out. Thank you for becoming a member, Random Boy. I think I read that out earlier, although I might be looping at this point. Artemis, thank you for the 799. Same for the 797. It's about damn time I became a member. Oh, that's very kind of you to say so. Also, did you happen to talk to Speedrobo? Well. Now we have. Sir Jack 528. Thank you for becoming a footstool. 1 month of membership. Time to enjoy another stream from the chairman. Thank you for joining us. You're very welcome here. Richard, to you, thank you for being a member for 2 months. I can't super chat you, so you can get 2 month of membership instead. No problem whatsoever. Oh, Peter, thank you for the 320 yen. Actually, yeah, give us chairman card. I don't think I'm ever going to be involved in a project like that, to be honest. You can interpret that however you wish. Hiro Michimori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. That's very kind of you. And I think Mercurius, thank you for the 5. Congratulations on creating your own niche. Actually, wait, hold on. That was 9 days ago. Okay, never mind. I think I've caught up now. All right. Thank you to everybody who was generous enough to give me a to send over a gifted membership and or a super chat. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for being willing to support me to that degree. I very much appreciate it. This was actually a very fun stream to do, even if the topic was a little bit more grim for lovers of TCG. But in any case, well, hopefully at this point, if you were a bit on the fence about the situation, you understand why people are complaining. Hopefully, if you didn't know about the V-Card situation, the V-Card situation is insane. Hopefully now you have a slightly better grasp of, well, just how much TCG precedent existed that they could have learned from before they went into trying to make this game. And also, if you are a creator yourself, I hope you've come to understand even just a little bit better what the limits of influencer marketing is. How even though your brand may be your most potent money-making marketing tool, there comes a cost with simply throwing it around willy-nilly. A cost that too many people don't realize exists until after they are paying for it. And above all, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining me on this stream. I'm going to be releasing another poll. 2 weeks. I'm going to wait for the first week of April to do at this point, the monster of a stream that I've been putting off and adding to over the course of the last 2, 3, 4 weeks or so, about the smaller VTuber corpos, what has happened over the past month, all the various controversies, they all add up to one big picture revelation about, well, how the small corpo scene has changed, possibly for the worse, in wake of what happened February last year. But I'll be putting up a poll on my community tab sometime tomorrow to lock in the topic for the next stream that I've got planned for next week. But yeah, I will be having a gorilla at some point over the next week to just go over, just yap for a little bit, just, give my thoughts ad lib on the V&U situation, if only so that I could prepare to better articulate it in the actual planned stream that I have down the line. Because again, it is a messy situation, and I think that it does no favors to regard it as to look at it in a one-sided manner of, the company is absolutely, I have much reason to believe the company they have made mistakes, that they deserve to be looked at with considerable side eye. But I think the talents and the quote unquote drama tubers that they attacked, I think it's a situation that is messy, because I can understand both reactions. Not to play enlightened centrist or anything, but one thing that I will be expanding on considerably more is how irritating, I suppose, the lack of nuance in the criticism that most people have given about the situation has been. And especially the way that people criticize, drama tubers, which, again, there are very valid critiques of our niche. There are very valid critiques of, our conduct. But at the same time, I have not been seeing that from prevalent discourse. Possibly because it's mostly happening on Twitter, but it's also quite prevalent in it's also quite prevalent elsewhere as well. But in any case, hey, 2025 just started. It can't get worse, right? Yeah, true. I learned a lot while being here. It's been amazing. Can't wait to go through your backlog of video streams. Oh, thank you, Speed. Thank you for saying that. It's very kind of you to say that, Speedrobo. But yeah, I welcome it. But in any case, Twitter stinky. Agreed. It's a great promotional tool, and unfortunately it's compulsory if you want to have a YouTube channel, on the off chance that YouTube bans you and you have nowhere else to go for actually appealing their decision. Because unfortunately, both YouTube and Twitch only pay attention to Twitter shitstorms. But yeah, it does. It is not the best site to be staying on for an extended period of time. And in any case, I might just end the stream here. Timestamps, as usual, will be going up later on today in a few hours. And let me just look for somebody to raid now that we're done. Hold on a second. As per usual, regardless of who I send you off to. Oh. Okay, for a second I was worried that the browser crashed or something. Tenma is currently live. So, I don't see anybody else live, actually. I might send you over there, then. Alright. As usual, behave. I want you to integrate as smoothly and silently into whatever Tenma is doing as possible. Keep your wits about yourselves. I want you to be... I want you to go in there as if you are all ninja. Those who stuck around, those who were here for the pre-show yapping would know what I'm referring to there. But yeah, I hope you enjoy yourselves in Tenma's stream. I'll be heading over myself later on. But yeah, thank you again for tuning into this
I've been I've been itching to talk about this for a while. And I look forward to seeing you guys hopefully next stream. Keep your eye on my community tab, like, comment, subscribe, all of those things. Leave a comment if you're on the VOD, yada yada yada. Algorithm this, algorithm that. Follow me on Twitter if you haven't already done that, and you also have a Twitter account. And yeah. Thank you once again for tuning in. Otsu chair. Otsu chair. Jordan Brown, thank you for the 5. Speaking of pain and suffering, Nene Amano has yet again decided to torture herself by playing AC Shadows. Please pray for her. Right at the end, you thought you were going to sneak that by me. No. All right, see you guys.